Please be seated. Just before I call members for member statements, I just wish to indicate that it's VE Day today and the 80th anniversary. There's an excellent exhibition from the War Museum in Belfast and also from Plenary over another facility, and we're also holding an event at 1:15 to mark this tremendous occasion when fascism was defeated in Europe and when the war came to a conclusion in Europe, and we're very thankful for that being the case. So I call Carl Cullian to open up member statements.
Councillor, may seem strange coming from me, but I wish to congratulate Dungannon Swifts on their victory of winning the Irish Cup final. Well done. It was a mighty achievement for the team, for the whole club. Their loyal supporters who have stuck with them through thick and thin, and indeed the whole community. So well done. Bad luck to Cliftonville. I, like many, was hoping that we'd bring a cup back to North Belfast, but regrettably it wasn't our day. I want to address some of the incidents, post-match incidents, that happened after the match, and just to reiterate what Cliftonville said in their statement, they will be fully engaged with all relevant statutory bodies. They done these engagements prior to the match and will certainly be doing them post-match. Like them, I want to put on record and condemn the behaviour of a small minority of fans, which was completely unacceptable. I also want to say that genuine fans were caught up. We have been contacted by many from the game on Saturday evening. A lot of them, 3 generations, brought their grandkids with them, caught up in the middle, really terrifying for them. And the least they said was the health and safety concerns need to be addressed as a minimum. We will be discussing the policing operation on that day, both prior and post the arrangements. I also want to take this opportunity to condemn those behind the threats to Catholic residents in the Skaggy area of North Belfast. Reports from the PSNI having to visit several homes in the area to inform residents that they've been targeted by a criminal gang. And my understanding is at least one family has moved out and others are talking about moving out as well. So let me be clear, sectarianism, regardless where it presents itself, has no place in our society. And anyone who intimidates and threatens people simply because of their faith or identity need to be challenged by us all and called out by us all. And political leaders here need to make it clear that they reject this failed behaviour and indeed the thugs behind it. Or Magov.
John McElwain.
Mr. Speaker, Bobby Sands was not a freedom fighter. He was a convicted criminal, someone wedded to violence, a member of a brutal terrorist organisation responsible for the murder and maiming of thousands. To honour his legacy is to reopen the wounds of the past. For the innocent victims of the provisional IRA and their families, that is not distant history. It is lived pain. It's the empty chair at the dinner table. The First Minister's attendance in Twinbrook on Sunday was a willful decision to reopen that hurt. As we all are aware, the Ministerial Pledge of Office requires an unambiguous rejection of violence and paramilitarism. Glorifying those who broke the law, whether through speeches or shrines, is gross abdication of those duties. There are serious question marks over the role of others, of course, in this event, Mr. Sheehan and Mr. Baker in particular. Political leadership demands moral clarity. Social media remains fertile ground for radicalisation, where the glorification of figures like Bobby Sands, Seamus McElwain or Jim Lina emboldens a new generation to romanticise violence. The First Minister is the first one to point out the harm such platforms can have when abuse is targeted towards women and girls, including those in the public eye. But what about those women and girls left bereaved, or whose lives were indelibly scarred when their father, grandfather or brother was barbarically attacked by the IRA? Do they not matter? Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy on display by Sinn Féin is breathtaking. Sinn Féin attack the DUP's support for our unionist culture and identity because of the distasteful actions of a few, yet they have absolutely no problem giving full-throated support for the veneration of terrorist godfathers within their own communities. For Republicans and for the First Minister, it's a case of do as I say, not as I do. Mr. Speaker, glorifying terror will only poison the future. There's an onus on all of us to lead with integrity, truth, and a shared commitment to peace. Thank you.
Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, this week, as we mark the anniversary of victory in Europe, we do more than just remember a military triumph. We commemorate the birth of a new Europe, a Europe built not on vengeance but on reconciliation, not on division but on a shared sovereignty and human rights. The war's end in 1945 in Europe was not just about the defeat of fascism, it was about the courage to imagine a different future. Treaties and institutions that followed, from the United Nations to the European Convention on Human Rights, were drawn up even as our cities still smouldered. They represented a profound belief that peace must be built on justice and that no nation can secure its future alone. Yet, as we reflect on this history, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. Our collective memory has failed to properly honour all of those who made victory possible. Recent research has revealed that only 24% of us in the United Kingdom are aware that soldiers from Jamaica and Kenya fought in this war. Only 34% of us know about the sacrifices made by Muslim troops. A mere 43% of us recall the contribution of Sikhs. But when we are told the history, we learn, Mr. Speaker, that 2.5 million soldiers of the Indian Army, about 1 million African personnel, tens of thousands from the Caribbean, we all agree that they fought and deserved equal commemoration. Let us remember the individuals like Private Clarence Trim, a black Canadian soldier born to Guyanese parents, who tried first to enlist at 15 by growing a moustache to look older. He was killed in Germany 2 weeks before VE Day, having fought to liberate the Netherlands. Or consider Noor Inat Khan, a Muslim woman of Indian descent who served as a British spy in occupied France. And just before she was executed at Dachau concentration camp, her last word was liberté. These stories matter. They remind us that the fight against fascism is truly global and that our remembrances must be equally inclusive. Mr. Speaker, fascism has thrived on division. Our answer then and now must be peace and building an honest remembrance, one that makes room for every story, every sacrifice, and every community that stood together against tyranny. This is how we will truly honour VE Day, not just as history, but as a living commitment to the values for which so many fought and died.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to note the sporting success in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, and to congratulate Dungannon Swifts Football Club on winning the Irish Senior Cup final in a thrilling match against Cliftonville on Saturday at Windsor Park. This was a superb achievement, with the match being decided on penalties. Every player played his part in ensuring the cup was brought back to Stangmore Park in Dungannon, and the celebrations continued right up to yesterday when the team did a tour of the town in an open-top bus. Congratulations must go to Rodney Macquarie, son of well-known Joe Macquarie, for steering this group of talented and inspirational players to victory. It has been a huge effort by all the coaching and backroom team, and thanks go to them and the many volunteers who contributed to the success of this club, which has had such a positive impact on young and old in Dungannon. I have to commend the Swift supporters for the superb atmosphere at Windsor Park on Saturday and for the decorum after the match, unlike some others which has already been referenced. Mr. Speaker, I was at the match on Saturday and I witnessed the huge celebrations that erupted at Windsor Park. This team made dreams come true for young and old and made so many across South Tyrone very proud. I have to commend the Swift supporters for the superb atmosphere at Windsor Park on Saturday and for their decorum after the match. I wish them well as they now progress to the Europa Conference League qualifying rounds and hope they can get some well-earned rest. Mr. Speaker, I would ask your indulgence if the Speaker was willing to grant a Speaker's reception for the players and the team on this wonderful occasion. If you could grant that, thank you. And on another note of congratulations, Kate McDade, a Year 12 student from Mount Lourdes in Enniskillen, has won the Irish Open silver medal in the 200-metre breaststroke while representing Enniskillen Lakelanders. Despite competing against the best swimmers in Ireland and former Olympians, Kate held on to achieve a personal best, and in a hotly contested final she secured the silver medal. This achievement is testament to her hard work and commitment to her sport, and I send my warmest congratulations. Thank you.
I'd be delighted to have Dungannon Swiss. I'd be standing on the toes of the Communities Minister who's responsible for organising such events, so perhaps that's the direction I need to head. Call Cara Hunter.
And I welcome the opportunity this morning to speak more about the crisis in NHS dentistry across Northern Ireland. Thousands of people, many of whom are my constituents, are being silently and systematically cut from one of their most basic healthcare needs, dental care. Over the past 2 years alone, more than 53,000 NHS dental patients have been removed from practice lists. This is not just a statistic, Mr. Speaker, that's 53,000 individuals, children, pensioners, low-income workers, all now unable to access the care that they were promised as part of our National Health Service. A lack of NHS contracts is causing much frustration, and in 2023, 114 dentists handed back their NHS contracts. Today, out of 360 dental practices across Northern Ireland, only 2 are fully NHS. So let that sink in. 2. That means people across my constituency, from Claudy to Dungiven, Feeney, Corrian and beyond, are ringing round dentists in desperation. One constituent I recently spoke with was shocked to receive a letter saying his dental practice would no longer offer NHS treatment. The message was blunt: go private or go elsewhere. But where, Mr. Speaker, is elsewhere? As one NHS dentist bravely said, their practice is at full capacity. The system is beyond strain. And while we are told that investment is on the way and reform is promised, patients are being left behind right now. We are not just losing services, we are witnessing the dismantling of the founding promise of the NHS, that care is based on need, not on the ability to pay. And the reality now is this: if you cannot afford a private dental plan, you're out of options. And at a time where families' budgets are so tight, no one can afford that extra £20 to £30 a month for dental care. And this is simply not just about inconvenience. This is about preventable pain, early diagnosis that is being missed, and long-term health conditions that start in the mouth but end in emergency rooms. The Department of Health says £9 million has been invested, but the British Dental Association says this falls drastically short of what is needed. Dentists themselves are walking away because they cannot survive on the current funding models. It is truly unsustainable, and for my constituents, Mr. Speaker, I feel it is unjust. I ask, is this the end of NHS dentistry in Northern Ireland? And we in the SDLP say this cannot be, and it cannot continue. We need urgent interim funding to retain what NHS provision we currently have. We need fair contracts for dentists, and of course a ministerial commitment that no citizen should be denied care based on their postcode or their purse. Oral health is not a luxury, it is a right, and it is by long over time that we treat it as such. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The World Day for Safety and Health at Work was celebrated last week. It is important to recognise the ongoing work to ensure safer, healthier workplaces. The Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland reported that there were 19 workplace fatalities across the north during the year 2022. In the same period, 239 serious injuries were recorded. According to figures for 2023, there were 10 workplace fatalities and 233 serious injuries in the workplace. Although that represents a slight reduction in the numbers, a reduction that is to be welcomed, we cannot be complacent. Those numbers remain far too high. Every life lost in the workplace is a tragedy. Each leaves a family grappling with profound and lasting loss. It is not enough for us to simply speak about workplace safety. We must act decisively. Proper investment must be made in safety systems, training and supervision. Moreover, we must foster a culture that respects and prioritises the health and safety of workers. The responsibility lies with all of us in the Assembly, especially when setting public policy, to ensure that every possible measure is taken to reduce the number of workplace accidents and fatalities significantly. No one should leave for work in the morning without the certainty that they will return home safely that evening. Therefore, I call on the Assembly to stand united in our commitment to build a safer, fairer working environment for all, regardless of the sector they are employed in or where they come from. Thank you.
Alan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just today, Sinn Féin's Danny Baker attempted to have listed on the order paper a debate to condemn my attendance at an apprentice boys' parade in Lisburn. It fooled nobody. It's not on the order paper. But I note that the Sinn Féin MLA, very keen to discuss that, Mr. Baker, hasn't shown up in the chamber today. Perhaps he's away polishing his brass neck. My colleague, Mr. Given, once said that the member shouldn't judge others by his own sectarian standards, and it appears that he is doing just that. This is a man, Sinn Féin MLA Danny Baker, who just this weekend was in attendance and among the crowd who wreaked havoc in South Belfast. What did we see? Rioting, a police car's window smashed, chants of orange bastards, IRA chants and songs, targeting a Polish war memorial, ripping apart poppy wreaths led by the Polish community, an IRA flag. What else? Danny Baker himself promoting the illegal use of flares at football games, and yet the member sought fit to deflect and try to target a parade in Lisburn where thousands of people attended, where Lisburn apprentice boys put on a fantastic display. The member is fooling nobody. The slur that he attempted to place on the community in Lisburn is nothing short of disgraceful, but it lays bare with his crass sectarian acts that he himself has engaged on time and time again. How quick has the Sinn Féin West Belfast member been to condemn the actions of NECAP, the chants of Kill Your MP? No comment from Mr. Baker in that regard. Maybe not surprising, maybe a tad embarrassing, because it was Sinn Féin's party policy to target MPs and kill them in this country for many years. We take no lectures from the party opposite when it comes to standing up and speaking out for victims of terrorism right across this community. Just at the weekend, Mr. Baker wasn't finished there. Attending, smiling next to a memorial to Bobby Sands, a man himself who planned the bombing of Balmoral Furniture Company. It is ludicrous, members. The member wants to gaslight members in this chamber and across these benches, but yet his own sectarian actions lay bare for all to see. Perhaps it's time that he came to the Assembly chamber and face up to the reality, rather than hide away and scurry about in corridors so Sinn Féin members can take their seats as British members in this state and indeed members of the Crown.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reports over the weekend of the far-right Israeli government's plans to expand and prolong its illegal occupation of Gaza is deeply concerning and tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Far from delivering peace and security, these plans will only add to the mounting civilian death toll and the destruction of the Gaza Strip. It has been more than 8 weeks since humanitarian aid entered the Gaza Strip, the longest blockade on aid since the start of the war. Children are starving and hospitals are running out of basic medications. The situation unfolding before our eyes is unconscionable, as Palestinians are subject to what is collective punishment in breach of international law. The question is, Mr. Speaker, Just how much more suffering must people in Gaza have to bear before the UK government and the international community act? The government, at a bare minimum, must suspend arms sales to Israel and recognise the State of Palestine, because it is only through a sustained ceasefire, cessation of hostilities, flow of humanitarian aid and a two-state solution, recognising the rights and dignity of both Israelis and Palestinian people, can lasting peace and security be delivered.
Colm Gilden.
Good, and I also wish to acknowledge and congratulate the Dungannon Swifts in their fantastic victory over the weekend, and to welcome the great lift that is given to the whole town. It is, as I said last week, part of a remarkable treble of cup final appearances by Dungannon, 3 Dungannon clubs, which are right beside each other. Unfortunately, the rugby club didn't get over the bar this weekend, but it was very heartening to see them out welcoming their colleagues in the soccer club home. And I also want to wish our ladies hockey club all the very best in their final, which is taking place next weekend. Agus anish I can call you my free righteous. A boil John Fimage La Donda.
Next week, members, we marks Red Cross and Red Crescent Day, and it is important that we highlight the work of those medics. They are the people who run towards danger, not away from it, in order to save people's lives. From earthquakes to war zones, their commitment never wavers. For the past year, nearly 1,600 staff and volunteers from the Palestine Red Crescent Society have been working tirelessly to provide life-saving support in Gaza. The PRCS has distributed 1.6 million emergency relief items and has provided emergency medical support to more than 100,000 people. 15 people died when 5 ambulances and a fire truck, as well as a UN vehicle, were struck one by one on the 23rd of March in El Hesheshin. The Palestine Red Crescent Society has accused Israel of targeting its staff. That is a violation of international law. The Israeli government must be held to account. Targeting those who save lives is indefensible. In marking Red Cross and Red Crescent Day, I want to commend the work of that organisation. It is a beacon of hope and safety to those in the most horrific circumstances. We must acknowledge its work, we must stand up for it, we must challenge those who target it. Thank you very much.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of people feeling very blue today. One town in particular has been painted blue and white in honour of the mighty Dungannon Swifts who beat Cliftonville in the Irish Cup final on Saturday. And what a final it was. Last time I was in the chamber congratulating Dungannon Swifts on their semi-final win, I said that there would be 90 minutes between us and getting the cup, but it turned out to be a nail-biting finish with extra time and penalties. And you could tell how much this win meant to Dungannon Swifts on Saturday. This was the first time the club lifted the trophy and certainly put to bed the disappointment of 2007 when they missed out on an Irish Cup win before. Deserving of credit is manager Rodney McAree and club chairman Keith Boyd. However, I don't think there was a prouder father in Northern Ireland on Saturday night than Joe McAree. He has been such a big part of Dungannon's journey. Rodney himself has grown up with the club, and this win is down to the dedication of these men through the years. I am absolutely delighted for them, to the captain, Dean Curry, to goal scorer John McGovern. They all deserve credit. And last night, Dungannon had a hero's welcome for them from Steinmore Park to the square in Dungannon. The streets were lined to celebrate, and they did so in style with Philomena Begley, Queen of Country herself. This achievement was hard fought for, but it has inspired a generation. And on Saturday, I put a request in to the Communities Minister that we recognise this historic win. For South Tyrone, for Dungannon, Dungannon Swifts, this will live long in the memory. So congratulations to each and every person who made it possible, and may the celebrations in Dungannon and South Tyrone continue.
Hear, hear. Honourable McBride.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge that yesterday was the 200th anniversary of the Newcastle RNLI station. The Royal National Lifeboat Institution is the largest of the lifeboat services operating around the coast of the United Kingdom, Ireland and the Channel Islands, as well as the Isle of Man, as well as some inland waterways. The station was established in 1825 at Rossglass in Dundrum Bay under the then auspices of the County Down District Association of the institution. It was moved to St John's Point Coast Guard Station, where it remained until 1843. There was no lifeboat then in Dundrum Bay until the institution placed one in Newcastle in 1854, following numerous wrecks. One particular tragedy of note was in the January of 1843, when 73 men from Newcastle and Annalong lost their lives following a storm at sea. Other incidents also included the stranding of the Great Britain in 1846, and according to old logbooks, a call-out was made to a Spitfire in the bay during the war effort of the 1940s. Currently, Newcastle Station operates 2 lifeboats, a D-class inshore lifeboat since 1994 and a Mersey-class all-weather lifeboat. And the Mersey will be retired later this year and replaced by an Atlantic 85, a state-of-the-art inshore lifeboat with a top speed well over twice that of the Mersey-class. As Newcastle is a busy coastal town with many visitors, the D-class is the busier of the Newcastle 2 lifeboats. 30 RNLI medals for gallantry have been awarded to the station, 4 gold, 19 silver and 7 bronze. However, more recently, 2 members, Shane Rice and Teresa Dennison, were awarded the Royal Humane Society for their life-saving response they made to a call of a local resident who had fallen, not at sea but in his house. These crew members attended the scene and ensured that treatment was given until medical attention was received. This saved the man's life. On Thursday past, I was able to visit and meet the crew as they took the Mersey and D-class out for their weekly practice. It requires 12 to 15 people to get the all-weather lifeboat launched on a shout, and this boat is generally launching in 10 minutes with the pagers going off. If ever a demonstration of teamwork were needed, then to witness this launch of these boats would be a good start. I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time exploring the inland and coastal waters, and I've also been lucky to not have to call out the service of the RNLI. That said, it's always been a reassurance, while not a safety blanket, or indeed an excuse for taking out with poor training or lack of skills, by any stretch that these committed men and women of the institution were in place should an unforeseen accident occur. So thank you and happy birthday to the RNLI Lifeboat Station.
Connie Egan, Ms Egan, you have about 1 minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to call for urgent action on the Queen's Parade regeneration project in my constituency of North Down, following yet another delay on construction commencing. This £50 million project was agreed 6 years ago, with agreement that the first phase would be the public realm scheme of Marine Gardens. To date, we have had nothing. But this site has been derelict for much longer. Decades, in fact. It has been derelict for longer than I have been alive. The people of Bangor and our local business community have been let down time and time again, and they have lost hope. To recap on the timeline we've endured, planning permission was granted in autumn of 2022. In January 2023, the Marine Gardens were awarded levelling up grant of £9.8 million, and the developers assured us that we were on track for works to begin in early 2024. In January 2024, we were told it would be summer of 2024. Promises were then given in September that works were to begin in October. This was pushed to November, and then January at the beginning of this year. When that deadline was missed, we were told by the end of April 2025. On the last day of April, I put a priority question into the Minister of Communities, whose department owned the land, to ask him, when will these works begin? His response said that they were more complex than anticipated. With all due respect, Minister, that will not give people of Bangor much hope. The disruption and delay cannot continue. The people of North Down deserve answers, and they deserve better than this for their city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and that brings point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder would Mr. Speaker make a ruling in relation to Jonathan Buckley's comments in relation to Danny Baker, and whether they were in violation of the standing orders around member statements which state that you can't impugn or attack another member.
Happy to look at that and take advice on it. Order, members. Nuala McAllister has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have 3 minutes to speak. I call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted this morning to present this petition to you, which is being submitted on behalf of the School Council at Ashgrove Primary School in my constituency. Not only parents of the school but the local community have signed this petition now, over 600 people, requesting that the Department of Infrastructure install a safe pedestrian crossing at Ashgrove Roundabout, entitled Deliver Safe Crossing at Ashgrove Roundabout to Protect School Kids and the Public. This is a request that came directly from the pupils who make up the school council in the primary school, who raised their concerns to me about the safety for themselves and their fellow pupils who have to cross this roundabout twice daily to attend school and return home. They invited me early one morning to walk to school with them at this roundabout. We arrived at 8:20, and upon crossing the road, I found straight away that it was a very dangerous situation. The school council joined me on the 21st of November for a meeting with the Department for Infrastructure officials at the site to show them just how difficult it can be. The pupils themselves were very eloquent in actually addressing their own issues, and indeed had their own options for a safe crossing. It's quite difficult for any person, whether you're an adult or a child. So for these children to actually assess the situation and come up with their own design, I think, is applaudable. I'm sure as an elected reps we can all understand that while we can make an argument for a particular request, you will struggle to find a stronger argument than seeing primary school children in high-vis vests explaining the dangers that they face from this busy stretch of road, often having to dash between cars. It's disappointing that the Department of Infrastructure's response so far has been that there's not enough traffic, or there has yet to be an accident at this site. This does not justify not installing a safe crossing. Whilst I understand budgetary pressures that all executive departments are under, primary school pupils should not be required to put themselves in danger each day simply to receive an education, nor should they have to wait until an incident occurs and someone gets injured or worse for action to be taken. This campaign has been a fantastic example of how children and young people can come together over a common cause to demand improvements in their local community. And I thank the School Council in Ashgrove Primary School and all the school community for their commitment to this. I would also like to thank the wider community and over 600 people who took the time to sign this petition, and everyone who has helped share on social media or with friends and family. The number of responses just shows the strength of feeling in the local community to ensure the safety of the pupils at their local primary school. Thank you.
Thank you, and I invite the member to approach the table to present her permission. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and a copy to the committee. Next item of business, I have received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a statement. Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the 1998 Act regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in tourism sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh on the 16th of April. I represented the Northern Ireland Executive and was accompanied by Minister Gordon Lyons, MLA. The Irish Government was represented by Minister Peter Burke, TD, the Minister for Enterprise, Tourism and Employment, who chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Minister Lyons, and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The Council welcomed the report of the Chair of Tourism Ireland on the work of the Board since the last NSMC tourism meeting in June 2024. Ministers noted Tourism Ireland's activity during this period, including the large number of marketing campaigns and events undertaken, ensuring seasonal spread of visits through the marketing of the island as the home of Halloween and the promotion of screen and sports tourism. The NSMC welcomed Tourism Ireland's continued focus on embedding sustainability in its marketing activities. Ministers welcomed a presentation by Alice Manser, Chief Executive of Tourism Ireland, on their marketing plans for 2025, highlighting the extensive marketing activity for the year, and noted that sustainable development is at the core of Tourism Ireland's plans for 2025. The Council noted developments on areas of tourism cooperation in relation to sustainable tourism and the newly established Joint Strategic Coordination Group. The NSMC noted the ongoing work to address climate change and loss of biodiversity within the tourism sector. Ministers noted the ongoing collaboration between the relevant tourism agencies on the shared island-funded Wild Atlantic Way and Causeway Coastal Route Tourism Brand Collaboration Project and the future shared island projects under the Shared Destinations Programme 2025 to 2030 for 3 projects across the border region: Carlingford Loch, Culca Lakelands, UNESCO Geopark and Slieve Beg, and a Tourism Ireland International Marketing and Development Programme to maximise the economic impact for each area. The NSMC approved Tourism Ireland's revised Business Plan 2024 and its Business Plan 2025 and recommended the budget grant provisions which have been agreed by both sponsor departments and finance ministers. The Council noted Tourism Ireland's annual report and accounts for 2023, which have been approved by Comptrollers and Auditors General and laid before both the Assembly and both Houses of the Oireachtas. Ministers granted consent to Tourism Ireland to pass a resolution to amend the Memorandum and Articles of Association following a review to update these documents. The NSMC noted that terms of reference for an organisational capacity review of Tourism Ireland have been approved, with the review to commence in Q2 of 2025. Ministers agreed that the implementation of any recommendation from the review will be submitted to the NSMC for approval. The Council agreed to hold its next NSMC tourism meeting in November 2025. I commend the statement to the Assembly.
Justin McDulty.
Today, Minister, this House will vote on presidential voting rights, a motion brought forward by Sinn Féin, presidential voting rights to be brought into the North, which I wholeheartedly support, and my party wholeheartedly supports. We're quite disappointed, however, Minister, that in your statements you've mentioned the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway Coastal Route and how those tourism brands will be coordinated, but there's no mention of Ireland's ancient East. And we're trying to understand why that was not tabled at the North-South Ministerial Council and where is progress on that, given that in your delivering the economic vision, a 3-year forward look at 2024 action plan, Ireland's ancient East is there as a priority for completion by January 2025. Where is the progress, Minister?
For his question, and work is continuing with all of the tourism agencies in relation to progressing the collaboration of the brands across the island. It's my understanding that Fáilte Ireland is undertaking a review of the island's ancient East brand to understand its impact and how it can be improved.
And can I thank the Minister for her question. Minister, your statement outlines that the annual accounts for Tourism Ireland have only been signed off for 2023. In light of the Audit Office's declassification of your department's annual accounts, does she share my concern that we're now 2 years past 2023 and we have not had approvals for the accounts of Tourism Ireland?
And I thank the member for his question. Obviously, it takes time for the reports to be approved by the CNAGs in both jurisdictions and laid in the various houses. So I believe that all of the processes are being followed as we would expect them to be, and that we will be seeing the accounts coming for 2024 in the near future.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can you provide an update on the extension of the Fulcha branding?
Yep. So an action within the Tourism Vision and Action Plan, as the member from from Newry and Armagh already mentioned, is to incorporate regions of the North into the Fulcha Ireland regional brands. Significant progress has been made in bringing the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway coastal route together through an ongoing shared island project, which has already included extensive research and for which applications for a small capital grant scheme are now being assessed. Discussions are at an advanced stage between Tourism NI, Tourism Ireland and Fulcha Ireland with regards to incorporating Fermanagh into Ireland's hidden heartlands, and as I mentioned to the previous member, Ireland's Ancient East is currently under review by Fulcha Ireland.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, the biggest single threat to ongoing tourism numbers coming north is the ETA, yet it hasn't been mentioned. The Open, we're coming up in the North Coast, is an incredible opportunity. We're looking at 280,000 visitors, and a high percentage of those will come through Dublin Airport. ETA is going to impact those visitors in a large number. What progress has actually happened for exceptions for Northern Ireland?
And I share the concern that the member is expressing, and it's something that I have been active on since I've come into post, and so was my predecessor. It's the issue, I suppose, with the ETA is potential to disincentivise tourism in the north, and particularly visitors who come to the south and want to travel north, that it has potential to disincentivise that, but also that it could potentially be seen as a barrier for overseas visitors when they are planning their trips. Tourism has grown substantially here in recent years, and there is considerable potential for further growth, so that is something that I think is an ambition that we would all share in terms of trying to promote, and this is a rather big fly in the ointment. I see tourism as a key priority, and as you've mentioned, 67% of our overseas visitors come via the south, and so I have been making representations to the British Government, as you would expect me to do, and I have asked for a meeting with the relevant Minister from the Home Office. I hope that meeting will be forthcoming in the near future.
Thank you for your questions so far. I was going to ask you about Ireland's hidden heartlands, and I'm assured that that is being kept in development. But just following your meeting with the North-South Ministerial Council, can I ask, Minister, if the divergence in VAT has been discussed between the two areas, north and south?
And again, this is an issue that I have expressed real concerns over, and the potential for the South to reduce its VAT further in the hospitality and tourism sectors is something that would be concerning. So we have made representations to the British Government, and it's something I have engaged with colleagues in relation to the impact on a north-south basis. So it's something that I, along with the Finance Minister, will be keeping on the agenda, and I know it was something that was reflected by the business community as well very strongly, and I met with some tourism providers in Fermanagh, and it was a key concern that they were expressing, so it's something that I will be continuing to raise in all of my engagements.
Emma Sheeran.
And I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, I wonder if you could provide some detail on what is in the Tourism Ireland business plan for this year, 2025.
I think. the member for the question. The business plan has been completed in accordance with agreed guidance issued by both departments with responsibility for public expenditure. The business plan focuses on increasing the value of overseas tourism to Ireland by 5.6% per year on average over the next 6 years to 2030, and within that there is an enhanced target of 6.5% revenue growth on average each year for the North, specifically recognising the upward potential ahead. Sustainability remains at the heart of the business plan for 2025, with a focus on sustainably supporting economies, communities and the environment whilst inspiring visitors to come to the island. Tourism Ireland will continue to focus on higher revenue per carbon markets, with the commitment to more sustainable tourism supported by a dedicated slow tourism environmentally friendly itineraries.
Jan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, Tourism Ireland's remit is to increase tourism to the island of Ireland and to support Northern Ireland to realise its tourism potential. Can I ask the Minister for her assessment of the way forward for Northern Ireland realising its tourism potential in the Mourne Mountain area, with £30 million of City Deal money now currently at risk?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And obviously, this is something that we only became aware of last week. That unfortunately, the National Trust didn't feel that they could continue within the project. So obviously it will be for Council in the first instance to bring forward other proposals and to work as part of the Belfast Region City Deal Group in terms of bringing forward proposals as to how to utilise the funding that is available to it. And as a department we will support them in those efforts.
For her statement today, and Minister, I noted in your statement welcoming addressing sustainability challenges. What actions are being taken to help our tourism sector become more sustainable?
And I thank the member for his question, and it's a focus that is being brought by Tourism Ireland in terms of its work, and there is significant interest from consumers, as you would expect, in terms of when they're making their plans to travel, that they will be looking at what the potential impact on the environment is, and more and more people are trying to assess that as they're making their plans. So it's something that's also reflected in the Tourism Vision and Action Plan that the Department has brought forward and developed in partnership with the industry here in the North. I'd be happy to write to the member with some more detail in relation to the specific actions within it.
Hall Boylan.
I could thank the Minister for her statement, but could the Minister just could ask her how is the local tourism sector performing for Mill Market?
Yeah. And I thank the member for his question. Tourism here and across the island has grown substantially in recent years, and there is considerable potential for further growth. As I mentioned already, Tourism Ireland is targeting an average of 5.6% revenue growth for overseas tourism year on year to 2030, and specifically for the North a target of 6.5% year on year. Growth. With ambitions for the longer term, Tourism Ireland envisages overseas tourism, specifically to the North, that it can double to 1.3 billion by 2035. 2025 obviously will be a really important year for Gulf, with the Open taking place at Portrush this summer, bringing thousands of visitors and showcasing our beautiful landscape to 500 million households across 150 countries. Partnerships to promote the destination at scale overseas are underway with media. In 2023, spend by overseas visitors to the North had reached 672 million, demonstrating recovery compared to pre-COVID 2019 of 15%. The majority of tourism spend in the North is sourced from incoming overseas visitors, about 56%. Of the 70,000 tourism jobs across the North, around 6 out of 10 depend on overseas tourism. Tourism is one of the largest shared Indigenous industries across the island, with 70% of tourism jobs outside of Belfast or Dublin. It is a crucial economic driver for rural communities.
Guy Middleton.
I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, in your statement you refer to Ministers granting consent to Tourism NI to amend the Memorandum and Articles of Association. Can you outline, Minister, why that was necessary, and also why a capacity review of Tourism Ireland is required?
And I thank the member for his question. The changes to amend the Memorandum and Articles of Association into a constitution in line with Irish company law, as they hadn't been updated since Tourism Ireland's inception. The impact of that is purely administrative, and updating the names of the relevant organisations where they had changed. For example, Tourism NI had changed from the Northern Ireland Tourist Board, so it was changes like that. The only operational impact relates to how the Board of Director meetings can be called or held to allow for electronic notification and for meetings to be held by video or online meetings. In relation to the capacity review, it's to the capacity review aims to evaluate and enhance the current operational structure, resources, capabilities and effectiveness of Tourism Ireland. The review will consider staffing levels, structure, locations and the skills base of the teams, and it's important to note that any recommendations in relation to the outcome of that review would come back to the NSMC for approval if they fall into the remit of the NSMC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, late last week I met with the group of local vintners, and I must declare an interest. I'm also director of a hospitality company. Those vintners expressed deep concern about the challenges facing the sector in relation to increased costs or in energy, increase in rates, and also wider challenges in trying to compete with tourism hotspots like the city of Derry if you're from Strabane, or Fermanagh if you're living in Omagh and operating a business. You've outlined that there has been discussions in the South in relation to a reduction in VAT, and you've also on numerous occasions said that you've had discussions with the British Government about a potential reduction for hospitality here in Northern Ireland. But what has actually happened to progress those discussions, and has there been any indication at all from the British Government that that would be favourable? And if not, what is your department willing to do to throw a lifeline to the hospitality businesses that are deeply struggling right across Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member for his question, and I recognise the challenges that he is outlining. Obviously, when I'm speaking to businesses myself, they are expressing similar concerns. As he will know, when I was Finance Minister, I initiated a cost of doing business research project, which I anticipate will be published in the near future. And part of the rationale for initiating that research was to have an evidential base to engage with the British Treasury in respect of the issues that are being reflected to us as local representatives on a daily basis. So I think that as part of the upcoming spending review, there is an opportunity there to make that case again. But we are dealing with the British Treasury here, and some of the decisions that they have made in recent months, I don't think any of us in this chamber would agree with. So that's what we have to bear in mind. We will make as strong a case as we possibly can, and it's our job and my job as Economy Minister for the North to be championing issues on behalf of our businesses, and I will continue to do that.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, I am surprised to see nothing in this statement about the semi-quincentennial of the US independence. What is Tourism Ireland doing to promote the Chester Alan Arthur ancestral home in Cullybecky, or that Dervick was home to the paternal ancestors of William McKinley, who was the 25th President of the USA?
And I thank the member for his question. That's not something that had come up as part of the discussions at this meeting. I'm sure the member can write to me and ask for some of that information, and I'd be happy to provide it.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you've rightly said you need an evidence base to engage with the UK Government on VAT.
You'll also need an evidence base to stand, hopefully with the Irish Government, against the pernicious ETA, which is an existential risk to tourism, cross-border tourism. It wasn't mentioned in the statement, as has previously been said, which is concerning. Can I ask, are there any specific actions being committed to monitoring the impact of ETA through talking to tour operators? Is Tourism Ireland focusing that? What is the specific output? Because we need evidence to understand what impact this is having.
And I thank the member for his question, and that is something that we are doing through the department. We are engaging, as you would expect us to do, with all relevant partners in the sector, and collating information so that we do have a case to make when we are in discussions with the Home Office. And as I said, I am hopeful that we will be meeting with the relevant minister there in the near future. I will be continuing to highlight the challenges that are facing the sector here. I think in the immediacy there was concerns about what the potential impact is, but what we are now beginning to see is the actual impact and things that are being reported, and it is, as you have rightly said, it's important to collate that information, and we are.
That concludes questions to the Minister. I have received notification from the Minister for Economy for a further statement. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the NI Act 1998 regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Trade and Business Development sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh on the 16th of April 2025. Minister Gordon Lyons, MLA, and I represented the Executive, and I chaired the meeting. The Irish Government was represented by Peter Berg TD, Minister for Enterprise, Tourism and Employment. This statement has been agreed with Minister Lyons, and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The NSMC welcomed the overall achievements of Intertrade Ireland since the previous sectoral meeting in October 2024, including achieving a business development value of £115 million in 2024, well in excess of its target. Ministers acknowledged the valuable support that Intertrade Ireland has provided for small and medium-sized companies through its trade and development programmes, such as the Acumen programme, Go to Tender programme, and the advice and support provided through the Trade Hub. The Council recognised the positive impact of the innovation and technology programmes administered by Intertrade Ireland, such as the Collaborative Innovation Pathway, which has provided support to over 900 SMEs. Ministers noted Intertrade Ireland's ongoing research work, which includes the recently launched report, The Changing Nature of Trade on the Island of Ireland, and the completed research into the business development ecosystem. The NSMC noted that Intertrade Ireland is leading on the delivery of the Women's Entrepreneurship and Clustering strands of the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme, with the launch of 8 pilot programmes for women entrepreneurs in 2024. Planning is also underway for the Global TCI, the Competitiveness Institute, Cluster Conference in Dublin in October 2025. The Council noted that Intertrade Ireland hosted a successful venture capital conference in Dublin in March 2025 for almost 900 attendees, which highlighted current sources of equity funding and provided a collaborative environment for innovation. The Council approved the Intertrade Ireland 2025 business plan and recommended the budget grant provision. The NSMC noted Intertrade Ireland's annual report and accounts for 2022, which have been certified by the Comptrollers and Auditors General and laid before the Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. The annual report and accounts for 2023 will be laid shortly. Ministers noted the work taken forward by Intertrade Ireland as it leads on the women's entrepreneurship element of the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme. The Council welcomed the presentations from entrepreneurs who have benefited from the supports provided by the Women's Entrepreneurship pilot programmes. The NSMC appointed a board member to the board of the Trade and Business Development Body, i.e. Intertrade Ireland. Ministers welcomed the presentation by Everrose on offshore wind and hydrogen opportunities on the island of Ireland and noted the opportunities available through joint working to deliver mutual benefits in line with the economic and decarbonisation strategies of both jurisdictions. The Council agreed to hold its next NSMC Trade and Business Development meeting in November 2025. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Minister. First question, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker, Minister, my party are probably the strongest supporters of Strand 2 in this chamber. We championed the creation of the North-South Ministerial Council, but I'm afraid you've given us an update on trade and business matters on the island of Ireland without mentioning dual market access and our unique proposition, which is apparently a priority for your department, or indeed the tariff crisis that is creating a global trade war. People won't take the NSMC seriously if you have meetings and these things aren't even talked about, let alone brought back to the Assembly. Was either our dual market access or the escalating global trade war even discussed at this meeting? And if not, why not?
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. And yes, both issues were discussed. The agenda had been agreed in advance of the tariffs issue, and it was something that was reflected in my comments strongly, and our concerns about the potential impact on the island as a whole and the north specifically in relation to tariffs. And I have established a tariff working group which the member will be aware of, and which Intertrade Ireland are represented on, and will be engaging with Intertrade Ireland and ministers in the south, as I am with British ministers, in relation to the tariffs and the understanding what the potential impact and implications are as the situation continues to develop over the next number of weeks. In relation to dual market access, that is a significant driver for our local economy, and it's something that Intertrade Ireland and Invest NI obviously have a role to play in helping to support businesses to maximise the potential opportunities that are there, and again that is something that was discussed and raised.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, your statement rightly highlights the Ernst Young report that was published earlier this year, which clearly highlights the importance of the UK internal market to businesses here in Northern Ireland. Can I ask, does her department understand the difference between an all-island economy and all-island trade? And in that context, does she and her party now regret championing the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Minister.
I think that the fact that we have an all-island economy is undeniable. We have highly integrated supply chains across this island, something that was significantly recognised in terms of the negotiations that led to the protocol and to now the Windsor framework. I think that it is something that has a huge potential benefit from us in terms of the ability to localise our supply chains, and particularly when we are in a time of global uncertainty. That's something that we should be looking to understand where our supply chains are and how we can support businesses to develop those. So I have no regrets in terms of championing the North economy, the all-island economy, and the need to recognise and protect that we do have highly integrated supply chains across this island, and North-South trade that must be protected. I equally recognise that our trade with Britain is really important as well, and that is why we do need to get minimisation of frictions north-south and east-west, and that is something that I, as Minister, will continue to work on.
Sheeran.
Minister, can I ask if Intertrade Ireland's programme will remain current in the new economic landscape?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. Intertrade Ireland has confirmed its programmes and key activities in the 2023-25 corporate plan are not only relevant but also key to the assistance that cross-border SMEs need to grow. Intertrade Ireland continues to make a valuable contribution through its trade and development programmes for small and medium-sized companies trading across the border and in both jurisdictions. As I have reflected in comments to other members, I think that the role that Intertrade Ireland plays in helping businesses from here perhaps take the first step in terms of exporting, but also in being able to develop their supply chains across the island, to being able to maximise the benefits of dual market access. They are particularly well placed to do that. I also think they have a key role in supporting us to understand the impact of tariffs and in our response to that.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. In your statement, you've mentioned that Industry Ireland has exceeded their targets, which is really positive news to have an economic body working and delivering for us. It's essential that we work together on opportunities across the island for the benefit of everyone. And a live issue, you've named a couple of them there, but it's the delivery of renewables and the offshore and hydrogen. But given Intertrade has exceeded targets, should we not be showing greater ambition for sharing the island? Should we be delivering greater economic benefits through setting higher targets, allocating further budget to Intertrade, or are we controlling ambition and delivery?
Minister. And I thank the member for his question. And one of the things that that we had presented to us at the NSMC was research that was undertaken by Eva Rose on the potential for offshore wind. So I think that that is something that Intertrade Ireland are going to put an increasing focus on over the current year, and we'll be looking at further research programmes in renewables areas, including offshore wind and hydrogen. And I do think that there is potential across the island, and they are also, as you know, responsible for some of the cluster funding that is coming via, or for the delivery of cluster funding that is coming via the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme. And again, I think there are opportunities within that work to look at how we, as an island, can maximise the potential that there is in the renewables sector.
Victor Lardy.
Last Minister, thank you for your statement. And in it you've mentioned clustering. Can you outline for us some of the purposes of that clustering and some of the benefits of it as well? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. The concept of clustering is based on the idea that companies benefit from mutual support, knowledge exchange and innovation, ultimately enhancing the competitiveness of the members of the cluster. It is an important role for Intertrade Ireland in exploring future cross-border opportunities. As I just mentioned to Mr Honeyford, there are a number of areas of the economy where we have potential to further develop on an all-island basis, and I think that Intertrade Ireland is well placed to support that work. Clustering can support in businesses become more innovative and more productive, very much aligning with the principles of my economic vision.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, I want to ask how you were provided assurance as to the accuracy and validity of the figures on the business value achieved in 2024, given that the last audited and published accounts for 2022, with the 2023 coming to be laid, including some detail on where the report is of £115 million of business development value exceeding target, what the target was, how much it was exceeded by, especially given that the amount achieved in 2022 was actually £119 million.
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. I'm not sure I have the detail that she has asked for in front of me, so I will be happy to share that with the member. As the member will be aware, the Assembly wasn't sitting for a number of years, and that has held up the processing in terms of some of the laying of accounts, and it is why we have a bit of a backlog there. So that's something that obviously is being addressed, and we are moving through those various accounts for different north-south bodies being laid as required.
Peter McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, you mentioned during your statement about the vital work around supporting women entrepreneurs, including the 8 pilot programmes Intertrade Ireland led in 2024. Can I ask for your assessment of that work and when they'll be evaluated?
Yeah, and I thank the member for the question, and this is an area of work that I am particularly excited about. I think that we have a lot of work to do in encouraging female entrepreneurship and closing the gap that there is there in relation to female entrepreneurs and their ability to access support and importantly finance. and the work that was undertaken in 2024 under Intertrade Ireland was a number of pilot programmes. So there is €8 million within the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme, which is specifically targeted towards female entrepreneurship. And we heard from two female entrepreneurs and academics actually who had benefited as being participants of some of the pilot programmes, and their testimony as to the effectiveness of those programmes was quite something. So Intertrade Ireland is evaluating the pilot programmes with a view to rolling out further programmes in the coming year. So there will be more, I suppose, announcements and more to talk about in relation to that in the near future.
And Minister, you've kind of touched on this on your previous answer, but what programmes will Intertrade Ireland be focusing on in the coming year?
Thank the member for her question. As well as some of the work that I have already referred to, Intertrade Ireland will seek to take forward their ambitious plans such as an economic policy forum and continuing to build upon the success of the trade hub. They will also look to develop and undertake further research programmes. I mentioned some of them to Mr Honeyford already, including on offshore wind and hydrogen, artificial intelligence and digital transformation, services, trade and sectoral ecosystem research. So they are coming to the end of their current business plan, and they will be developing their corporate plans for 26 to 2028. So that work will be going on over the course of this year as well.
Justin McNulty.
Does the Minister agree that the Intertrade Ireland should be rightly proud of their achievements since their formation, outperforming their own expectations often, and it's been powerfully positive to see? And would the Minister agree with me that extolling and building on the successes of bodies such as Intertrade Ireland, which provides significant enhancement to people's lives across the board, represents a more inclusive and constructive way of building support for a new United Ireland, rather than a narrow approach with a tribal focus always?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and I would agree with the sentiment behind it. I think Intertrade Ireland have been successful. If you look at the huge increases there have been in cross-border trade over the past 25 years since their inception, and I do think that they are well placed to support businesses and to support the development of the all-island economy, and that is something that certainly I'm happy to work with them on.
Timothy Gaston.
Minister, your statement says Ministers noted Intertrade Ireland's ongoing research work, which includes the recently launched report, The Changing Nature of Trade on the Island of Ireland. I understand the report is to focus on domestic trade developments, namely Brexit, the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Windsor Framework. Some unionists said they returned to this chamber because the government said the all-Ireland economy was no more. Minister, can you spell out how trade has changed on the island of Ireland because of the protocol?
Sure.
And I thank the member for his question. And I think, as I have reflected to Mr McNulty, over the past 25 years we've seen enhanced trade across the island, and that has further developed since the introduction of the protocol. And I would say that Brexit created barriers. It created barriers for businesses here. It created barriers for businesses in Britain, and they are facing significant challenges in relation to their own trade, and that is reflected in the export statistics that we see, where we are well outperforming Britain, and we have seen enhanced trade across this island, both north to south and south to north, over the past number of years following the introduction of the protocol, and that's just a matter of fact.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement from the Minister for the Economy. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement, and I call the Minister. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. Members may be aware that I am already on record with my analysis of my department's budget, an analysis which says it represents a quadruple challenge. Number one, spend the money wisely on waiting lists, 2, mitigate the damage to other services from the Executive's decision to ring-fence 165 million of the existing budget for waiting lists. Number 3, press on with the reform of healthcare delivery. And number 4, balance the books. Today, I put a primary focus on the first challenge. I'm sure every member of this House agrees. We need to bring a sense of urgency to tackling the unacceptable waiting lists across a number of specialties. Far too many patients are waiting far too long for assessment and for treatment, and that's right across Northern Ireland. Our waiting lists are truly appalling. And a genuine desire to improve that was one of the motivating factors for the MLAs I represent as a party in wanting to take up the challenge of coming back into this department. When taking office as Minister of Health just over 11 months ago, I also stated that tackling those waiting lists was going to be one of my main areas of focus. And I've been clear to executive colleagues that in order to deal with the backlog, it will take unprecedented levels of intervention, action, support, investment, and it will take time. The plan to tackle our elective care waiting lists is the elective care framework that was updated and published again in May of last year. It outlines how we need to invest in capacity building and take action to clear the backlog of patients. And it's in that context that I today announce a series of initiatives to reduce waiting times. The central focus of these plans is on reducing long waits for care and treatment that affect all of us here in Northern Ireland. Now, we could devote time and energy today to discussing how we got here, with roots stemming from a series of decisions taken over a decade ago. But as I've said previously, that will not improve the outcome of a single patient. So let's instead focus on the future. Now, while the budget for this year remains under extreme constraint, today's announcement reflects the Executive's ring-fencing of up to £215 million in this year's budget for waiting list activities. This investment is something which I, of course, welcome, not least as it's what I and my immediate predecessor have repeatedly called for over a year. But to be clear, the vast majority of this £215 million investment is not new, it's not additional investment. Instead, there's 50 million of additional allocation to the health budget, and that 50 million is very welcome. But the remaining 165 has had to be found from within existing allocation, and this will inevitably have unavoidable consequences for wider health and social care provision. And, Deputy Speaker, I must be honest, my ability to both fund reform and balance the Department of Health's budget by the 31st of March next. But as this was an executive-wide decision, I hope to get the support of my executive colleagues in managing the challenge. So in the coming weeks, my department will publish detailed plans and assessments on the financial pressures this year and the measures that will need to be taken in both the short and the medium terms. Let me make clear, I fully support the Executive's decision to prioritise waiting lists. I believe this provides a sharper focus, targeted in a way to have an effective impact on waiting lists. It would have been preferable, of course, to do so through additional funding and in a much more strategic and planned manner, but we are where we are. And this statement is about setting an outline for the actions that we are proposing. I know members will rightly want more details on cost projections, on outcomes for patients, and on timetables. And more detail will be provided later this month in an implementation plan for my department's elective care framework. But I know there is significant interest already among not only MLAs but also patients, and that's why I'm making this statement today ahead of the publication of that implementation plan. In general, then, we will invest across 3 areas. 1, red flag and time-critical services. 2, capacity building. And 3, backlog clearance. For red flag and time-critical treatments, investment will be made to expand core capacity across a number of high-risk specialties. This will help make these services more sustainable and reduce reliance on the independent sector. For capacity building, the initial focus will be on those areas where the infrastructure is already in place so that we can utilise all available resources. For example, on-commissioned theatres or unused scanning sessions, Significant reforms and improvements have already been made in recent years on the development of elective care centres right across Northern Ireland, and I expect this investment will further accelerate that. With so many patients waiting for so long, I've told my department I want every single opportunity and every single inch of capacity to be utilised. Given the current significant levels of waiting list initiative spend on endoscopy and diagnostic imaging, HSE core capacity in these areas will be expanded in the first instance, with further investment in other areas including urology, breast surgery, dermatology and cardiac surgery. Other areas where capacity will be expanded include trauma services. Expanding trauma capacity will improve performance against the 48-hour hip fracture target and the 7-day access target for all other fractures. Increasing trauma capacity should have a benefit for orthopaedic capacity, as one is often offset against the other in terms of crisis. Turning to the waiting list backlog, our first step in this journey will be a focus on our current waits of over 4 years for assessment and for treatment. Building the workforce and the infrastructure required to sustainably reduce the length of time patients are waiting will take time, and clearly independent sector capacity will be required to help in this regard. The HSC will need to be sufficiently agile to allow the timely issue of contracts to existing and new independent sector providers. Partnership working with the independent sector will include outsourcing to their facilities and expansion of insourcing contracts across a number of general specialties, including ophthalmology, cataracts, orthopaedics, general surgery, gynecology and ENT. I also intend to expand primary care elective services where there are long waiting times for assessment, and this is in areas such as dermatology, minor surgery and gynecology. It's estimated £2.9 million would allow the service to see and treat approximately 16,500 patients this financial year. In addition, I've decided to allocate £10 million towards mega clinics to help an estimated 20,000 additional patients. Mega clinics, as members will be aware, provide groups of patients with a one-stop shop, which can involve, for example, surgical review and anaesthetic preoperative assessment in a single appointment. Other initiatives for the year ahead involve targeting long waits of 4 years or more, including hip, knee and other orthopaedic treatments, tonsillectomies, hernia treatment, gallbladder removal and colonoscopy. Funding will also be targeted at those specialist procedures where there are long waits, impacting particularly for women or children. This would include women waiting on gynecology mesh removal procedures and children waiting for procedures such as peg tube fitting, squints and scoliosis procedures. The role of the voluntary sector in healthcare cannot be understated, and I'm pleased there's already a strong partnership between this sector and my department. This is something I'm keen to expand and build on further, to promote and develop initiatives that provide support to those on waiting lists, and in that context, work is underway by my department to deliver a £500,000 Waiting Well programme to support those on waiting lists, and a £1 million Cancer Charities programme to deliver cancer work in the community to reduce pressures on statutory services. Addressing the current waiting times and the associated capacity gap will also require an increased focus on demand management, also an expansion of core capacity, coupled with an increase in productivity and efficiency. And my department will work across the primary and secondary care interface to ensure patients are being managed in the most appropriate setting and capacity is being expanded on a sustainable basis across the HSC. While improvements in efficiency and productivity have been made by trusts in recent years, there still remains scope to secure further gains by optimising the resource available to trusts. It's imperative trusts ensure that appropriate focus is given to deliver service improvements with implementation of good practice across the patient pathway to help drive improved quality, equity and efficiency. An expansion of preoperative assessment capacity to ensure patients are fit and ready for treatment will be another important area for investment. I would remind members, Deputy Speaker, that investment at this level will need to be sustained for at least 5 years to bring hospital waiting times down to acceptable levels. Building our workforce and the infrastructure required to sustainably reduce our lists will take a collective effort. I also plan to establish a waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme. I know how important it is to have this scheme up and running as quickly as possible, and for that reason the scheme will be initiated on a phased approach, and an initial £10 million will be invested. The scheme will commence in June of this year. It will give patients who are ordinarily resident in Northern Ireland and are on an HSC treatment waiting list the option to seek and pay for treatment in the private sector and have the cost reimbursed up to the cost of the treatment by the HSC here in Northern Ireland. The first phase will allow reimbursements for treatment in the Republic of Ireland. The second phase will see the geographical scope of the scheme extended to all European Union countries. Now, by opening up the scheme to the EU, patients will have a greater range of providers to choose from. I want to ensure the scheme targets those patients who've been waiting a long time for treatment. Therefore, in line with the strategic direction to target long waiters, patients will be able to access the reimbursement scheme if they've waited on an HSC treatment waiting list for 2 years or more. I hope the Assembly will enthusiastically support my focus on the longest waits and on delayed treatment for our youngest in society. Today's statement is the first in a series of announcements. As I've said, an implementation plan will follow later this month, and I can assure members I've relayed to my department the urgency at which progress must be made. Deputy Speaker, we are only in the foothills of what will be a long uphill trek, and it's long past time we began. So I'm very pleased to be the Minister to make this start, but it will require future ministers, future executives and future assemblies to maintain the course. Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Minister, Colin McGrath for the first question.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for the statement, and of course we welcome anything that can be done to address waiting times. I am concerned, though, that the statement continues to rely on outside providers over whom we have no control, is repurposing existing staff complements when unions tell us that they already work to the bone, and some of whom already work in the private sector, and all underpinned by the mere 50 million extra at a time when the trusts are still being asked to make even more savings. And also, Mr Deputy Speaker, with Encompass now in place, we often can't get access to the information to get up-to-date figures on waiting times, waiting lists, or even the number of beds. Will you, Minister, commit to publishing monthly the number of patients at the start of the month that are waiting, the numbers treated each month, the number of new patients each month, and the number of patients waiting at the end of the month, so that we can see that these initiatives from this executive are working?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I mean, Encompass is a marvellous system, and it does need time to bed in, and I know there's a frustration. I feel it too when some trusts are not able to report the data that we would like to see. But in terms of his substantive point, of course I want to be open and transparent in terms of what we are doing with £215 million, and I would have thought at least a monthly update would be appropriate.
Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome, Minister, your statement today, particularly around the initial £10 million for the waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme that hopefully should commence in June for people who have waited for a HSC treatment waiting list for the last 2 years. Just in relation to the expansion of primary care elective services, where there are long waiting lists, particularly for assessment and gynaecology, could you possibly give a breakdown of that 2.9 million and what will be allocated to gynaecology, and particularly how many people it would impact? And then just secondly, if you'll indulge me, just in relation to building the workforce and infrastructure, will you consider looking at specialised endometriosis service and commission a specialist service? Thank you.
The Minister answers. The members are reminded on long preambles and more than one question. Minister.
Okay, well, I thank the member for, there were two questions there. In terms of the 2.9 million, that would be 16,500 patients that we hope to treat. It will be for the implementation plan to break that down further, so that is something that you should be able to study by the end of this calendar month. In terms of commissioning new services, that is not on my agenda, with the exception of that waiting list reimbursement scheme, which is pretty much son of the previous Republic of Ireland reimbursement scheme, the 10 million, but as I say, it's going to be expanded beyond the Republic to all European Union countries. But I still have that quadruple challenge in terms of mitigating the 165 million, which is now being ring-fenced for waiting lists, funding the reform, because if we don't do the reform, you can spend money on waiting lists and bring them down, but if you don't reform, once you've spent the money, the waiting lists go back up. So I'm afraid introducing new services is not top of the agenda at this time.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Tackling waiting lists is important, but obviously I want to see SWA at the top of the list in terms of commissioning that theatre space. So what actively is the Minister and his department doing to ensure that the SWA does have that extra commissioned theatre space? Because we want to see elective surgery bolstered there.
Mr.
I thank the member for her question. As I've said before, previously, tackling the waiting list will require a cocktail of actions. So you have the cross-border scheme, which is now being turned into a waiting list reimbursement scheme European-wide by the time it's fully functional. There will be a requirement to use the independent sector. But the first protocol is to see what more we can do in terms of our own health and social care system. And one of the first things I said to officials when we were made aware that up to £215 million was being made available and ring-fenced for tackling waiting lists. One of the first points I made was, in the South West Acute Hospital, there are 2 wards and 2 theatres that are not yet commissioned. I want us to look at how we maximise the capacity to use those going forward.
Senator McAllister.
Minister for his statement and do welcome the actions that he has outlined so far. It's really important that we tackle waiting lists, particularly for long waiters and those who are on critical and red flag lists. However, we often hear at committee that there are people who are on multiple lists across multiple trusts. And so I want to ask what assessment has taken place around the current state of those waiting lists, including the use of implementing a regional waiting list service such as that for breast cancer, but for other specialties too.
I thank the member for a question. I would just make clear that in terms of regional standardised services, that's something I want right across health and social care delivery. As I've said to the chairs and the chief execs of the trusts right from the very beginning, you may be 5 geographically located trusts, but in my mind, you're operating as one trust. And that, I think, is very important in terms of that standardisation and regionalisation so that we don't have a postcode lottery. Was there another point that I've missed? Sorry?
Through the chair, please.
Of their regional implementation.
Minister.
Well, obviously, we'll be open and transparent in terms of measuring the effectiveness of any implementation plan. I mean, this is big money. These are people who are either extremely vulnerable and or have been waiting for far too long on waiting lists. It is extremely important to me that everybody, not just the members of this House, but every citizen of Northern Ireland understands how well implementation is being carried out right across health and social care delivery.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today's statement will be hugely welcome news for many of the people on a waiting list right across Northern Ireland. The Minister uses the word urgency in a statement. Can he give a commitment that his department is approaching and will continue to approach this issue with the urgency that patients and staff and that he particularly will want to see?
Well, I thank the member for that question. I hope I can give him that assurance. I mean, the fact is this is May 2025. We are due to have an Assembly election in May 2027. So I have to proceed on the basis that I have a maximum of 2 years left as the Minister of Health. As the member knows, we have a new permanent secretary in Mike Farrar. He is going to be with us for at least a year. I am hopeful that we can extend that to 2 years so that we can work together to try and deliver on the quadruple challenge that I've outlined. And to do that within 24 months, the bottom line is you have to approach everything you do with utmost urgency.
Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for your answers so far. Just in relation to then, obviously we know the very concerning waiting times for cancer referral, diagnosis and treatment, and I'm just wondering if you can give us some detail on how the combined initiatives will begin to have a positive impact on waiting times and how impactful they will be in bringing waiting times back within target in relation to all cancers.
Minister.
I thank the member for her interest in cancer, which is another area of focus that I identified 11 months ago when I took up post. I mean, there's 85 million within that 215, which is going to be for red flag and time-sensitive matters, and that will include cancer care. It will take, as I've said, up to 5 years, I think, to get all the lists back to acceptable levels, and that includes the various cancers. But in terms of giving you more detail, that will be in the implementation plan. You will have that, you should have that before the end of the month.
Ellen Dodds.
Speaker. And thank you, Minister. This is a welcome statement. I think it says all of the right things. But of course, we need to see the plan and how it will be implemented, and that will be the most important one. Can I take you to the waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme? And I am going to rehearse a question that I've asked many times before on this. This scheme will allow a reimbursement for someone who wants to go to Dublin, Galway or wherever to have their hip fixed if they've been on an HSC waiting list for longer than 2 years. But that assumes that that person can get that money up front and can pay for that money. What about the person who's been on an HSC waiting list for 8 years? And I got a letter from the Chief Executive of the Western Trust that told me the average time for hip replacement there, routine, was 9 years. What about that person that's on that waiting list for a very long time that can't get that money and won't be able to access the scheme? How is this bringing equality to the health provision in Northern Ireland? And what can we do about that? Because I think that that is hugely important. Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for her question. The first thing to say is that waiting list reimbursement scheme is just one of a number of mechanisms, as I've outlined in my remarks. It's part of a cocktail which will involve using the HSC capacity to expand that, private, the independent sector. So it will be a cocktail. I would point out to the member that the budget for that waiting list reimbursement scheme is 10 million. That means there's another 205 million, or up to 205 million, to be used within the HSC and the independent sector. But I do agree there is an equity issue, because you have to be able to afford the treatment outside of our jurisdiction to be able to claim it back. And to be clear to members, we only reimburse what the cost of the procedure would have been under the HSC. It doesn't cover travel, it doesn't cover accommodation, and it doesn't cover travel with, say, a partner. So it's a good scheme, and what I would just say in conclusion to the member is, if you had seen my mailbag over the last 11 months, nearly every member of this House has called for the reinstatement of the cross-border scheme. So it's been done according to the will of this House.
Only.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his statement today. Certainly there is a lot in it. While the ambition is welcome, but it is concerning that mental health services are noticeably absent. The Minister will be aware that thousands of people across Northern Ireland are suffering on mental health waiting lists for treatments and even for assessment. Can the Minister confirm whether mental health provision will be included in forthcoming investment and reform programmes?
I thank the member for the question. I think he's aware that I've always campaigned on mental health issues since being elected a number of years ago. So yes, I am aware that is an area that we have yet to address. I know my remarks did not cover that area. I would just assure the member that doesn't mean it's not going to be covered, or that I've lost, in some way, lost interest. I recognise it's a very important area, and we will look to do what we can over the course of the next 11 months.
Robinson.
Speaker, like all Assembly members, I welcome the Minister's statement in the House today. Minister, can you indicate to those who I represent What benefits will this investment plan bring to Causeway Hospital, specifically in using theatres or scanners and in it becoming an elective hub?
Sir.
I thank the member for his question. I did mention the SWA. I think the Causeway as well is somewhere where I want to see a significant amount of this money invested. Also Daisy Hill, because I have to say to members, no hospital is going to be closing on my watch. We need every square yard, every square metre of available HSC space. And that's not just for dealing with these unacceptably long waiting lists. It's for a great number of procedures. And I do think the theory, the principle of separating emergency and elective surgery is a very sound one, because it means there should be a minimum number of cancellations and a maximum number of efficiencies and productivity. And I look forward to updating the member in more detail about what part of the 215 million will be going to the Causeway.
McGuigan.
I welcome the statement, Minister, and I welcome your and the Executive's commitment to reducing the number of patients on our unacceptably high waiting lists. You have highlighted the waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme, which will allow patients from the north to seek treatment in the south and eventually across the EU, with the cost of that treatment reimbursed by the HSE. So obviously I welcome this initiative. I will be one of those MLAs whose letters are in your inbox asking for it to be started again, so I welcome that it will begin in June. I agree with the equity issue, and I would urge the Minister to look at that. He has said he has set aside 10 million, 2 years on the waiting list. Will he ensure that that 10 million is fully spent, even if that means reducing below the 2-year target that he has set?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his comments. In terms of the question, I cannot guarantee the spending of the 10 million, because it will be spent when people come forward and ask to be included in the initiative. So if, I mean, this will never happen, but if nobody came forward, then the 10 million would have to be reallocated. I would imagine we will not have a particular difficulty in spending that 10 million this financial year, but we shall see.
Anna Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today and for the work he's doing to reduce waiting lists. Minister, I previously joined you on a visit to South West Acute Hospital, and during that engagement I do recall you specifically asked to see the uncommissioned theatre space, and like the fellow MLA Ms Erskine from Anna South Tyrone, can you detail how soon the capacity will be utilised? It would not only help a great number of patients on waiting lists, but would also be a further clear illustration of confidence in the long-term future of South West Acute Hospital in Enniskillen. Thank you.
And I thank the member for a question. As I've said, I think this is an opportunity to try and reassure local communities, not least in Enniskillen, in Coleraine and in Uri, that their hospital is here to stay and that it has specific roles. In terms of the South West Acute, it's not only 2 uncommissioned theatres. I think it's important to stress there are also 2 uncommissioned wards, and therefore, as an elective overnight stay centre, it's in an ideal position if we can get the workforce together to utilise those theatres and the wards to start doing a lot of good work in terms of tackling waiting lists.
Orlia Flynn.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Minister, I also greatly welcome today's announcement. It's brilliant to hear the news around the cross-border initiative, the 2 phases, the cancer plan, all really, really good stuff in this. And thank you for listening to members in terms of the lobby around that. Just around the implementation plan that's going to be published later this month, you mentioned again really positive stuff around the gynaecology waiting lists and the mesh removal. Will your implementation plan detail a breakdown in terms of targets and timelines, specifically for the example of mesh or gynae more generally? Will it be that specific in the plan?
Sure.
That would certainly be my intention.
Side.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this statement today. It's very, very welcome. And I just want to ask on some specifics of the waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme. And it was so welcome just over a month ago when the Minister announced bringing forward the cross-border scheme again, and I was inundated with queries. So I just think on the back of today, I'll have a lot of quite specific queries. You talk about it commencing in June. I just wonder, will there be any potential applications for retrospective treatment, when exactly that would be, and if people who have treatments that are booked in and planned now and are thinking of moving them to save themselves thousands of pounds, have you any idea of when practically this will be in place for people who are booking operations in the short term? Thank you.
Mr.
And I thank the member. She raises a very important point, because unfortunately, and I do think it is unfortunate, there are no arrangements for patients to be reimbursed if they've already spent money on private treatment, because the scheme, as it's going to be introduced, is only available to pre-authorised treatment. So on that basis, we can't work retrospectively. Like the member, I have had, as a constituent, MLA constituents approaching me and saying, look, I'm on a waiting list for the private sector. I'm about to spend significant money on a procedure. Should I hold fire? I'm afraid I am not in a position to offer that level of advice. Clearly, because we're working with the health authorities in the Republic, we can't simply book blocks of their resource. So we're still, as I say, in the foothills of organising this. We are working urgently, and that's why I'm saying the scheme will open next month. But in terms of what we're actually offering from next month onward, what the sequence in terms of the procedures, we're not there yet in terms of our negotiations with the Republic. I'm sorry not to be more definite, and I really understand what it's like if you're sitting there maybe having committed £15,000 to a procedure and it's coming up in July. You're going to be wondering, could I save that 15 grand from my children and my grandchildren? I get it, and we will get the answers as quickly as we can.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, I've been tormenting you since you took up the post in relation to the reintroduction of the cross-border healthcare scheme, me along with other members in this House, representing the desires and needs of our constituents who have been languishing on waiting lists in fear, in pain often, and with impairment. So that's going to bring huge hope and huge relief to those people. Minister, you mentioned the implementation plan for the introduction of mega clinics, and you also said that no hospital will be closed. Wonderful to hear. That'll be very reassuring for the people of Newry, South Armagh and South Down. Will Daisy Hill be a mega clinic in the implementation plan?
Minister.
I welcome your comments. Mega clinics. Will Daisy Hill be a mega clinic? If your question is, will there be mega clinics at Daisy Hill, then I think the answer to that will probably be yes. The only one I've ever visited was at Belfast City Hospital. So it's using space and workforce. So for example, on a Saturday, the one I went to see at Belfast City, a lot of patients who had been on the waiting list for a long time come basically for a revalidation, for validation. Do you still need the procedure? Have you got worse over the years? And as well as that, you're getting your preoperative anaesthetic consultation. And in fact, the patients that I were observing that Saturday at Belfast City were being told, you're in the Mater Hospital next week. It's that good. So where these mega clinics are located, I don't have that level of detail at the moment, but I see no reason why Daisy Hill shouldn't be on the list of prospective venues.
You too.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, like others, I welcome the reintroduction of the cross-border healthcare scheme and its extension because many people have called for it and people want to get procedures done bluntly while they're still around and can live a constructive life. But it is true to say that ultimately that scheme and people having to pay up front and then reclaim, and indeed the widespread use of private healthcare, is a representation and a manifestation of failure in our public healthcare system. In the long term, can he set out his aspiration for when he believes we can minimise the assumption that has been created in our healthcare system that you have to go private in order to get elective care done? Has he got an aspiration to move us back towards the principle of a publicly funded healthcare system free at the point of access, while I acknowledge that it is an important and welcome step to reintroduce this as a stopgap measure for people who are suffering at the minute?
Mr.
Let me stress again, in terms of the cross-border piece, it's 10 million out of 215. And it's something that nearly every MLA in this House has contacted me about reinstating. I am very conscious of the equity issue, that if you can't afford it, then you're at a disadvantage to people who can afford to pay up front. I would gently disagree with the idea that everybody now believes they have to go private to get elective care. And it's not just particular to this place. So, for example, in March, I was in Washington. I visited Georgetown University Hospital. It was built in 1947, but recently they put on an $800 million extension, including the biggest ED I've ever seen. And every corridor of that ED had trolleys backed up with patients lying on them. And when I asked what's going on, I was told this happens 365. And that's a brand new facility in the United States. I also got correspondence from somebody in the Algarve in Portugal, 2 days on a trolley before what they considered to be life-saving surgery. So it's not just us, but the principle of having the resources, the workforce, the equipment, the medicines to deliver world-class healthcare, free at the point of delivery, of course I support that.
Gaston.
Much, Deputy Speaker. Like other MLAs, I join and welcome the statement that we've heard here this afternoon. Minister, your statement lays out that you are reintroducing the waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme, which will permit people on the waiting list for at least 2 years to seek certain treatments in the Republic from June and rolled out later across the EU. I welcome this announcement, but can the Minister enlighten us as to why a similar scheme can't be deployed to utilise space inside the NHS and the rest of the UK, which doesn't have the same waiting list problems we have, and save people having to travel as far for their much needed treatments?
Sure.
Well, I thank the member for his question. I don't think, as I've just said, that our issues, our challenges are particular to us in Northern Ireland, so I don't accept that premise. But this waiting list reimbursement scheme is based on the cross-border directive, which allowed patients to get reimbursed for treatment outside of Northern Ireland. There is other work ongoing with independent sector providers within Northern Ireland, but also we're looking at the capacity within health and social care, not least building up our workforce, because I think it is primarily, but not exclusively, by building up the workforce that we will become less reliant going forward on the independent sector.
Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. You talked again there about building the workforce and the infrastructure required to tackle waiting lists in the long term. Many will ask, how can this happen with more and more investment being funnelled into the private sector, as this statement states as well? More and more people being trained within the health service will be working in private hospitals, using the facilities of private hospitals and clinics will mean less investment in our own hospital estates and infrastructure. So I want to know what action you're taking to tackle the growth of the private health sector.
Sure.
Well, I thank the member for his comments. The fact is, if you want to tackle the waiting list in a timely manner, we don't have the capacity to do it exclusively within the National Health Service, within our health and social care system. So, as I've said, it has to be a cocktail, and within that cocktail, money will go to the independent sector. Is that something that I think is really good news? No, I don't. I would much rather all the money was able to be devoted to our own workforce, to our own health and social care, to our 6 trusts, including the ambulance service. In an ideal world, no, we wouldn't have a reimbursement scheme where people are being reimbursed for going outside of Northern Ireland. We wouldn't have an independent sector. But that is so far from reality that it's hardly even aspirational. So we have to do it as we can. My priority in terms of all those different elements of the cocktail is our own health and social care workforce and the health and social care system.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. Can I ask members to take the reins before we move to the next item on the order paper?
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so therefore I call on the Minister of Justice to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. In today's debate, I am seeking the Assembly's approval for the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, Order Northern Ireland 2025, SR 2025, number 61. The motion is that this order be approved. Article 2 of the order extends the provisions allowing courts and statutory tribunals in Northern Ireland to receive evidence wholly or in part using audio or video conferencing systems, commonly referred to as live links. It's primarily video systems which are utilised to facilitate the attendance of persons participating in any court or tribunal hearing remotely. These provisions are in addition to legislation which allows the use of a video link for a specific witness or defendant with all other participants attending within the courtroom. The extension will allow us to maintain access to a digital tool which has proved to be an essential element of the toolkit for addressing the backlog of cases accrued during and since the pandemic to the 24th of September 2025. Members will recall from the debates on similar motions for approval in 2024 that we're planning to put in place new primary legislation to provide a long-term legislative solution for live links in our courts and tribunals. The Justice Bill was introduced last year and is currently at committee stage. Meanwhile, this further extension will allow us to maintain efficacy within the system. It will continue to offer an avenue for wider access for participation in the courts where a judge is satisfied that is in the interests of justice. I'm conscious of the concern expressed in past debates and similar motions about relying on emergency-related legislation. I remain keen to have the new legislation in place as soon as reasonably practical, but that now rests with the committee to take forward at committee stage for the Justice Bill. I wish there was a practical alternative to continuing to rely on these provisions as temporary measures, but it cannot be denied that despite all the efforts made within the resources available to my department, there remains approximately a quarter of cases that have been with the Crown Court and Magistrates Courts, adult and youth, for more than 3 years. I'm equally conscious that improvements in case processing times have levelled off after a period of successive improvement, despite the efforts made to increase throughput. The average time from an offence being reported to completion in court is now 191 days and has remained broadly at this level for a while, in contrast to 149 days pre-COVID. There remains support by court users, in particular those who advocate for victims of crime, for this avenue of participation to be available, subject to judicial approval, for those who would prefer not to attend a court in person. I believe the use of these provisions aligns with the commitments made or reflected within the Victim Charter. I commend the approval of the order to the Assembly and thank the House for taking the time to debate it today.
Thank you, Minister. I call on John Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I will speak briefly on this motion as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Minister has already outlined the intention of the rule, and it's not my intention to repeat. The current Committee for Justice has previously considered a number of statutory rules to extend these provisions, and our position has not changed. As members will recall from previous debates on motions to extend these provisions, the Committee had asked the Department for its views on whether the continued use of the powers in the Coronavirus Act 2020 was appropriate and proportionate in the post-COVID environment. The Committee also requested details of the Department's plans to make permanent provision for the use of audio and video links. As I said then, and as the Minister has reiterated this morning, the Committee was advised that the Minister was satisfied that there remains a clear role for the continued use of the provisions in order to tackle the backlog of cases that have accrued during and since the pandemic, which may take until 2028 to clear without extra resources. The Department also advised that it was the Minister's intention to include provisions for the wider use of live links in the first Justice Bill of this mandate. The Committee was assured that reliance on the powers that are in the Coronavirus Act 2020 is therefore an interim arrangement. As the House will be aware, the Minister now plans to make permanent provision for the wider use of live links by way of amendment at consideration stage. The text of that proposed amendment was included in the Committee's call for evidence on the Justice Bill, which closed at the start of last month. The Committee will now consider any evidence received on the use of live links as it works through the detail of the bill and the amendments. In terms of today's motion, as I stated at the beginning, the committee's position remains the same. Most committee members, if not all, are broadly supportive of the use of live links. The committee considered the statutory rule at its meeting on the 10th of April 2025 and was content to recommend that it be approved by the Assembly subject to the Examiner's Statutory Rules report. That report was published the following day, and the Examiner raised no issues with the technical aspects of the rule. Therefore, on behalf of the Justice Committee, I support the motion before us today. As the Justice spokesperson for the Democratic Unionist Party, I would reiterate that our position is reflected in that of the committee. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Joanne. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. We support the extension of the current live links provision as a short-term measure. Longer term, we need to deliver robust permanent provision and to better enhance participatory rights, particularly for victims of crime. The Victims of Commissioner Crime Designate has rightly raised the importance of this issue. Whilst it is critical that this access is maintained, the forthcoming Justice Bill will provide a comprehensive framework for these provisions in primary legislation. We recognise the benefits for children and other vulnerable victims to remain in a safe place and to provide evidence in a child-friendly, neutral environment. We want to work collectively to support the delivery of a fit-for-purpose, modern legal system and court service, including speeding up access to justice. Important concerns for consideration in terms of the wider debate should be around adequate safeguarding for vulnerable individuals, technological reliability, the guarantee of adequate understanding and provision of consent, access to good legal representation, upholding fair trial standards and protecting the rights of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. No other members indicated that they wish to speak, so I call on the Minister for Justice, or of Justice, Naomi Long, to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank members for their contributions on the order today. The importance of making live links available to those finding themselves, often through no fault of their part, engaged or compelled to engage in the justice system should not be underestimated. They can provide an avenue of communication which may reduce stress or other pressures that participation in a court hearing might bring, and I think that's been reflected in what has been said during the course of this short debate. I think it's also important to recognise that, unlike other departments, the department cannot change this by regulation. It requires primary legislation, which is why it's written into the bill which is currently before the committee, and I look forward to this being brought forward with the rest of the content of that bill. So I hope that in terms of members, they're satisfied that this is very much an interim measure, that there are more detailed proposals that lie within the bill that is now with the committee, and hopefully we are now able to move forward with this temporary provision. We will of course need to renew the provision again later this year because it will expire towards the end of September, and we will continue to do so, hopefully with the cooperation of the committee, until such times as the primary legislation is passed in the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020 extensions of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension Order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I therefore call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
And I beg to move that the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension Order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. As members will be aware, this order seeks to expand powers introduced in the Coronavirus Act 2020 relating to the registration of deaths and stillbirths for a further 6 months until the 24th of September 2025. The specific powers included in this order concern the way that the registrations are conducted. Firstly, they enable individuals to choose to register a death or a stillbirth Although they can opt to come into a registration office in purpose, these provisions give the next of kin a choice to do this over the telephone in their own environment, recognising this can be a hugely stressful and distressing time for family members. Secondly, the powers enable participants in the registration process to exchange important documents electronically between a doctor and the registrar, and from the registrar to the undertaker. These exchanges can happen electronically, lessening the burden on family members. It will be clear to the Assembly why these provisions were important in the context of the pandemic. These temporary changes to the registration process reduce the need for face-to-face contact, both for grieving and sometimes vulnerable members of the public and for registration staff. They enabled the registration system to continue to operate even when their services were sadly under significant pressure. However, in the 5 years that have passed since the start of the pandemic, these arrangements have become the normal means by which the vast majority of these registrations take place. They have helped the registration process be more empathetic, efficient and more productive. They carry the support of stakeholders. Most importantly, these provisions ease the burden on grieving members of the public. When someone is coming to terms with the death of a loved one, it's right that we should not burden them unnecessarily. While offering them a choice about how to register a death and conducting some of the paperwork electronically might seem like a small thing, they can make a big difference. In short, though these powers were introduced as the pandemic took hold, they have become the established means by which deaths and stillbirths are registered, and they have helped the registration service become more empathetic, more modern and more efficient. Given the positive effect of these provisions, it is right that we should look to make these temporary powers permanent rather than continue to depend on the Coronavirus Act. We have used the time provided by the earlier extension order to progress these permanent powers. The Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill, which passed its second reading in the Assembly on the 7th of April, will provide for both the electronic transfer of documents between stakeholders and for the registration of stillbirths by telephone. The bill also enables me to progress a baby loss certificate scheme, which recognises the suffering of families who endure the pain of pregnancy losses before 24 weeks. Members will know that losses early in pregnancy are not recognised by existing legislation. Only losses that take place after 24 weeks are currently provided for. Yet these losses cause real pain and heartache for parents across our community, and I am determined that we should recognise them in a similar way to schemes in Scotland and Wales. The bill provides a legal basis for this new voluntary scheme on which we will consult later this year. Regulations set out how it will operate and required delivered mechanisms are being developed by my officials and in the Department of Health. The bill also rectifies the differences in registration processes for some couples. Today's extension order will consequently provide me the time required for the Assembly to consider the bill and to make permanent the powers of the Coronavirus Act. It will also afford space and time to make provisions for baby loss certificate schemes. It will provide time required to allow the primary legislation to complete its passage. As set out in earlier debates in these matters, I understand the concerns of some members about using this continuing extension, but as has been seen in today's statement and from their own reflection, you will be aware that the bill is progressing its way through the Assembly. Its progress will depend on the Committee and the will of the Assembly. I commend this order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I will reflect briefly on the deliberations of the Committee on this piece of secondary legislation, which we've discussed in various forms before in the Chamber. The Committee has had extensive written and oral briefings on these legislative provisions and the Department's work in relation to this. The Committee has also previously agreed a number of statutory rules made under provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 relating to the recording of deaths and stillbirths. I should note that the extensions provided by these statutory rules will be rendered unnecessary when the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill receives royal assent. The bill is currently in committee stage and there has been widespread welcome for it. Departmental officials indicated to the committee in April 2024 that their hope that delegated legislation could be used to ensure the continued use of Coronavirus Act 2020 would no longer be necessary, meaning the secondary legislation that we are extending today would no longer be necessary once the primary legislation currently in front of the committee and which received second reading a few weeks ago is complete. Unfortunately, it turned out that primary legislation was required, with further extensions to the provisions of the Coronavirus Act being necessary. At its meeting on the 26th of February 2025, the committee agreed that it was content with the proposed statutory rule SL1 and to extend the temporary provisions under the Act until the 24th of September 2025. The committee considered the statutory rule at its meeting on the 9th of April 2025. The examiner of statutory rules did not draw this rule to the attention of the Assembly, and the committee therefore recommended that it be approved by the Assembly. The Department has expressed the hope to the committee that the bill will have completed its legislative process by the 24th of September 2025. So no further extensions to the Coronavirus Act will be required. While this hope is obviously noted, and we share the desire to move away from the secondary legislation provisions, the committee will obviously have to have appropriate time to scrutinise the bill. It's especially important that the committee has noted, as the committee has noted, that there has been no consultation on the bill, and the bill contains provisions that are emotive by their very nature. So we will have to consult. We will have to consider them with a degree of sensitivity. As per normal procedure, the committee will undertake a call for evidence on the provisions of the bill, and we will shortly be discussing the bill timetable. But the committee supports the extension, the motion to extend the regulations as per the Minister's remarks today. And just in a party capacity, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, can I say that we welcome the fact that the bill has slightly later than we had all wanted been brought before the Assembly and indeed the committee, and the committee looks forward to scrutinising it in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Gemma Dolan.
As progress is ongoing on the development of permanent legislation in this area, I recognise the need for extending these provisions, which are now considered as the normal process for registering deaths and stillbirths. I know the changes to the registration process have been viewed as positive by stakeholders, the public and funeral directors, and not providing for an extension would be a retrograde step. I look forward to the completion of the permanent legislation, which also includes the baby loss certification scheme, which is a welcome advancement.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Paul Free.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise as a member who has been desperately frustrated at the continuing extensions of this power, and because I believe that this Assembly should reflect on everything it did around the Coronavirus Act 2020 and the harm that it caused our people and the role that the Executive and this Assembly played in that harm. Notwithstanding all of that, Principal Deputy Speaker, I also recognise that this provision, Section 13.3 of and Part 3 of the Schedule 13 of the Coronavirus Act 2020, was all about ensuring the effective and efficient registration of deaths and stillbirths, and also to assist in taking away some of the rigmarole that families would have to go through when they suffer the bereavement and loss of a family member and a baby. So, of course, I believe that this is legislation that should have been brought in before the pandemic. It really is, if you like, the executive and law catching up with technology. And so I welcome the provisions. It's probably the only aspect of the Coronavirus Act that I wholeheartedly supported. So, of course, I want to see it in a statutory permanent footing. The chairperson of the committee has highlighted our frustration as a committee when we have been told one thing and then told another with regards to how this can be put on a statutory footing. First we're told it was secondary legislation, then we told no, it had to be primary legislation. No matter what format is used, no matter what format has to be used, we need to ensure that the people out there who suffer loss and bereavement don't fall back into what it was before. So now that we have the deaths, stillbirths and baby loss bill in front of us through second reading, through second stage, the pressure's off. The pressure's off with regards to the extensions, because we know and we can read the text of the actual provisions now in the blue pages of a bill. And so I say then that whilst this extension takes us to the 24th of September, there really is no issue or pressure with regards to a further extension in September. And that's someone who has been deeply frustrated with the extensions going on and on and on and on. And the reason why I say that is this, and I say this to the Minister and the Department. If this bill was purely about the registration of deaths and stillbirths, then I don't think the committee would have any issues with regards to going through our procedures as fast as possible, coming out the other side and giving the Department the concise nature of the scrutiny of the bill, and then getting us moved on. There is a clause in the bill which repeals the section of Coronavirus Act once it gets to Royal Assent. So whether that's September, or whether that's December, or whether that's March, it doesn't really make a difference, because the people out there will not see a change to the provision. But why I say that we should be concerned about the time that the committee takes to scrutinise the bill, which will make this provision permanent. The bill also includes other aspects, as the chair of the committee has rightly highlighted, the baby loss certificate, and also the registration of births by same-sex couples. So I do believe that the committee has a duty to scrutinise all of these measures in a very thorough way, as the committees do and has done in the past with other bills. So I think the pressure's off with regards to extensions and worrying about September deadlines. And I think that the sooner the committee can get on with their work of scrutinising this bill and come to conclusions on it, make any amendments which we see fit, even parties in this Assembly make amendments that they see fit, and have a good piece of legislation come out the other side, well then an extension of 6 months is neither here nor there. So I welcome this extension. I welcome the bill being in the hands of the committee members, in which we can scrutinise, that this Assembly can scrutinise. We've already had a touch at second reading. We'll go through into the committee stage now, and then of course the further consideration stages after that. But I commend this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for bringing this forward. I believe that if this extension was not brought forward, then that the current regulations would fall actually tomorrow, and that would have meant then bereaved families would once again have to attend in person to register deaths and stillbirths. It would mean an end to the electronic transfer of documents between medical practitioners, registrars and funeral directors, and it would provide an increased strain on an already overburdened healthcare and death management system. So thank you very much for that extension coming forward. I'm one of those people who in the past has had to go, at a very young age I have to say, in person to go and register a death, and it was horrendous, I have to say. And before, I think actually we were still in the process of a wake at that stage, having to get the death certificate sorted out. So the electronic means is very important, and I just wanted to raise, so the committee and the Minister are well aware of this, the funeral directors body is in support of this. Indeed, I had contact from S. Clark and Sons as a local funeral director in my constituency within Newtownards, and they were very keen to see this extension coming forward, because it provides that extension during the period of time when the committee will be looking at the provisions for a permanent solution to this being brought into Northern Ireland. And as those funeral directors have said, in order for that to happen, this order must proceed. That extension will allow then these temporary measures to become permanent. It would enshrine in law a system that has been proven to be efficient, modern and compassionate, and I have to agree with that, having been through the system more recently, that I knew that the death certificates were going to come forward from the funeral directors. I didn't have to go up and sit in a council office and wait for that piece of paper to be produced. So absolutely we support completely the Minister in this extension, and I'm amazed at Mr. Frew. This is the first time I've ever heard him say that this is one of the coronavirus pieces of legislation that he's agreed with. That's a first. Not something, of course, that we all want to have to go through with death certificates, but like Mr. Frew, we agree with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Everybody who's indicated to speak has done so. So I call the Minister of Finance to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
And I welcome the work of the committee and the committee chair in relation to this matter, and acknowledge the concerns that have been previously raised by the committee in relation to the delays in bringing forward legislation in this regard. Mr Frew has managed to speak against an extension and in favour of an extension in one speech, which in itself is a work of verbal art. I would say this, without straying and seeking the wrath of the Speaker, I would say this about a lengthy committee extension. When my officials are working on this, they're not working on something else. And when the committee's working on this, they're not working on something else. So there is a consequence to committee extensions. Now, I await the committee's report on that, and I await the will of the committee, and I await the will of the Assembly in regards to that matter. But no one should leave this chamber believing that there's no consequences to an extension to pieces of legislation at committee stage.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the draft period... No, am I on the right? No, sorry. That's yes, that's you. Okay. So the question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension Order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, so the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft period products Department for Communities specified public service bodies regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so therefore I call on the Minister to open the debate on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Today I seek the Assembly's approval of the draft period products, the Department for Community Specified Public Bodies Regulations Northern Ireland 2025. The introduction of the draft regulations is required under the Period Products Free Provision Act Northern Ireland 2022. These draft regulations mark another important step in the journey to making universal access to period products a reality and complement similar legislation from other departments. Under Section 2 of the Act, I am proposing to specify the Arts Council of Northern Ireland, the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland, the Local Government Staff Commission, the Northern Ireland Library Authority, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, the Northern Ireland Local Government Offers Superannuation Committee, the National Museums and Galleries of Northern Ireland, Sport Northern Ireland, the Commissioner for Children and Young People for Northern Ireland, the Commissioner for Older People for Northern Ireland. This means that these public bodies will make free period products available to staff and visitors while on their premises. There are some bodies that fall within the remit of my department that are not specified in the draft regulations, as they did not meet the definition of a public service body as set out in Section 9 of the Act. These are the Ulster Supported Employment Limited, the Northern Ireland Museums Council and North-South language bodies. Once the regulations are made, there are further steps that my department and the specified public bodies will need to complete. First, my department will consult the relevant bodies on the guidance to be issued. The specified bodies will then consult on the ways in which products can be obtained, where they will be located, and the types of period products that will be available. Following that, the specified bodies will publish a written statement on the arrangements that are to be put in place. My officials have been liaising with the arm's length bodies as to how the regulations will be implemented, and I am pleased to report the department's public bodies have fully embraced the scheme. Therefore, I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
And I raise as chairperson of the committee to support the motion. The Period Products Free Provision Act passed by Assembly in March 2022 marked an important step in addressing period poverty and was rightly warmly welcomed. At its meeting on the 30th of January this year, the committee considered the 11 public service bodies the department listed as subject to the duty to ensure that period products are obtainable free of charge by persons from bodies across our cultural and sporting landscape, as well as, for example, the Library Authority and the Housing Executive as set out by the Minister. Having sought and received some additional details from the Department, the Committee agreed to recommend that the Assembly affirm the statutory rule at our meeting on the 27th of March. And just very briefly, as Sinn Féin spokesperson, Prior Lascian Corley, I want to also welcome the increased availability and visibility indeed of these products. It's about inclusion, it's about dignity, and it's welcome to see more and more of our public spaces providing period products free. inquiry.
Thank you, Colin. It's no other members indicated to speak, so it's over to yourself to conclude and wind.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the committee for their support and I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. So the question is that the draft period products Department for Community specify public service bodies regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't have any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1 o'clock today, so I propose therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock for question time. The Assembly is suspended. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question 8 and 5 have been withdrawn. I called, no, Tom's not here. Timothy Galston. Minister.
The Locks Agency has a clear statutory remit and delivers a necessary public function on a cross-border basis. The performance of the agency is evaluated in line with the agreed framework document, and a review of its performance is published in the Locks Agency Annual Report and Accounts. In terms of value for money, I take assurance from the governance arrangements in place for the agency and the oversight from my department.
Mr. Gasson.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Recent questions from myself have exposed the fact that the Locks Agency maintained 3 boardrooms, secured 0 prosecutions for illegal netting in 2022 and 2024, and very low numbers in other recent years. The commercial salmon fishery has been suspended for many years, yet the department that once regulated this has a wage bill for 2024 of almost £1 million and other costs that year of over £500,000. Minister, isn't it the case that even by the low bar of cross-border bodies, it's hard to justify the existence of the Locks Agency?
I strongly believe in the value of the Locks Agency. I strongly believe in the value of cross-border working. I have responded in detail to the written questions the member has tabled to me. In relation to the prosecutions issues that you have raised, the agency has a statutory duty to protect the fisheries of the Foyle and Carlingford areas, and dealing with illegal nets is only one part of the remit of the agency's Conservation and Protection Directorate. The Conservation and Protection Directorate operates a hotline which the public can use to report suspected pollution events or illegal fishing activity. Staff members are on call to respond 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In 2024, the agency inspected over 1,600 fishing licences, detected 133 illegal fishing incidents, and dealt with 216 pollution incidents. It has also successfully prosecuted 85 offenders for water quality offences and 111 offenders for angling-related offences since 2015. The key objective of this directorate is to provide a highly visible, public-facing approach to enforcement, to act as a deterrent to illegal activity taking place in the first place. In relation to the boardrooms, which Mr Gaston seems to have an interest in, the agency can hold meetings at its headquarters and also its 2 regional offices. These meeting rooms are used extensively outside of board meetings to support the day-to-day running of the agency.
Philip Brett.
Cross-border bodies seem to have a particular issue in having their annual accounts produced and laid in this Assembly on time. Can the Minister outline what work he is doing to ensure the Locks Agency complies with its statutory guidance?
Thank you, Mr Bretton. I think it is important that they are laid on time. I think having these institutions back is important. There's a lot of catching up to do from previous situations where this Assembly didn't sit, and it's something I'm engaging with the Locks Agency as is importance in terms of ensuring that we keep to a proper procedure.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers and detail given so far. Can I ask him how he's working not only with the Locks Agency as a cross-border body, but also with his counterparts in the Republic of Ireland to improve water quality in Northern Ireland?
So my department cooperates with counterparts in Ireland to improve water quality through the North-South Ministerial Council areas of cooperation, such as environment, and also through the Locks Agency as an implementation body. The Locks Agency is currently collaborating with East Border Region and Inland Fisheries Ireland, as well as AFBI, Ulster University, and Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council in Northern Ireland on the new Peace Plus funded CAM project, which will see a range of actions to improve water quality implemented on several cross-border catchments, including the rivers Struil and Finn. I also note the recent commitment within the new Irish Government's programme for government in terms of water quality, and I'm engaging with the government. I had a meeting with Darragh O'Brien just recently, and I'm having further meetings with other ministers about how we can implement that for the benefits of all the people across the island of Ireland.
Stephen Dunn. Mr Speaker. Minister.
121 schools and 1,701 parents or guardians responded to the survey, which closed on the 10th of January of this year. Responses are currently being analysed and a report is being finalised in the coming weeks. The information generated from the survey, together with engagement with key stakeholders, will form part of an ongoing review of the scheme. Options to refresh the scheme will be taken forward as part of the Northern Ireland Food Strategy Framework Action Plan, which I intend to publish at the Balmoral Show, which I'm looking forward to because it's next week.
Mr Dunn.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. You mentioned when you launching this late last year about the participation in the scheme declining I would be keen to hear what actions you propose to address this decline, and can you secure and inform us that the future of this scheme is indeed secure?
So I'm very keen to keep this scheme. When I was at primary school, I was one of the people involved in selling the milk, so I've got a background in this. I think it's a real great value for nutrition for young people. And what I want to do is consider the outcome from the survey so we can see better ways to promote uptake and to increase uptake. Indications from the survey that was undertaken whilst we're still going through it are that there is support for the scheme, with the majority of schools indicating that the scheme offers good value for money, with the majority of parents believing it is an important scheme and that milk provides a range of nutritional benefits for their children's diet and development. And as I've said previously, I am in support of this, and we look forward to taking forward actions to promote it as part of the Northern Ireland Food Strategy Framework Action Plan.
Sean Mahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate slightly on how the school milk subsidy scheme helps to deliver upon those strategic priorities outlined in the Northern Ireland Food Strategy Framework.
Thank you, Sean. As I said, we're going to be launching the Food Strategy Framework Action Plan. We're probably going to develop an acronym for that, but launching that at the Balmoral Show next week, because it's really important that we follow on from actually launching the strategy. And one of the key priorities within that is to enable improved dietary-related health outcomes through education. The framework focuses on making healthy, nutritious and sustainable food the food of choice. The framework recognises the importance of a healthy, balanced diet at all stages of life. This is particularly the case for children, as it impacts their growth and development, educational attainment and long-term health and well-being. Intervening early in life to create healthy eating habits helps us give children and young people the best start in life by embedding a positive relationship with food. For this reason, I intend to ensure that the school milk subsidy scheme is refreshed as part of the Food Strategy Framework Action Plan targets over the next 2 years.
Robbie Butler.
Speaker, thanks to the Minister for recognising and stating that the uptake has been lower. The dairy industry and indeed the scheme suffers from insidious advertising by groups like Viva, which is one of the leading vegan charities, who launched a video called Dairy is Scary. Would the Minister join with me in condemning such applications of advertising and outline what steps the Department are going to take to promote milk as a healthy food supplement?
So we'll do that next week at the Balmoral Show. Dairy is not scary for me. It's healthy and nutritious. It's something I enjoy as part of my daily diet. And next week is a great opportunity in the Balmoral Show to showcase the excellent quality food that we have here in Northern Ireland, not just to people from Northern Ireland, but on a wider platform. And I think it's important that we do that. We should be very proud of those standards. But can I also say something else that I have written to the UK government around my concerns around any potential trade deal with the United States of America? We should not be undercutting our farmers in the UK. We've got good quality food, and we want to be able to protect that industry, and we want to be able to sell that to a wider market.
Maura Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, will you commit to ensuring that any changes to the scheme do not disproportionately affect either low-income families or rural schools?
That would be one of my main concerns, and you've rightly highlighted that, and that's something that we want to make sure that we don't do that, and we'll engage with, as part of a co-design process going forward, because we want to make sure that actually the outcomes are that it benefits rural areas and that people who are less well off, and I think it's important we do that.
Patsy Malone.
Question number 4.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will group questions 4 and question 14 together. The recent spate of wildfire incidents is very concerning, as wildfires not only have the potential to have devastating impacts on the environment, but they are also a risk to life, homes and farms. We must all unite to strongly condemn the actions of the individuals who have been starting these fires. I would urge anyone with any information about those who were involved in these activities to contact the police. I'd also like to pay tribute and special thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service for all the work that they have been doing, and myself and the Health Minister were with them last week in terms of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service to give thanks for the work that they do, and I want to put it on record here again today. To try to prevent wildfires and reduce their impact when they do occur, my department works with others, most especially the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. Tackling and preventing wildfires requires close working across government and beyond to tackle these deliberate acts of rural arson. Working together, we issue communications highlighting the risk of wildfires and actions that should be taken to prevent them. We've made available the departmental specialist wildfire vehicles for use by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service during the wildfire incidents. We also seek to develop wildfire management plans in high-risk areas or designated sites. In addition to this, my officials continue to work with key partners in the Fire and Rescue Service and the Department of Health to finalise a robust, cross-cutting and effective strategy to address the scourge of wildfires in the medium and long term.
Mr Malone.
Thanks very much, Minister, for your answer. Minister, you refer specifically there to deliberate acts of rural arson. Have all those fires been attributed to that cause? In fact, are they all deliberate arson attacks, or are there some of those that have been otherwise? And has it been determined what percentage is what?
So my engagement with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service has been that the overwhelming majority of these have been deliberately set. It's only by the grace of God that no one's been killed here in Northern Ireland as a result of these fires. And I would urge anyone who has any information to pass that on to the police. The work that Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service have undertaken in recent weeks in responding to this has been significant, and I really want to praise them for the work that they've been doing in very, very difficult circumstances. But we have to be very clear around our attitudes towards these fires, that they're not something that we should just see as headlines that come and go. They're something that we need to have a different attitude towards, and we need to have an attitude that if we know anyone who was lighting these fires, we have to contact the police and we have to be prepared to give evidence to take it to court. That's absolutely key. Whilst I'm working with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and the Department of Health in terms of a strategy, that's a medium and long-term issue. What we do really need is a different attitude towards these issues, which are having a devastating impact upon our countryside. And some of the scenes are really, they're very distressing, to be honest, to see the damage that we've caused to our countryside.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, so far for his answer. Minister, what more do you think you could do from an educational point of view, PR, etc., or across the media? And I'm not only talking about young people, because it's not only young people that's doing this, it's older people as well, but what more do you think you do from an educational point of view to give people an input of what actually happens when they do these stupid acts?
So the media have been profiling this very strongly. And obviously I was with Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service in Ballinhinch and Lisburn last week, and we put out media subsequent to that to raise the profile of the practical implications around this. But I think we all have a role as elected representatives to really profile those communications and to encourage people with any information to bring it forward to the police, because we need prosecutions around this. We need to see people in court, but that requires people who are prepared to give evidence in relation to this. We also need to be conscious that what people may see as a very localised fire can very quickly spread and can have a devastating consequence. So people need to be very conscious of their behaviour in the countryside around this, because we've seen other parts of the world where people have lost their lives, and that's my concern around this.
Anya Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, what engagement to date have you had with local farmers, given the fact that they can indeed help prevent and manage these fires?
The Department has been previously engaged in relation to specific forums around this. We intend to re-establish that as part of the strategy associated with this, because it's important that we engage with people around this. There will be a consultation and engagement around the prescribed burning period. I've been on the record in the belief that we should review that, and I would welcome people's engagement in the consultation surrounding that, because it's important we also have a proper informed discussion around the arrangements in place. We're very conscious in the Republic of Ireland that prescribed burning period ends 6 weeks before what we do, and also the penalties associated with that are much more different, and that's something I want to engage with, particularly the farming community on.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister. To ask the Minister how re-wetting peatlands can help control the spread of landscape fires in the moorings.
Thank you very much, Andy, and I think this is a really important issue, because re-wetting of peatlands leads to improvements in the water table height, which increases wetness and growth of key plants, which then naturally limit the dominance of shrubs, heather, grasses, which favour drier conditions and burn more readily. A water table which sits at or close to the peat surface also limits the capacity of uncontrolled fires to burn into the peat layer and smoulder less, leading to less severe fires. And I think this is quite an important question you've raised, because also I have a peatland strategy which is now with the Executive for approval, and what we need to do is we need to restore our peatlands across Northern Ireland, and that can contribute towards so much in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to the issues that we're discussing here today. So let's do that, let's move forward to improve our environment, and let's prevent these wildfires occurring in our countryside.
McReynolds.
Question number 5.
Minister.
I'm very aware of the impact that sewage pollution has upon water quality. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency undertakes an extensive water quality monitoring programme within Northern Ireland's rivers and lakes. Northern Ireland Environment Agency's river water body monitoring indicates that 53% of river water bodies are impacted by agriculture-related pressures and 25% by sewage-related pressures. The percentage include a significant number of water bodies, which is 21%, which are impacted by both sewage and agricultural pressures. The research led by AFBI and published in October 2020 examined substance flow analysis for phosphorus in Northern Ireland's food system. Of the estimated 1,530 tonnes of phosphorus lost to water, 62% was determined to be from agricultural sources, 36% from sewage, of which 24% was attributed to wastewater, and a further 12% to septic tanks. The Improved Environmental Improvement Plan for Northern Ireland sets out my commitment to improving water quality in Northern Ireland, including the requirement to publish the third cycle River Basin Management Plan and associated programme of measures. Work to improve water quality will require collective action across government, the public and private sectors and wider society.
I call Mr McReynolds.
Thank you, Minister, for that thorough response. Can you provide an update on regulation and enforcement arrangements regarding sewage pollution by Northern Ireland Water?
To answer that question in a number of ways. The third cycle River Basin Management Plan is with the Executive. It's been with the Executive for a while for approval, and I will continue to engage with my Executive colleagues in relation to that. The other issue, and if members bear with me around this and explain this a bit more, when NI Water was established in 2007, there was a Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent put in place. The acronym for that is SORPI. And that's been in place since then. A number of years ago, the area around drinking water was the Northern Ireland Environment Agency exited from that. And what people have to understand is that in terms of SORPI, essentially what that means is that when taking into account regulation or enforcement against NI Water for sewage pollution, the historic underinvestment that has taken place has to be taken into account in that regard. So in many instances, Northern Ireland Water is getting a buy ball for pumping sewage into our waterways. I don't think that's tenable. And I will, as Minister, be honest and fair to all polluters in Northern Ireland. And that's why I am engaging in a formal process to get the views from NI Water and DFI in relation to us exiting that arrangement and to put in Northern Ireland Water on the same platform as all other polluters in Northern Ireland. I will make a final decision in relation to that in the forthcoming weeks, but I just don't think it's tenable that Northern Ireland Water are treated differently than other polluters. They're a corporate polluter and they should be treated like that.
Matthew O'Toole.
So, Minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you've said your views around NI Water and SORPI, but you've also said in the past that you want to give the Infrastructure Minister and her predecessor time and space, effectively, to come up with a funding solution. They've had time, they've had space, there is no funding solution and there appears to be head stuck in the sand. What pressure are you bringing to bear on the Infrastructure Minister to actually come up with a plan to invest in NI Water? Because this is quite literally getting worse. Our water is in crisis. What pressure are you bringing to bear on your ministerial colleague?
So I've been on the record previously that I would support the Infrastructure Minister in funding bids for Northern Ireland Water, and that's kind of personally I am in terms of supporting that investment that needs to be taking place. The pressure that I am bringing to bear is in relation to the regulation and enforcement arrangements for Northern Ireland Water, as I have outlined in regards to that setup that's been in place since 2007. I don't think it's tenable to have that in place. I don't believe that NI Water in its current state is fit for purpose. I think that what's happening here in Northern Ireland in relation to sewage pollution in our waterways is nothing short of a thunder and disgrace. I think it's wrong. We have Belfast Lough, which is very likely to become the next Lough Neagh in Northern Ireland because of the level of pollution that is occurring. And the lack of investment in wastewater infrastructure is not just holding back economic investment and house building, but it's also destroying our environment. And we can't continue to kick a can down the road. It's for others to step up and take decisions in this.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, would you share my disappointment that there's not one specific mention in the programme for government that suggests any solutions to tackle the pollution in Belfast Lough? As we know, we both realise it is the next Lough Neagh.
So, Within the programme for government, it sets out a number of areas of commitments. One of them, which is in relation to improving the environment. Within the Environmental Improvement Plan, we have a number of actions that I'm seeking to take as Minister. What clearly is required in relation to wastewater infrastructure is investment. The Northern Ireland Audit Office has set out their views in relation to that, and I think it would do well for people to pay heed to those.
Well, Brett.
Mr. Speaker. Bill is within the legislative competence of the Assembly, and I'm seeking approval for the introduction of the bill at the earliest available opportunity from my executive colleagues. Once executive approval is received, I will seek to have the bill introduced with the Speaker's agreement as soon as possible.
Mr. Brett.
Mr. Speaker, dilapidation not only impacts on our town centres but also within our communities. In my constituency in Lower North Belfast, communities of Skeganale, Shore Road and Jellicoe are blighted by Japanese knotweed being placed on unregistered and unowned land. Can the Minister give an assurance that he will try to get this bill brought to this House as soon as possible to ensure residents not only in North Belfast but across Northern Ireland benefit from these new provisions?
Minister.
Yes, I'm very keen to see this bill on the floor of this Assembly. When we were placed here and returned back in 2022, so I think it's just about the anniversary of that election, we were very much clear that the public wanted us to deliver for them, and the dilapidation bill is a key tool that we'd be able to do that. The dilapidation in areas has a real blight upon those communities. It affects the neighbourhood, it affects the lack of investment in the area, and that's why I'm very keen to have it tabled. What we've got is a bill which has been fully reviewed in terms of its competence and the legal perspectives in relation to that. Hopefully we get approval from the Executive and we'll get it here and we'll be able to debate it, and also then the committee can scrutinise it, because I think it will be a positive thing for all communities across Northern Ireland, but most particularly some of the constituencies that you, to be fair, you've been a strong advocate for this bill, so let's get it onto the floor of the Assembly.
Ollie Donnelly.
And thanks to the Minister for his answer so far. Like the previous member, dilapidated buildings are a blight in our towns and villages, including in East Antrim, so I'm keen to see this progress. I'd like to ask the Minister how this bill will enable councils to take action to protect our built heritage.
So this will have a particular impact in relation to that, because during the policy consultation, stakeholders expressed concerns that under existing legislation there was no special consideration or protection afforded to listed buildings, and no requirement to consult with planning colleagues prior to issuing of notices. It was suggested by stakeholders that this had resulted in the loss of a number of buildings, where buildings were allowed to fall into disrepair by owners. We have sought to ensure that in the bill, protections will be afforded in respect of listed buildings, and this will be binding upon councils to consult with relevant planning colleagues before taking any action. This will properly address heritage issues and be more proactive, allowing actions to be taken at a much earlier stage, thereby preventing avoidable decay in these important buildings. I would add that councils currently have powers under Section 161 of the Planning Act 2011 to carry out urgent remedial works for the preservation of a listed building. I would also declare, for the record, I am a member of the Ulster Architectural Heritage Society.
Minister, thank you for the answer to that question. Minister, I hope you'll agree with me that the track record of this place in looking after our built heritage has been abysmal. In fact, in recent questions I've raised with the Minister for Communities, it turns out that there's no level of funding to support owners of listed buildings to help restore or make safe those buildings. And in fact, if you delve further into it, Minister, you'll find that there's a very minimal fund, I think of about £300,000, that entire section is supposed to deal with. Minister, what are you doing to work with the Minister for Communities to ensure that we protect our built heritage, which is falling down around us on a daily basis?
Minister.
So I'm very conscious of the issues you raise. I'm very supportive of built heritage. That's why I'm a member of Ulster Architectural Heritage Society. By tabling this bill, hopefully we'll be able to progress some things from my department around this. I'm conscious of the issues in your constituency, particularly in Sine Mills, for example. These are important buildings that we want to protect, and I will continue to work with my executive colleagues to get this bill onto the floor of the Assembly. But also there's a role of district councils, because district councils already have powers around this. Sometimes they're reluctant to use them. I remember in my time in Ards and North Down Borough Council, there's a number of listed buildings that we sort of had to lobby for action to be taken, but we got it taken, and it requires perseverance around this. But once the building's gone, it's gone. We've lost that key fabric in that local community, and that's why I'm very keen to progress this bill.
Colin McGrath.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
My department carried out the most current official assessment of bathing water sites in Northern Ireland during the 2024 bathing season. The bathing season runs from the 1st of June to the 15th of September. During this period, weekly monitoring and assessments were carried out at 26 identified bathing water and 17 candidate bathing water sites. I'm pleased to report that Northern Ireland's bathing waters perform well. All 26 identified bathing waters complied with the required bathing water quality standards. 22 were classified as excellent, a prerequisite for the coveted Blue Flag Award and an indication of highest water quality standard. 2 met the good standard and the remaining 2 met the sufficient standard. 7 candidate bathing waters were also monitored in 2024. The classification for these sites is preliminary and currently based upon 2 years of data. 1 site was classified as excellent, 2 as good, 3 as sufficient and 1 as poor. It should be noted that the addition of a second year of samples in 2024 led to some improvements in classification at these candidate sites, and a full 4-year data set is required to classify with confidence. It is my intention to formally identify these 7 candidate sites before the commencement of the 2025 bathing season. My department publishes the results of all identified and candidate bathing waters on the DAERA and Northern Ireland Direct websites.
McGrath. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given the popularity of sea swimming and the significant disparities in the levels of potential faecal contamination at bathing water sites across the north, with no more than 17 CFU, the measurement at Trella, up to 690 at Crawfordsburn, up to 1,900 at Warrenpoint, and up to 6,100 in Brompton in your own constituency, will you commit to commission a review of the bathing water regulations as recommended by the Office for Environmental Protection?
Minister. So I'm very conscious of the issue you outlined, that there's very different situations with regards to water quality in different bathing areas. You also know it's a very popular sport that people are undertaking. I undertook it at Christmas Eve, and I think I'll stick to the running. That's my focus. But what we need to do is be conscious of the Office of Environmental Protection report around this. I found that a very welcome report. I was speaking to officials last week, and they're working through the recommendations from that, and we'll be doing a further consultation in relation to a number of matters arising from that. One of the biggest issues that arose from that report was an extended season, because people are, well, today perhaps are out swimming, but it's not. It's before the start of the official, the designated season. And that's what we'll do. We'll take this forward. The important announcement today is in terms of those 7 sites, but that's not to say that all's fine. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and what we need to do is we need to address the pollution of our waterways, whether that's from sewage or from agriculture, and that's something obviously I've been talking about today and I'm determined to do.
Finnegan.
The Minister will know that Lough Neagh for a long time has been a vital amenity area for local communities, and of course bathing activity there has been significantly impacted by poor water quality due to blue-green algae in recent years. Can I ask the Minister, given recent instances of blue-green algae on Lough Neagh, what progress his department is making to address the benefits for local communities?
So the department is continuing to implement the Lough Neagh Action Plan. It's really important that we do that, but most specifically in relation to this question on bathing water sites and Lough Neagh, as you have raised it, amongst the 7 new sites being formally identified is Northern Ireland's first inland site at Raiswood on Lough Neagh. The primary focus of the bathing water programme is to provide good public health advice to bathers. This is particularly important for Raiswood with the ongoing blue-green algae problem. As part of the Executive's approved Lough Neagh Action Plan, my department leads on an interagency group to ensure that timely advice is provided to swimmers at this site, and that's an important intervention that we're making around this. A lot of work we need to do to improve water quality, but it's important also that we take action in relation to bathing waters.
Okay, thank you for that. Move on to topical questions. The Minister, call Patsy McLone.
And Corlia. Could I ask the Minister, in regard to the, well, not recently announced SBRI initiatives, Minister, could you give us an update on progress, specifically with regard to Lough Neagh, please?
No problem. So there's a number of SBRI initiatives particularly relevant to Lough Neagh. One's phase 2 of sustainable utilisation of livestock slurry. That is ongoing, and that's proven itself to be very successful. And it's really important that we're conscious of that, and I'll be saying a bit more about that next week in the run-up to the Balmoral show. The other issue is in relation to the monitoring of blue-green algae blooms, and that's UK Space Agency. That's ongoing. There's another issue in terms of a number of firms that we have appointed to explore how we can manage those blooms. There is presentations due from them in the next number of weeks to see how that is progressing. It's important that we take all these initiatives forward, but there is fundamental interventions that we do need to make in relation to agriculture and wastewater infrastructure as well, so we can address the flow of that excess nutrients into the loch.
Mr. Woodlow.
Thank you for that concise view of the various SBRI initiatives, Minister. Minister, specifically with regard to the sustainable use of livestock slurry, can you expand a bit on that, please, as to what success for you, in fact, means?
So we have 2 firms appointed, and potentially a third is going to be coming online in relation to that, and that's obviously providing a solution for the farming community where there's excess slurry and manure on site, and that's what's moving it into, particularly into a resource that we can use and potentially export and also generate energy from. There's a number of sites in place. There's one just near us in Dundonald, which I visited just recently. I don't know whether the committee has visited that yet, but if you haven't, I would encourage you to do it because it is a very good example of how we can move things into a better place in relation to the management of livestock slurry.
Mr. Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far, but can the Minister advise farmers who are losing land due to the A5 what they should do with their entitlements if they no longer have enough land for each entitlement? Do they sell them, or will the Department look at a special circumstance as the road build is currently being a court challenge? Will there be an opportunity to the Minister to look at this again? Minister.
I'm conscious of these issues because I've received written Assembly questions in relation to this, and I'm also aware of the vesting process and the ongoing legal challenge. If there are specific circumstances that are in relation to this, I would encourage the member to write to me about that, and I can give you a more definitive reply in relation to this. But we also then have to respect the rules in terms of an active farmer definition.
Mr. Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, with the entitlement deadline day looming, will the Minister convene an urgent information meeting for all impacted farmers to advise on the matter, or has he visited any farms recently?
This is a matter that is primarily led with by the Department of Infrastructure around this, and I'm aware of the concerns in relation to this. I'm also aware of an ongoing legal issue around this, and I'm just conscious of that. We will discharge our responsibilities as a department in line with our duties in the law.
Honourable McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, can I ask for an update on actions your department is taking on tackling climate change?
So there's a significant number of actions that we are taking and have to be taken across government and society. There's many sectors in relation to greenhouse gas emissions that sit outside my department, particularly in relation to both energy and transport, for example, and they are reflected within the Climate Action Plan, which is with the Executive, so I can go out to consult on that. Once I get agreement from the Executive, I will engage with a 16-week consultation on the Climate Action Plan, which is from 2023 to 2027. Included within that is actions in relation to, for example, agriculture, waste, land use change and forestry cover, which sits with my department. But beyond just that, in terms of implementation of the climate change legislation, I have the Green Growth Strategy, which is also sitting with the Executive for agreement. This is about giving the opportunities for good green jobs and also about restoring our environment. And it's important to be able to move with that so we can grasp those opportunities for Northern Ireland. I'll also be going out very soon to consult on the Climate Adaptation Plan for Northern Ireland and be interested in views in relation to that. And lastly, the Sustainable Agriculture Programmes continue to be rolled out by my department. That's in the context that climate change is the biggest risk to farming. It is important we give farmers the tools to be able to respond to that and to build resilience, and there's so much we can and should do in relation to climate change.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Also, Minister, what engagement is your department and yourself having with the UK and Irish governments in relation to the same subject of climate change?
I have been engaging quite heavily with my counterparts in both the UK Government and in the South. I raised this issue with the Prime Minister at the British Irish Council in Edinburgh late last year. I've also engaged with my colleagues in DEFRA and also the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. I also recently met Darragh O'Brien, who's the Minister for Climate, Environment and Energy, and there's significant liaison occurring across the UK and Ireland. There's significant challenges ahead in relation to climate change. The Met Office projections over the years and decades ahead are dire. They do fill me with lots of worry. So now is not the time to turn our backs on climate action and also net zero. I take my advice from respected scientific evidence-based organisations such as the UK Climate Change Committee and the IPCC, not X or vested political interests. The CCC report outlines that there is real benefits from energy decarbonisation, real benefits in terms of energy security and lower bills. And it's important that we continue this journey so that we avoid situations where we're continuing to push people into fuel poverty. We're an economy that's looking outwards, and we're an economy that's looking towards our European partners in terms of collaboration around these issues. Now is the time for action, not to reduce our ambition for this place and for climate change more broadly.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you are aware of ongoing issues facing communities in my constituency in the Keelishel and Granville areas with odours emanating from commercial sites. On a previous occasion when I raised that with you, you had indicated that you were putting in place a review of environmental governance in relation to those issues. Can you outline any progress in that and how things might be improved as a result of that?
Thank you, Colm. So the Northern Ireland Environment Agency continues to receive reports of odour relating to Granville Industrial Estate, particularly with respect to Granville Eco Park, which is an anaerobic digestion plant. I am aware of the concerns of local residents, and my inspectors within the Northern Ireland Environment Agency continue to work with the company and other permitted sites in the estate to see improvements in the control of potentially odorous emissions. My inspectors will continue to regulate the permitted installations in the Granville Industrial Estate to ensure permit conditions are complied with, and will take appropriate enforcement action in line with DAERA's enforcement policy where necessary. Granville Eco Park is working towards complying with an enforcement notice that NEA issued to the company on the 7th of March 2024 in relation to odours.
Margaret, in relation to the Northway issue, Keelishel, previously known as Northway, now Sawgrass Substrates, can you update on progress in relation to that, Minister?
I'm very aware of the concerns around that. I don't have anything to hand to me at the moment, but what I'll do is I will write to you, and if necessary we can meet to go over that. But I'm very conscious of the concerns from your constituents in relation to this. You adequately articulate them, and I'm happy to engage with you in relation to that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I ask the Minister why he has launched the consultation on the Nutrient Action Programme?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last Thursday I launched a consultation in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme for Northern Ireland, and it's important I set out why I have just done that. It is a legal requirement to do it. We also should be aware of the Office of Environmental Protection's priorities for the forthcoming year. The Chair of the Office of Environmental Protection, Dame Glenna Stacey, recently outlined her priorities for the forthcoming year, and she said, and I quote, "I could sum up our priorities in 3 words: nutrients, nutrients and nutrients." This is a key priority for the Office of Environmental Protection, and it's a priority for me because it's a direct action from the Lough Neagh plan. A number of the actions within the plan, both to launch the consultation in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme, but also specific ones in terms of, for example, restricting the use of fertiliser with phosphorus, are directly arising from the action plan. This is about putting farming and our environment on a sustainable footing. Previous scientific study undertaken indicated that poor water quality was attributed to about 62% in relation to agriculture, 24% in relation to wastewater, 12% in relation to septic tanks. This Nutrients Action Programme, and I'll use the acronym of NAP, is about 62%. But I don't ignore the contribution that wastewater plays. Northern Ireland Water needs to step up, and I will be fair and unrelenting in tackling all polluters. But in relation to agriculture, it states within the consultation document that Northern Ireland agriculture is operating on a significant phosphorus surplus, and we need to tackle that. There's 28 proposals within the Nutrients Action Programme consultation, and they're firmly based upon science and evidence. And we would do well to look at the consultation and to consider the science and evidence behind that. Many of them, in terms of those proposals, have previously been trailed. I understand the importance of education and incentivication, and it is a key pillar of the Loughnane plan. But we also need stronger regulation and more enforcement if we are to seriously address the environmental catastrophe that's unfolding at Loughnane.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Minister. What will be the impact if the policy proposals outlined in the consultation are not proceeded with?
Minister.
So let me be clear to members that business as usual is not an option in Northern Ireland. If we don't proceed with the proposals set out within the Nutrient Action Programme, we're consigning Loughnane and many other water bodies across Northern Ireland to further deterioration and ultimately to ecological collapse. The longer we delay more stringent measures, the more will be required and more stringent measures will be needed. And the more costly the clean-up will be, not just for Loughnane, but for many water bodies across Northern Ireland. And I say this, and I've thought over this. The Nutrients Action Programme is key. The reputation of our agri-food industry is at stake. We're at a crossroads here in Northern Ireland. The Nutrients Action Programme is very practical proposals to turn things around. People often look to this place, and let's be honest, not with a sense of pride. They look to Stormont with frustration at the inability to take difficult decisions and to be able to turn things around. The Nutrients Action Programme is difficult decisions. I acknowledge that. I was at Loughnane in March of last year with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and I set out that difficult interventions will be needed. I will walk with the farming community every step of the way as we turn the situation around. But we need to grasp the proposals and we need to proceed, because if we don't, we're facing into a very, very dire future for Northern Ireland. And I do not want to see the scenes that have unfolded for the last 2 years and again this year to be repeated for the rest of my lifetime. We've got to change course.
Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, a few weeks ago at the Agriculture Committee, I raised concerns with regards to lack of support for farmers along the A5, and you did indicate that you would be meeting with your ministerial colleagues, DFA and Finance, to discuss this issue. Has that meeting taken place, and what has the outcome been?
So I'm very conscious that the responsibilities around this sit with the Department of Infrastructure and Finance. I did, from recollection, I need to check the Hansard around this, said I would informally raise it with them. I haven't done that yet, but what I'll do is I'll take that up and make sure I do it this week.
Mr. Buchanan.
Minister, then, can you advise how much is being lost to single farm payment to the agriculture community by those losing land along the A5?
I wouldn't have that information to hand, but if I were able to gather it together, I'll write to you in relation to that.
Declan McAleer.
Minister, in the recent TB eradication targets that you set out, you aimed at half the current levels by 2040. That's 15 years away, and if that was the case, we still will be higher than the south of Ireland. Do you feel those targets are ambitious?
Thank you, Declan, for raising what is a key issue for me, and I'm glad you've raised it, because TB is a vital issue for the farming community in Northern Ireland, but also for my department. And I want to give thanks to all the stakeholders who have engaged in relation to agreement on the blueprint for the future around this. There's significant work that has been undertaken, led by the Chief Veterinary Officer within my department, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I'm also conscious that the issue of TB requires an holistic approach and has to be based upon the 3 pillars which were set out in the Chief Veterinary Officer's report late last year of people, cattle and wildlife, and I'm very committed to doing that. It's going to take a while to change course in relation to this. This is a significant issue that I inherited as Minister. I've been open and honest around the challenges associated with it, but we owe it to the farming community to drive down the level of infections within herds. The blueprint sets out a way forward that we can do that, and we will be consulting on a number of measures coming from that, particularly in relation to wildlife, over the time ahead. There's lots that needs to be done, and I want to thank the stakeholders for sticking with us so we can work together on that.
Mr. McAleer, quick.
Minister, you'll appreciate that the TB is a serious impact for farms economically and emotionally for farmers. I think of the reason about 20,000 cattle a year have to be culled as a result of this desperate disease. Minister, from looking at the plan, I think we're talking about maybe 8 years away or more before we actually start tackling the wildlife intervention piece of it. Minister, can you understand why you might stand accused of kicking the can down the road?
So I'm not kicking any cans down the road. What I'm doing is abiding by process and taking into account the previous outcome of the judicial review. And it's very important that we do that. Because there's one thing I'll do as Minister, I'll be honest with people around things. I'll not lead people up a garden path and make them feel as if something's going to happen when you know in your heart it isn't. So what we've got to do is we've got to follow the procedure, we've got to follow the science and evidence. We have to make sure we don't pick a mix of science and evidence. We have to be honest in relation to the situation that's presented us, and then we have to consult upon that. And we'll do that at pace, but we'll do it right. And there's many measures that are set out within the blueprint. I know it's stretching for many people within my department, but also the farming community, but we owe it to them to be able to work ahead on those issues.
Member Secretaries, to move to the next item of business. Point of order, Mr. McKellen.
By a few seconds. I wasn't on my place, so apologies for that.
Thank you for that. I understand the doors were actually locked because of the event that was up there. So it might have delayed a few members. Okay, if members just take the reins.
Okay, members, the next item of business on the order paper is a motion on a review of local councils' animal welfare policies. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly believes in the highest standard of welfare for dogs in Northern Ireland, commends the work of the Dogs Trust and many other rehoming organisations and charities, expresses concern at the lack of support and oversight from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs regarding enforcement of animal welfare legislation by local councils, is alarmed at the policy of euthanising healthy dogs after just 5 days if they are not reclaimed, supports the Dogs Trust's calls for legislation to ensure that all animal welfare establishments, including dog pounds, are licensed and have regular unannounced inspections, and calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to review local councils' dog pound and kennelling policies, including the euthanising of healthy dogs, and bringing forward a standardised approach across all councils.
Thank you. I call on Colin Crawford to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Colin. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Colin, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. I rise today to move this important motion on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, a motion that is both crucial and compassionate. It is a motion that advocates for those who cannot speak for themselves, our loyal companions. The motion before us today is not merely about animal welfare. It is about who we are as a society and how we treat the most vulnerable amongst us. Our call to action begins with the articulation of our belief, an unwavering belief in the highest standard of welfare for dogs in Northern Ireland. This belief is not aspirational, it is achievable. It is our duty to ensure that every dog, regardless of circumstance, is treated with dignity and care. These animals are not merely property. They are sentient beings that rely on humans for their care and protection. Yet too often, they are failed by weak enforcement, inconsistent policies, and tragically, unnecessary euthanasia. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the tremendous work of organisations like the Dogs Trust, who are in the gallery here today, and countless other rehoming charities across the province. These groups operate with dedication, embodying compassion and commitment, often filling gaps left by statutory authorities. There is no doubt over the last few years, these charities and organisations have been working at over full capacity, and they work tirelessly, often with limited resources, to ensure that abandoned and stray dogs are given a second chance at life. However, members, as we commend, so too must we express our concern. There is an undeniable gap in support and oversight from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, a gap that undermines the enforcement of crucial animal welfare legislation by local councils. This gap places an undue burden on these councils and their officers, which often results in inconsistent standards of enforcement across different regions. The current system is fragmented, under-resourced and inconsistently applied. Councils are tasked with enforcing the Welfare of Animals Act, yet many lack the expertise, funding or political will to do so effectively. DAERA must step up, providing clearer guidance, adequate resources and proper scrutiny to ensure compliance. Currently, pounds have various options available to them if a dog is not reclaimed after a 5-day period in their care. They can sell the animal to the public, rehome either themselves or in conjunction with a rehoming organisation, or in extenuating circumstances, keep the dog until the owner is identified or until the dog can be reunited with its owner. However, another option which is extremely alarming is the current policy that allows for the euthanizing of healthy dogs after a mere 5 days if not reclaimed. This is both worrying and unacceptable. That is not enough time for owners to be located, for rescues to intervene, or for these animals to be given a second chance. Even more so, some animals that come in straying need more than 5 days to recover after being rehomed. Each of these lives are precious, and to end them prematurely is an abdication of our moral responsibility. This is not just inefficient, it is inhumane. In 2025, with advances in microchipping, social media and rescue networks, there is no excuse for such a callous approach. Other regions have extended holding periods and prioritised rehoming. Why are we lagging behind? A Chance of a Lifetime, a scheme run by the Dogs Trust, which transports dogs that are in Northern Ireland pounds, which would usually be euthanised, the Dogs Trust rehoming centres in Great Britain to enable them to be rehomed there. Northern Ireland is typically overpopulated with dogs and has too many strays to handle alone. Therefore, this scheme gives those healthy dogs a second chance at life. Members, in Northern Ireland there is currently no licensing or regulation of pounds or kennelling facilities specifically, and they are not required to be inspected by local council or external agencies. How do we know if the 5 freedoms are being met? We want pounds and kennel facilities to deliver the highest standards of welfare for animals in their, albeit temporary, care, and endeavour to meet their full range of needs, including freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from fear and distress, freedom from physical discomfort, freedom from pain, and freedom to express natural behaviour by providing sufficient space. We are all fair aware that the COVID-19 pandemic brought about a puppy boom, yet there are next to no regulations on breeding, and there are inconsistencies in how breeding licences are issued and how the Council inspect breeding establishments. Issuing breeding licences should be faced with complete scrutiny to ensure we are not continuing to add pressure to those rehoming organisations. There are also questions around some of those breeding establishments treat their animals, and the lack of unannounced inspections leaves many concerning questions. Additionally, once breeders are unable to sell puppies, they are often abandoned and left for animal charities to rehome, adding to the burden already placed on them. Therefore, we want to echo the Dogs Trust calls for comprehensive legislation review that mandates all animal welfare establishments, including dog pounds, to be licensed and subject to regular, unannounced inspections. This is not an invasive measure, it's a necessary step to ensure transparency, accountability, and above all, the well-being of the animals in these facilities. Furthermore, we call upon the DAERA Minister to review the current local council dog pound and kennelling policies. This review should prioritise human practices, focusing particularly on the distressing practice of euthanising healthy dogs. Therefore, we want to see the Minister bring forward a no euthanasia policy for healthy and rehomable dogs across all facilities. This should be a standardised approach across all councils that would offer a baseline standard of operation, which is essential to deliver the highest standards of animal welfare and allow for consistency in delivering for animals. It is also critical to acknowledge that the licensing and inspection process we are advocating for is about fostering a culture of concern and accountability. Regular and unannounced inspections will serve to reassure the public and reaffirm our commitment to animal welfare. Members, let us set a precedent today for Northern Ireland and beyond, that we are determined to protect those in our care and ensure they live in environments that are safe, healthy and nurturing. Let this be our legacy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Colin. I call on John Blair to move the amendment. Thank you, John. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. John, please open the debate on the amendment.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to the members of the Ulster Unionist Party to my right for bringing this crucial issue to the Chamber today. The original motion rightly highlights the invaluable contributions of organisations such as Dogs Trust and numerous rehoming charities that play a central role in safeguarding the welfare of animals in Northern Ireland. The amendment proposed by the Alliance Party does not seek to overlook the dedication and unwavering passion of these organisations and their many volunteers. These individuals invest their time and energy wisely and timelessly to help animals find loving homes, rehabilitate those that have suffered, and advocate for improved policies. Also, their commitment is nothing short of extraordinary. Through their hard work, many animals who would otherwise face uncertain futures are given a second chance to be loved and cared for. Our amendment, Principal Deputy Speaker, aims to recognise the ongoing efforts of the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to address the objectives outlined in the original motion. Specifically, it highlights the Minister's commitment, already in place, to exploring the need for inspecting and licensing rescue and rehoming organisations and bringing forward relevant legislation thereafter. At this stage in the mandate, it is evident, Principal Deputy Speaker, that the Minister is devoted to fulfilling his undertaking to prioritise the enhancement of animal welfare. For instance, he has pledged already to introduce Lucy's Law, or something close to it, in Northern Ireland, effectively banning
the third-party sales of puppies and kittens and prohibiting the use of shock collars as training devices. And this is something that members will have received much correspondence on, and I, like others, have met with people keen to see these matters develop and evolve. Moreover, Principal Deputy Speaker, I eagerly anticipate more information regarding the Minister's forthcoming animal welfare pathway. As part of this pathway, he recently announced a new expert advisory group on dog breeding standards, which will implement actions to ensure that dog breeding practices in Northern Ireland align with best practices and are enforced by strong legislation. The advisory group will also review recommendations concerning canine fertility clinics, a pressing issue that requires attention urgently in Northern Ireland. By collectively championing the strategic initiatives proposed by the Minister, we can drive significant change that will enhance the welfare of animals throughout this region. However, Principal Deputy Speaker, while we celebrate the progress we have made, we must also recognise that considerable work still lies ahead, especially within our local councils. It is essential that animal welfare becomes a top priority across all levels of government in Northern Ireland. I wish to stress, however, and it must be made clear, that the legislation itself is clear. Responsibility ultimately rests with district councils for non-farmed animals. The Department acknowledges it has no legal authority to intervene and remains focused on farmed animals. That is where we are at. Additionally, the Department regularly engages with local councils to ensure a joined-up approach as far as is possible. Our collective aim, Principal Deputy Speaker, should be to collaborate with the Department's support in developing a standardised approach across all of our councils. This will not only foster consistency in our animal welfare policies, but also hopefully prevent the unnecessary euthanasia of animals. Although the percentage of stray dogs euthanised has remained below 5% for several years, we must do everything we can to ensure that these outcomes do not occur at all. And that low figure, that 5% figure, by the way, is another example of the excellent work done by animal rescue charities and dedicated animal welfare volunteers. The all-party group on animal welfare, which I chair, continues its vital work to strengthen the collaboration among the Department, councils, stakeholders and public, thereby improving our unified approach to animal welfare. This group remains crucial in raising awareness, not just in the Assembly, but outside also, on animal welfare issues, including those under discussion today, and in championing legislative change that safeguards our beloved companion animals. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, Alliance supports the essence of the motion, but believes that our amendment strengthens it by acknowledging the Minister's commitments already expressed regarding the regulation of rescue and rehoming organisations. It also urges the Minister to uphold his prior pledges to improve animal welfare across Northern Ireland by bringing forward his animal welfare pathway. It is important that we use these current and developing frameworks, some recently announced by the Minister, to do this. So therefore the amendment is consistent with resource efficiency as well as working collaboratively for best outcomes. It is essential that, Principal Deputy Speaker, in the 21st century our councils, inspired by the work of dedicated charities and volunteers, are better equipped to uphold the welfare of our animals. This represents a long-term commitment to creating a more compassionate society, and I strongly urge members to support our amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call Malaysia McHugh.
I rise to support this motion and to affirm my commitment to the highest standards of animal welfare across the North. The way we treat animals reflects the values we hold as a society. I want to commend the vital work of Dogs Trust and other rehoming organisations and charities. Their dedication, often in the face of limited resources, is inspiring. They step in where public systems struggle, and they deserve our deepest gratitude. But this Assembly must also ensure that our current animal welfare system is working within councils, and we must support councils to achieve this. The policy of euthanising healthy animals after a short period of time is unacceptable. It reflects not a lack of compassion from frontline staff, but a failure of the system within which they are working and the support that they need. This is why I welcome the call for a review of local council dog pound and kennelling policies. We must have a standardised approach across all councils, one that prioritises animal welfare, ensures regular unannounced inspections, and enforces licensing of all establishments. However, we cannot ask Council to do more with less. I am disappointed that funding from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to support Council in fulfilling their statutory animal welfare duties has been cut, and it appears that it is the responsibility of Council when dealing with non-farmed animals. That decision undermines the very goal we are trying to achieve today. If we are to expect councils to carry out thorough enforcement, compassionate care and proper oversight, we must give them the resources to do so. The motion is not just about policies, it's about principle and it's about compassion. Let us give councils the tools they need, support the organisations doing essential work and ensure that no healthy dog is excluded due to systemic failures.
Thank you. Militia, I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion before the House today. A dog is known as a man's best friend, and therefore the welfare of such lies close to the heart of many in today's society. Dogs are not just pets, but for many they are members of their families, and therefore it is a collective responsibility on all of us in this House today to ensure they are properly treated and protected from those who either neglect them or would cause them harm. And today I want to commend the incredible work of the Dogs Trust and many other rehoming organisations who work tirelessly to rescue, rehabilitate and rehome dogs in need, and on many occasions are doing this in financial constraints. Their dedication and compassion are truly inspiring, and we owe a debt of gratitude to them. However, despite the best efforts of these organisations, the lack of support and oversight from the DAERA Department in relation to enforcing animal welfare legislation by councils is of grave concern. And indeed, it is alarming to note that while laws are in place to protect the welfare of dogs in Northern Ireland, the implementation and enforcement of these laws are often inconsistent and inadequate. I note the amendment from the Alliance Party completely excludes the Council from their role in enforcement. And while the proposer of the amendment said that the amendment strengthens the motion, I take a different view. I believe the motion or the amendment weakens the motion because councils are completely left out of it. Euthanizing of healthy dogs after just 5 days if they are not reclaimed or rehomed is not only heart-wrenching, but surely it raises questions about the values as a society. Can we really justify taking the life of a healthy dog simply because it hasn't been reclaimed within a certain time frame? This policy is nothing short of appalling, to say the least. The Dogs Trust has been a vocal advocate for change to legislation to ensure that all animal welfare establishments, including dog pounds, are licensed and subject to regular, unannounced inspections. Only then can we be confident that all dogs in such establishments are being held in safe and humane conditions and their welfare is being protected. When it comes to dog pounds and kennelling policies, a standardised approach across all councils and council areas should and must be a priority for you as Minister and for your department. And I think, Minister, that you will agree that the current system is fragmented, rendering it unacceptable that dogs in different parts of Northern Ireland are being subjected to different standards of care. It is therefore your responsibility as Minister to urgently address this issue by reviewing the Council's dog pound and kennelling policies, including the euthanization of healthy dogs, and bringing forward a standardised approach that prioritises the welfare of these animals. And Minister, I look forward to action rather than words when we can be assured in this House that we have created a future where all dogs in Northern Ireland are valued, protected and loved. Let us in this House set a standard for all others around the globe to follow. I support the motion.
Thank you, Tom. I call Patsy McGlone.
I raise too in support of the motion, and I thank the member for bringing it forward. As an SDLP MLA from Mid-Ulster, I am proud to support the motion and to stand up for the highest standards of animal welfare in Northern Ireland. In regard to the amendment, I look forward indeed to the Minister placing some substance on what the words are in relation to working actively to examine the case for inspecting and licensing rescue and rehoming organisations. I'm not quite sure what working to actively examine the case for, and then hopefully maybe some time frame around the date for the relevant legislation as well. Please, Minister. I do wish, of course, to begin to recognise the commitment of my colleagues on Mid-Ulster District Council. They have consistently championed animal welfare and have led the way in calling for better protection, especially my colleague Councillor Malachy Quinn, not least through their efforts to establish an all-island animal cruelty register. That is exactly the kind of practical cross-border cooperation we need, and I agree that that must be on both sides of the border for that to make it happen. However, those who abuse animals should not be able to escape accountability by simply moving across the border as it presently is. I also wish to commend the Dogs Trust, the USPCA and the many charities and volunteers to provide a lifeline for animals every single day. Their work is motivated by compassion, not profit, and often fills the gaps left by government policy. But those gaps are very wide. We should all be alarmed that healthy dogs can be euthanised after just 5 days in council-run pounds. Many of us who were brought up with dogs and in farmlands, and they're our friends and our family friends, and to see or to hear that that has happened within 5 days is just, it's heart-wrenching. Sure, yep.
Thank the member for giving way. Will he agree with me that it is totally immoral to euthanise dogs that are healthy and rehomable within 5 days, and that we should move forward in seeing a no euthanasia agenda to support our dogs? And does he agree that we should thank our animal charities and our communities for the impeccable work that they do?
Patsy, you have an extra minute.
I have paid tribute to them there, and yes, I do agree, because these dogs have been part of our families, and to think that someone else just so casually gets rid of them after 5 days is just, it's heart-wrenching. The routine euthanasia of healthy dogs is outdated, inhumane and entirely unacceptable. It should only ever be considered where an animal has untreatable ill health or presents a serious and unmanageable behavioural risk. Otherwise, we are failing our duty of care. Councils are entrusted with enforcing animal welfare legislation, but too often there is a lack of consistency, rigour and transparency in how that duty is carried out. While DERA must provide stronger leadership and oversight, councils also have a responsibility to ensure that enforcement is not reduced to a tick-box exercise, and they do require the resources to fulfil that. The result is inconsistency, confusion and cruelty. A dog's fate should not depend on its postcode. There is variation between different councils in the north on how animal welfare policies are implemented, particularly in the area of dog pound contracts and practices. Each council is responsible for its own dog warden services and pound contracts, often outsourcing to different private or charitable providers. As a result, policies on holding periods, rehoming practices and euthanasia timetables can differ significantly. On the rehoming and rescue partnerships, some councils have established strong relationships with rescue organisations and make consistent efforts to rehome unclaimed dogs, while others have less proactive engagement, leading to higher rates of euthanasia. Councils vary also in how publicly they report on seizure rates, euthanasia figures and the conditions of their contracted facilities. Lack of standardised reporting makes comparison difficult and reduces accountability. At present, dog pounds and kennels are not uniformly licensed or regularly inspected by DERA, and each council has its own approach to oversight, if any. Mandatory licensing and unannounced inspections are urgently needed. With regard to enforcement of animal welfare offences, while councils enforce the Welfare of Animals Act, 2011 for companion animals, the resources, training and priorities allocated to this enforcement differ, leading to inconsistency in how cases are in fact investigated and prosecuted. With regard to the wider drug control framework, particularly the licensing system and enforcement of microchipping requirements, stronger regulation in this area would help reduce the number of stray dogs and relieve pressure on council pounds and rescues. This inconsistency is the heart of calls by organisations like the Dogs Trust, the USPCA and many others for a standardised regional approach with common policies, mechanisms and transparent accountability. So therefore, our shared ask is a no euthanasia policy for healthy, rehomable dogs across all councils, mandatory licensing and unannounced inspections for all pounds and kennels, local councils to publish regular data on euthanasia rates, rehoming efforts and adoption outcomes, and a comprehensive review of dog control and welfare policies, ensuring they reflect best practice and current standards. Also, a renewed commitment to an animal cruelty register developed in partnership with other colleagues in the rest of the island. Again, I am proud that our SDLP team in Mid-Ulster has been to the fore in pressing for change, but councils cannot fix this alone. This requires leadership from the top, from DERA and from this Assembly. Frío Las Concordia, the way we treat animals reflects the kind of society we want.
Gormagat Patsy, I call on you, Murphy.
Las Concordia, and I rise today in support of this motion, and I thank the members from the Ulster Unionist Party for bringing it to the floor. And I absolutely concur with most, if not all, of the comments that have been made during this debate to date. With that in mind, we should ensure that welfare is an important and protected, is important and protected, as is the welfare of anyone in our society. I would echo sentiments by the Dogs Trust and other rehoming organisations such as Bright Eyes Animal Sanctuary in my own constituency, who do fantastic work to rehome animals and provide training and education for the community on the subject of animal welfare. They operate a strict no-kill policy and rely entirely on donations from the public in order to carry out their fantastic work. In terms of legislation, we are lucky to have some of the most robust animal welfare legislation on these islands, and it is a testament to how important animal welfare and indeed animals are to our communities. Legislation is only as good as the implementation, so I fully support the call for a comprehensive review of local councils' animal welfare policies and agree that we all should have a standardised approach across these areas. We need to support councils in ensuring that they have an agreed approach when implementing, and of course, as has been mentioned, that does require funding. The 90% drop in the number of stray dogs put down by councils between 2010 and 2020 shows what can be accomplished when councils have the resources to effectively enforce good animal welfare procedures. I would therefore like to support the motion calling for a review and uniform standards for councils, and we would like to see an end to the 5-day euthanasia policy, and would urge all stakeholders, including the Department, to work together to ensure our companions are treated with care and dignity.
Thank you, Anya. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I wasn't planning to speak today on this. However, if our cockapoo Max sees this and realises that I didn't speak, I suspect he would never forgive me. I speak as a very recent dog owner. And I've always been very passionate about protection of animals, I have to say. But actually then owning a dog in particular, there's only a real humanity to them. And in the evenings, Max, if I'm watching a movie, will get up from one sofa. He'll sort of puddle across to the other sofa. He'll get up, curl in the ball, and then he sighs like we would. He just sighs in the corner. And I have to say, he's brought a real blessing to our family. However, on this particular topic, I was surprised when I learned that there was not mandatory licensing, that there were not unannounced inspections in terms of these areas. And to pick up on the point that my right honourable colleague from Mid-Ulster Cross the Way mentioned around an anti-cruelty register, I think would be incredibly useful for Northern Ireland to have, and for that matter, a more standardised approach across all these areas. And certainly I would agree that, in my view, the amendment does weaken the original motion. I think the credit to my colleagues across the way, the Ulster Unionist Party, for bringing it forward. I think it's very clear, I think it's very concise, and it lays out in very cogent terms what should be happening. So certainly we will be supporting the motion before us. And I also just want, in closing, just to thank the Dogs Trust for all the work they do in Northern Ireland, protecting really, really vulnerable animals and looking after them. And I think all members are aware of that, but it's certainly worth mentioning that this afternoon. So thank you to them. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion, and I appreciate the Ulster Unionist Party for tabling it. The current approach to dog welfare in some council areas is simply not good enough. The system is inconsistent, under strain, and in some cases results in healthy dogs being put down after just 5 days. That raises serious concerns, not just about policy, but about whether we're meeting even the most basic standards of animal welfare. Across Northern Ireland, councils are managing animal welfare with limited facilities, outdated infrastructure and unclear direction. In many areas, the service sits within wider environmental functions and doesn't receive the priority or support it needs. And that has real consequences not just for animals, but for public confidence in how this law is being enforced. Regularly, constituents contact me with concerns about animals that they believe are being neglected or mistreated. And too often they feel those concerns go nowhere. They report issues, they expect action and hear nothing back. There's a real sense of helplessness, and I share the frustration. In too many cases, even where there's clear evidence of suffering, the response is slow or worse, doesn't happen. And often the animal welfare officer will say that the legislation just isn't strong enough for them to take appropriate action. So when the public services don't step in, it's often the community organisations that fill the gap. In my own constituency, Causeway Coast Dog Rescue does that kind of work that people expect the councils to do, responding to welfare concerns, taking in vulnerable dogs and helping rehome them. But they're a voluntary group with no statutory powers and even fewer resources. This is not sustainable, and frankly, it's not fair. There is no consistent policy on rehoming, no mandatory licensing of pounds, no requirement for unannounced inspections, no public reporting of euthanasia rates or rehoming outcomes, and no meaningful oversight from the department. And this is a systemic failure because it allows poor practice to continue unchecked. It's not a new issue. I have raised concerns about this system repeatedly over the years, but the department has shown little urgency in addressing it, and at times it feels as though the status quo is simply being tolerated, despite the clear evidence that it isn't working. This approach fails animals and fails the public who expect better. The idea that a healthy dog can be euthanised after only 5 days simply because no one came to claim it is really hard to justify. Euthanasia should never be routine. It should be a last resort, only when there are serious health or behavioural risks. And that's not what is happening in parts of this system. The motion sets out practical, reasonable proposals, a consistent approach across all councils, mandatory licensing and inspections, proper data collection and transparency, and a review of policies that permit destruction of healthy animals. These aren't difficult tasks. It's the basic foundation of an appropriate and responsible animal welfare system. I won't support the amendment because I do think it's appearing to shield the Minister from criticism, but that should not be our priority today. We need to be honest, and in question time the Minister said he was an honest Minister. And I appreciate the work that is being done and the proposals that he is doing in trying to progress animal welfare. But this issue, very specific to councils, is being overlooked again. The amendment takes councils out of it, as other members have said. So while we debate, healthy animals are being put down because the structures to protect them don't exist, and we cannot delay action on this any longer. And this issue doesn't stand alone. We've seen the same lack of enforcement and oversight in cases of illegal breeding, with reports of dogs being shot when they're no longer profitable. That's cruelty, and it happens in the absence of proper regulation. If we want to close the door on this kind of abuse, we need to start by fixing what's happening in our own public systems. Animal welfare should not depend on where you live or which council you fall under. The current system is too fragmented, too under-resourced and too far removed from the standards that people rightly expect. We should ensure that no healthy dog is destroyed simply because the system ran out of time, space or options. We need accountability and finally align policy with public expectation as well as our standards in animal welfare. Principal Deputy Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you, Claire. Our next speaker is the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Andrew Muir. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I want to put on record that I am fully supportive of any actions we can take to advance the welfare of our animals. Indeed, when I took up post, I made it clear from day one that animal welfare was one of my top priorities. I was therefore pleased that one of my first engagements as Minister was a visit to the Rescue and Rehoming Centre run by the USPCA in Newry. I also agree with the sentiment outlined at the start of this motion. I passionately believe that all dogs in Northern Ireland should be subject to the highest standards of welfare, and I have no hesitation in commending the work of all the organisations involved in rescuing, rehoming and rehabilitating dogs so that they can find new, trusting and forever homes. I am continually impressed by the fantastic work undertaken by this sector, which is why I was delighted to meet late last year with the Northern Ireland Companion Animal Welfare Group and seek their views on my forthcoming animal welfare pathway. It is crucial that the sector and government work together to advance the necessary changes capable of delivering the best welfare standards possible for our animals. I am also pleased to learn that the Dogs Trust has recently been appointed chair of the group and looking forward to my visit to their rehoming centre in Ballymena very soon. In addressing this motion, I feel it would be beneficial for members if I set out the responsibilities of my department when it comes to dog control and animal welfare. My department is responsible for enforcing all farmed animal welfare legislation and legislation relating to the transport and slaughter of animals. My department is responsible for dog control and animal welfare policy and legislation. However, my department is not responsible for enforcement of legislation and is clearly and legally not the statutory agency. That power and responsibility lies fully with local district councils. Therefore, it is not appropriate for my department to direct councils on how to deploy dog wardens or animal welfare officers. Nor does my department instruct councils on how they discharge their legal duties to deal with stray dogs or investigate the abuse of companion animals. When the Dogs Order was passed in 1983 and then when the Welfare of Animals Act made its way through this House in 2011, it was recognised that our local councils were best placed to deliver dog control and animal welfare enforcement services. This is because councils have the ability to understand local circumstances and deliver services for citizens which are appropriate to their unique locality. Yes, no problem.
Minister, will you confirm that the legislation which governs the enforcement to councils is your department's the sponsoring department? So if that enforcement under the legislation isn't working, you have the opportunity to potentially review or change it?
Yeah, so what we're talking about is the primary legislation, and yes, of course you can amend primary legislation, but can I say as well, in terms of the animal welfare pathway that we're outlining for the rest of this mandate, I lost 2 years of this mandate because one party downed tools and walked out because the going got tough. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to catch up time here, and I have to be very clear what I can achieve within this mandate. There's lots more I would like to do, including a piece of primary legislation, but I don't have the capacity to be able to do that within this shortened mandate. So in terms of the animal welfare pathway, we've outlined what we're planning to do, and I'll talk about it a bit more in relation to that. If these institutions stay up, in terms of the next mandate, then obviously there's an opportunity for primary legislation around this, and we can have a discussion around that. But what we're focused on is the actions we're taking now, and I'll talk a bit more around that because there is real serious concerns that I have. I recognise the issues raised in the motion, but there's issues raised with me quite regularly in terms of breeding establishments and also in terms of third-party sale of puppies and kittens, and that's where the concerns are at the moment coming to me, and that's where we're seeking to respond to. In relation to the work of dog wardens, I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the often unheralded work of our council dog wardens and animal welfare officers. Neither dog wardens nor animal welfare officers have an easy task. Take dog wardens, for example. They keep our streets, parks and livestock safe by dealing with out-of-control or straying dogs. Regrettably, dog wardens are at the forefront of dealing with a minority of irresponsible owners who do not care for their dog or the lives of others and have no regard for dog control laws. When the Dogs Order was being debated in Westminster in the early 1980s, there was a well-documented problem with regards to stray dogs in Northern Ireland. Indeed, an edition of Seen Around 6, which some people may be aware of that, from BBC archive footage, previously broadcast on the 11th of March 1982, confirms this. The reason we don't have similar scenes today is because of the effectiveness of the Council Dog Warden Service, and what is notable is that how our councils have evolved their service delivery to reflect these changing times. When a stray dog is collected by the dog warden right now, euthanasia is not the immediate response. Councils and their dog warden staff have worked tirelessly to build contacts with their communities and, crucially, with rescue and rehoming centres. Indeed, each council has strong relationships with rescue and rehoming centres. In fact, some council pounds are even operated by rescue organisations. Each of the 11 councils has advised my department the preferred course of action is to try to find a new home for unclaimed stray dogs. In the 2023-24 reporting period, the 11 councils impounded almost 3,000 straying dogs. Of these dogs, 40% were returned to the owner or reclaimed, 43% were passed to animal shelters, 13% were rehomed directly, sold or moved on by council pounds, and only 4% were sadly euthanised. It is regrettable that any dog has to be euthanised, but again, councils have informed my department that there are some situations where this is sadly the only course of action. Councils say that they will only euthanise a dog where it is clear that the dog cannot be rehomed because it has illness or injuries from which it is not likely to recover, or the dog is, for example, aggressive or has been involved in attacks. The bottom line is the power to put a stray dog down after 5 days is a discretionary power which each council uses sparingly. I disagree with this motion that suggests the best course of action is for me, as Minister, to intervene and remove decision-making powers from councils. Each council has the scope to shape and deploy an enforcement strategy that meets local needs, and that is only right. I am concerned that the thrust of this motion would see me take that ability away from democratically elected councils, of which everyone in this chamber nearly has representatives on, and what would be better is that one-size-fits-all policy being imposed by central government. I disagree with that. Crucially, officials from my department have not been advised by council officers that any immediate reform to legislation is needed to deal with straying dogs. If members of this House have concerns about service delivery or performance by their local councils, I would urge them to elevate these matters through the appropriate channels, including via the relevant councils and councillors. What my department does do is to support councils by meeting regularly with council officers to provide guidance and sharing understanding of how dog control and animal welfare legislation should operate. Furthermore, there are regular meetings with council representatives in terms of the Northern Ireland Dog Advisory Group. My officials have liaised extensively with this group on matters relating to dog control and dog ownership and have previously attended dog warding conferences. My department also hosts regular multi-agency meetings with the councils and the police to share experiences and coordinated responses where necessary, and our councils remain an integral part of the Pause for Thought group, which continues to work collaboratively to disrupt the trafficking of low-welfare pups to Great Britain. It is my hope that we can deepen this cooperation through my desire to launch a campaign to promote responsible dog ownership. The Dogs Trust are absolutely correct in calling for animal welfare establishments to be inspected and licensed. I'm pleased to say that I have talked about this requirement with representatives from Dogs Trust and, as highlighted with the Northern Ireland Companion Animal Welfare Group late last year. This is why a key component of my animal welfare pathway, which will be launched very soon, will involve bringing forward legislation to this House which will make the inspection and licensing of rescue and rehoming organisations mandatory. I believe that this legislation has the potential to raise standards across the sector, and any proposals would be subject to public consultation in due course. That said, I am not minded at this stage to require dog pounds to be licensed. That is because, based on the information provided by councils, dog pounds in Northern Ireland fall into 3 categories. Firstly, those pounds which are operated by councils themselves. Secondly, pounds operated on behalf of a council by a rehoming type organisation. Or thirdly, pounds which are operated on behalf of a council by a commercial boarding kennel. When a council chooses to use a commercial boarding kennel as a pound, the dog's order states that the boarding kennel must have a valid licence to act as a boarding kennel. That licence is provided by my department and is only conferred upon the business after successfully completing an inspection. If a council continues to use a rehoming centre, I anticipate that forthcoming proposal under my animal welfare pathway will require the rehoming organisation to have a licence. Therefore, the only potential gap would be that those pounds which are operated by the councils themselves. Given that councils are statutorily responsible for licensing and enforcement of companion animal welfare, they would in essence be marking their own homework. Also, if we cannot trust the enforcers of animal welfare legislation, then who can we trust? I welcome the passion of members in seeking sensible solutions to advance animal welfare legislation here. Rescue and rehoming charities provide a fantastic service for Northern Ireland and support the endeavours of the Council Dog Warden Service. I want Northern Ireland to be a place where dogs are valued and cherished because of the companionship and love that they bring. But the reality is that a very small minority think that they can discard their dog because looking after it has become an imposition or the breed is no longer in fashion. We need to engage, educate and inform current dog owners and prospective dog owners to make the right choices and give them the information they need. Where there are failures in ownership and breaches of the law, there should be enforcement and consequences. The law already provides for a range of offences, including failure to licence and microchip a dog, right through to letting a dog stray and failing to be in control of a dog. In the last year, the 11 councils issued nearly 24,000 warning letters. Over 1,200 fixed penalty notices were issued for failure to obtain a dog licence, and over 500 were issued for straying offences, with a further 142 prosecutions initiated. I want to strive for a society where we don't have to resort to enforcement and warning letters, fixed penalties and prosecutions being a rare occurrence. So, we have a challenge to rise to, namely that responsible dog ownership isn't just an aspiration, but it's the norm. I say to members of this House, if you want to progress, get behind my vision, and collectively we can all together deliver for the people of Northern Ireland with an interest in the well-being of animals and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Andrew McMurray to wind on the amendment and advise you. Andrew, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. And I suppose really just in surmising real quick, certainly I'm in broad agreement with the sentiments expressed when it comes to animals and dogs and the companionship they give. But apart from maybe the amendment and the differences there, I suppose the main difference would be Mr. Martin. Per Max wouldn't get very far in my house, on the couch, so he wouldn't, you know what I mean? But if that's the biggest difference, it'll be all right. Like everyone else has spoken, I wholeheartedly support the sentiment of the motion. I want to see all those involved do what they can to protect and advance animal welfare, whether farm animals, wildlife or pets. It's because of this that I commend the work of many rehoming organisations, including those that are here today, and charities that look after dogs, other pets in need with such dedication. I also commend the Minister for his actions already taken to improve animal welfare. The Minister's pledge to introduce Lucy's Law in Northern Ireland, which will greatly improve the welfare of puppies and kittens and is prohibiting the use of shock collars as training devices. It's also bringing forward an animal welfare pathway, which includes a new expert advisory group on dog breeding standards. I look forward to seeing the details of this new pathway as well. In relation to the matter of today's motion, the Minister has made it clear that he is committed to exploring the need for inspecting and licensing rescue and rehoming organisations and to bring forward relevant legislation thereafter. He has also explained why the licensing requirements for dog pounds are already adequate. It is clear that the Minister is doing his part as far as he is legally able to, which means looking at policy and legislation. We have to recognise that enforcement of animal welfare is a matter for councils, not DAERA. This is rightly so, and the Minister has clearly and compellingly outlined the reasons why it wouldn't be appropriate for his department to direct councils on how to carry out their duties. This does not preclude working together to advance welfare standards in the sector, and I'm pleased to hear that DAERA already engages with councils and the animal welfare sector on a regular basis to help create a standardised and joined-up approach. As my colleague John Blair pointed out, this is where we need to direct our efforts, which will ultimately improve animal welfare. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And I now call on Robbie Butler to wind on the motion to advise you. You've got 10 minutes, Robbie.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I may not use the 10 minutes, but I will take this opportunity to thank each and every speaker today on this debate. We definitely are a nation of dog lovers. That's evident by those who spoke, and spoke in a very important debate, I think. Spoke with humanity and compassion, which sometimes we rarely show to each other. But it's interesting that we can come to this point in the day and talk so eloquently about something that actually resonates with many of our constituents out there, because I'm not sure if members are aware or not. This would be useful when it comes round to times of election, but it is evidenced that we genuinely are a nation of dog lovers, because when you see the news reports and how people feed off instances like this or acts of animal cruelty, they do often come up at the top level of news cycles and news items. That's why it's important for us to talk about them today. And mostly, in terms of the input by the members today, we've kind of all been singing from the same hymn sheet. And I'd go as far as to say that the Minister himself, and I do remember the Minister at the very start of the mandate saying that animal welfare would be one of his key priorities. But what I would say, and anybody with any history in here will understand it, if it doesn't say it on the bill, if it doesn't say it in the legislation, if it doesn't say it on the piece of paper, we can't take each other's words for it, because as the Minister has rightly pointed out, we are in a compressed mandate, but that's not an excuse of itself for not ensuring that we put the detail down. And that's the purpose, I suppose, of the motion. It has 5 points on it, and whilst I do accept that there are words of encouragement from the Alliance Party and words to suggest that those would be addressed, I would ask other members to consider what has been left out of the amendment, particularly the commitment towards eradicating the 5-day sort of target that some councils have, but also and is to challenge the Minister on this point too. Yes, the previous legislation does confer powers to local councils, but I think every party, and maybe get through them and pick through the notes, is that the disparity and of approach by different councils in the postcode lottery that exists would maybe point to us for taking that role primarily in the primary legislation and the changes that need to come from that. And whether it's in this mandate or not, that we need a consistent approach across all councils, and that will require us to do it as the key legislators. I'm going to also put on the record my thanks, my party's thanks, particularly to Dogs Trust NI, and every single other party did that also. And just so that we can get a sense of the scope of the work that they do, last year they rehomed 1,576 dogs. That's one voluntary charity that did that. Also want to thank USPCA for their advocacy in this space also, and for their insistence in regard to the priorities that need to be captured in today's motion. And this Assembly should, and I think it will, commit to the highest possible standards for welfare of dogs in Northern Ireland. We can't justify a system that allows healthy, rehomable dogs to be euthanised after just 5 days. Dogs that demonstrably pose no risk to public safety should be at no risk to themselves, especially in council-run facilities that ought to provide protection and not premature death. And you'll know this because we saw it very much through the COVID pandemic, when community and voluntary agencies outstrip statutory provision. We have a case of this in my own constituency in Lagan Valley, a rehoming charity called Almost Home, who the work that they do out of their own pocket is just phenomenal, and they don't apply the same rules that we do in statutory functions like councils. And I'm not going to be hard on councils today, except to say that they struggle to interpret the legislation that has happened over this past number of years. And I'll go back to a very, very public debate that happened in Lisburn and Castlereagh not so long ago about a dog called Max, and it's in and around the XL bully stuff. Now, people will have their views on that legislation, but what I will say is that councils struggle to apply the legislation because it's multi-layered, and unfortunately because it's not instructive enough, it's not complete enough in terms of our animal welfare and dog welfare legislation, that councils then find themselves in the eye of the storm. And the difficulty in that instance were dog wardens who were legitimately trying to do the best that they could do, had to work within the confines of legislation which they either couldn't see the full scope of or didn't fully understand to address. But to improve the outcomes, we do need to see proper licensing of all dog kennels and pounds, coupled with regular unannounced inspections. We must bring in a consistent standard with clear accountability that ends the postcode lottery that currently exists. I do believe that local councils should be required to publish regular data on the euthanasia rates, rehoming and adoption outcomes, and we cannot fix what we cannot measure. A full review of dog control policies is overdue that would ensure that they reflect modern animal welfare science and practice, not outdated or inconsistent approaches. And we must finally revisit the entire dog licensing system here in Northern Ireland, because responsible ownership starts with clear legal obligations, proper licensing and microchipping consistently enforced, so we can better prevent stray dogs ending up in already overstretched pounds. And to be fair to the Minister, he did outline a number of key priorities, one of them being Lucy's Law, which will require some fine-tuning, but also the third-party sales of animals, which really is something we need to get to grips with. But we do know that changing attitudes won't happen overnight, and it won't happen at all, however, if we don't have a more proactive and committed approach from the Department and us here in this chamber. Warm words will not save a single dog, but policy change will. So let us be clear. This is a test of our compassion and our willingness to act. The public, and a public who are animal lovers, expect better, and more important than that, Max, the cockapoo, Minnie the St Bernard, and all of our dogs and those out there that the public own and love deserve better. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of John Blair, Andrew McMurray, Sean Mulholland and Owen Tennyson be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease, please.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on voting rights for the election of the President of Ireland. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes that the 1998 Belfast Good Friday Agreement recognises the birthright of all the people of Northern Ireland to identify themselves and be accepted as Irish or British or both. Recalls that in November 2013, the 5th report of the Convention on the Constitution recommended to give citizens resident outside the state the right to vote in presidential elections. Further notes that Irish citizens living in Northern Ireland can stand for and be elected as President of Ireland, but cannot vote in presidential elections, and calls on the Irish Government to implement the recommendation of the Convention on the Constitution with regards to voting rights in presidential elections, thereby extending the right to vote in elections for President of Ireland to all Irish citizens on the island of Ireland.
Thank you, and I call Declan Kearney to move the motion. Moved. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to move this motion today. It's a very, very important matter for all Irish people here in the 6 counties.
All Assembly members, regardless of our different political perspectives, to support this motion, calling upon the Irish Government to fulfil its responsibility and finally extend the right to vote in Irish presidential elections for the hundreds of thousands of Irish citizens living here in the north of Ireland. It is finally time for an Irish Government to resolve this democratic deficit and set the date for a referendum on allowing Irish citizens here to have their say in presidential elections. And by speaking with one voice on this issue, our Assembly can powerfully affirm the principles of parity of esteem, mutual respect and equality within the Good Friday Agreement. Central to the agreement of our peace settlement was recognition of every citizen's birthright in the North to identify as Irish, British or neither, and if they so choose, and then be accepted as such. The agreement included a key provision that the Irish Government would amend Article 2 of the Irish Constitution, granting the right to full Irish citizenship. So the duty of the Irish Government is clearly established in the Irish Constitution under Article 2. It underpins the birthright of everyone born on the island of Ireland to be part of the Irish nation. And the rights for us who are Irish here in the North to identify as Irish citizens are equally recognised in the Good Friday Agreement. 12 years have passed since 2013, when the Constitutional Convention in Dublin voted overwhelmingly, indeed by a margin of 78%, in support of extending the franchise to Irish citizens living both in the North and abroad. And that was a very important recognition of the reality of hundreds of thousands of Irish citizens living here in the north of Ireland, and also the vast Irish diaspora which populates the globe in North America, Australia, the European Union and elsewhere. That position has been further endorsed by all the main parties in the southern state. But due to a lack of progress on the proposal to hold a referendum, Sinn Féin brought legislation to the Dáil in 2014 to give effect to the recommendations of the Constitutional Convention and its recommendations on presidential voting rights. In 2017, the Irish Government agreed to a referendum to amend Article 12 of the Irish Constitution to meet its obligation, but no progress has been made on that to date. Notably, the programme for government of 2020 contained a pledge to extend presidential voting rights to Irish citizens in the north and beyond, yet nothing was done. However, in another backward step, the current government has failed to prioritise the extension of the franchise in presidential elections within its current programme for government. This is a regressive omission and a further denial of clearly defined and recognised rights of Irish citizenship, and it runs counter to the popular democratic will of people across this island. So here we are in 2025 with the presidential election on the horizon, and despite years of promises and commitments from Dublin governments, we are no further forward. Irish citizens in the north of Ireland are still disenfranchised from participation in the democratic process to elect the Irish head of state. And this is in marked contrast to welcome progress which has been made in the provision of other rights and equality measures across the Irish state. Consider, for example, in 2015 when Ireland legalised equal marriage through a national referendum, following recommendations from the same Irish Constitutional Convention. Extending the franchise to all Irish citizens is an appropriate and a proportionate constitutional position to adopt. Its introduction will be an important reflection of the momentum for constitutional change that has been taking place all over Ireland, north and south. Moreover, the office of Uachtaráin na hÉireann, the President of Ireland, is held in hugely high regard and respect throughout the world. And recent international developments have shown that the office of the Irish President can have immense political, diplomatic and moral significance in the context of international relations. In a world which has shamefully remained silent during this ongoing genocide in Gaza, the current Irish President has shown courageous leadership in his appeal to world leaders to break their silence and call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The incumbent President of Ireland has been an exemplar by using his office to make a true difference, a meaningful difference, as a strong advocate for the primacy of international law, multilateralism, peace and justice. Irish citizens living in the north of Ireland should have the right to have a say in the future role and influence of the Irish presidency. Our rights as full Irish citizens are fully guaranteed under the Good Friday Agreement and within the Irish Constitution. But these rights are not being engaged. The unacceptable democratic deficit should end. This Irish government should act now. There is no excuse for continued prevarication or delay. The rights of Irish citizens in the north to vote in the next Irish presidential election must be progressed and delivered upon. And Alias Ceann Comhairle, I sincerely hope that this Assembly will endorse this call with one voice on the basis of mutual respect and parity of esteem with all of us who share the Irish national identity here in the north of Ireland.
Thank you. I call Philip Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the House will be aware of the saying that impersonation is the greatest form of flattery. Well, I'm sure the leader of Aontú will be very impressed today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when both Sinn Féin and the SDLP have spent today trying to impersonate the leader of Aontú in the Irish Republic. I'm sure Mr. Tobin is smirking and smiling as he has sent both parties into a political tailspin. We've had the leader of the SDLP on radio today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not putting forward the policies of Hume or Mallon, but the policies of Vicky Pollard. Yes, these people should have the extension of the right. No, they shouldn't. Yes, but no, but yes, but no. We have the national chairman of Sinn Féin, Mr. Deputy Speaker, wheeled out to try and prove Sinn Féin's Republican credentials because they have not moved the debate on Irish unity forward one single iota. Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they have spent today arguing with themselves about who has advanced the cause for Irish unity more. We heard the Leader of the Opposition today, when speaking, Mr. Deputy Speaker, said the SDLP have done more on Strand 2 than on any other party. We had the member for South Antrim say that Sinn Féin have done that. Nationalism can't even agree with itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on this issue. But be in no doubt for those in this House and indeed those listening on television, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today is about the fact that Aontú outsmarted, outmanoeuvred and outgreened Sinn Féin. So they are using today as an echo chamber to try and cover up for the failings of their Republican movement. We had the Baron of the Manor of Northstead, the former Member of Parliament for West Belfast, Mr Jerry Adams, proclaimed to the world that Irish unity would be delivered by 2016. We have the current president of Sinn Féin, in light of the Assembly elections, saying that a border poll was inevitable, and the current First Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, depending on what day it is, changes the timeline. So what have they achieved? We have Sinn Féin bringing a motion to the Northern Ireland Assembly begging the Irish Government to introduce a referendum. That shows, Mr Deputy Speaker, how far forward the issue of presidential voting rights has moved. But we in this benches have huge respect, Mr Deputy Speaker, for anyone who wishes to identify as Irish here in Northern Ireland. But it is clear that the Irish Government has absolutely zero interest in advancing this issue. The recently agreed programme for government by the parties in the Republic of Ireland make no mention of this because they are not interested. And more importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, those who live in the Republic of Ireland have absolutely no interest in the issue either. Despite being told that the Taoiseach in waiting, Mary Lou MacDonald, would herald in new change on this issue, the people in the Republic of Ireland rejected Sinn Féin in the recent Irish general election and re-elected the current government. Polling, Mr Deputy Speaker, on Sunday in the Irish Independent highlighted the issues which are of importance to those who live in the Republic of Ireland. You know, Mr Deputy Speaker, what the percentage of those who were concerned about Irish presidential voting rights for those in Northern Ireland were? 0. Those interested in Irish unity? 1%. Mr Deputy Speaker, the people of the Republic of Ireland, like the vast majority of those who live in Northern Ireland, are more interested in fixing our health service, delivering a world-class education system, sorting out the scandal around childcare. That is where the focus of this Assembly ultimately should be. Be in no doubt, if this motion passes with the support of the Alliance Party, there will be no extension of voting rights tomorrow, because simply this is not going to happen. The previous speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, made reference of a democratic deficit. Let me be very clear. The President of the Irish Republic has no democratic legitimacy here in Northern Ireland or in any other part of the United Kingdom. I respect the office of President, and whilst I may not have a huge amount of respect for the current holder, I respect the office of President of the Irish Republic, just like I will happily give way.
Would the member agree with me there's been talk of a democratic deficit? The democratic deficit in this case, particularly if extended, as the member suggested, the franchise worldwide, which the Irish diaspora numbers in the tens, if not hundreds of millions, the democratic deficit would fall upon the people of Irish Republic, who would be outnumbered by those living internationally.
Members' time is up, unfortunately. I've indicated from the Chair before that if a member takes an intervention before their time is up and their time expires, they don't get the extra minute. So I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Firstly, it is worth noting that the Belfast Agreement recognises the rights of a person of Northern Ireland as having the right to identify as British, Irish or both. This refers to national identity, but subsequent legal tests have affirmed that it also applies to citizenship. As such, a person of Northern Ireland may also hold British citizenship, Irish citizenship or both. This is reflected in the availability to hold both an Irish passport, a British passport or indeed both. Secondly, it is worth noting that the Convention on the Constitution was very explicit that it was not choosing to extend voting rights in Irish presidential elections to Northern Ireland as an entity, but rather to all Irish citizens. By definition, this includes any person of Northern Ireland who chooses to be so regarded, of course, but the proposal is very specifically about the citizenry as a whole. There is therefore no need for the final 3 words of the motion, and there would be no change to the constitutional nor sovereign status of Northern Ireland. The proposal is simply for all Irish citizens to have a vote, full stop. This may seem technical, but it is important precisely because no one in Northern Ireland would be forced to participate. We should note carefully that there is already a difference in voting rights between presidential elections and Dáil elections, in that the former are already restricted to Irish citizens, whereas the latter elections are open to any residents of the state. This distinction would be maintained under the proposal, in that the added requirement to be resident of the state to vote in presidential elections would be removed. What the motion does not cover is the potential for this move to strengthen the agreement and to advance reconciliation on this island. Mr Deputy Speaker, reconciliation requires recognition and acknowledgement of others' identities, without this necessarily weakening our own. Or to put it another way, reconciliation requires a generosity of spirit, too often absent from debates like this in this chamber. It would be foolish to deny that there aren't complications in the implementation of the Convention proposal, so realistically we would be looking at the 2032 elections before any change is likely to come into effect. The details of how the complexities inherent to this are ironed out need not be an issue for this chamber. However, the principle is clear. Indeed, it is already the case that in 11 out of 14 EU member states where the head of state is directly elected, citizens living externally have a vote. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, what we would prioritise around this is the potential for this move to be a further step down the road to embedding peace and reconciliation, a welcome and clear recognition that the Irish identity is chosen by many citizens here. It is acknowledged and valued without in any way diminishing the identity and, importantly, the constitutional preference of those who exercise their right not to choose that identity. Ultimately, we do not all have to choose the same national identity, but we should all wish to respect the rights of everyone in our society to maximise the benefits of all strands of the agreement. In particular, my party and I would strongly encourage others to recognise that respecting everyone's rights in the spirit of genuine and meaningful reconciliation makes Northern Ireland itself stronger and more stable. That is an opportunity that we should not miss today. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today I speak in strong support of the motion, and I welcome the fact that Sinn Féin members have brought this motion. I think it is an extremely important subject, and I think it's entirely legitimate that this Assembly gets a chance to make its voice heard on it. So while we disagree on some things, I strongly agree with this motion, and I'm glad that we're debating it here today in the Assembly. I also would say I don't care what the origin of the particular bill that's been mooted in the Dáil is. In answer to Mr Brett's question, I care about the meat and substance of this issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, whenever Article 2 and 3 of the Constitution of Ireland on Racknaharan were replaced in 1998, and that was, it's important to say, something that political unionism had called for decades. Whenever those articles in the Irish Constitution were replaced, they were replaced with new language in both of those clauses in the Irish Constitution. It said, and I'll just briefly summarise those replacement Articles 2 and 3, it said, is the entitlement and birthright of every person born on the island of Ireland, which includes its islands and seas, to be part of the Irish nation. That relates to nationhood and identity. Paula Bradshaw has already covered the fact that in subsequent court cases it has been clarified that that can be understood to mean citizenship, which is part of the reason why people in Northern Ireland, including many people from not traditional unionist backgrounds, many from not traditional nationalist backgrounds, many from unionist backgrounds, are applying for Irish passports. Indeed, I have quite a healthy trade in my office signing those forms, Mr Deputy Speaker. The new Article 3 in 1998 said it is the firm will of the Irish nation in harmony and friendship to unite all the people who share the territory of the island of Ireland in all of the diversity of their identities and traditions, recognising the United Ireland should only be brought about by peaceful means with the consent of the majority of people. It's now time in 2025 to give fuller meaning and expression to those new clauses, what were new clauses 27 years ago, to the Irish Constitution, extending the right to participate in presidential elections to people resident in the North is an entirely sensible and legitimate expression of those new Articles 2 and 3. Though I and my party am strongly in favour of a new and united Ireland, i.e. an Ireland without an international border on it, based on reconciliation, based on pluralism, and based on uniting the people of this island, You don't have to believe in that vision to support or be sympathetic to this motion. It does not prejudge the outcome of any future referendum, even if my own view is completely prejudged, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This place, Northern Ireland, is part of the island of Ireland. One of the developments that we've seen, I think somewhat uncomfortably in the last little while, is a new definition. Occasionally it's felt like the primary and senior meaning of the word Ireland is the state rather than the island. And I think that it's time for those of us who live in this part of Ireland who want to be who want to participate in that, not just the broader Irish nation, but participate in politics on a cross-border and all-island way, have the opportunity to vote in presidential elections. It's not strange, it's not unique. As has been said previously, there are multiple other countries around the world, including in Europe, France and Poland, where non-resident citizens, i.e. citizens of the state who aren't resident in the precise jurisdiction, are able to vote in presidential elections. It's also true to say that for 14 of the past 20 years, the President of Ireland was somebody from Belfast, somebody from Mr. Brett's own constituency, in fact, and a brilliant president she was, someone who built bridges with the unionist people of this island. I don't think that it threatens anybody's identity or anybody's vision of the future to have people of the North vote in a presidential election. I also would say this. I spend a lot of my time, in fact, I've spent more of my adult life living on the island of Britain than on the island of Ireland. I now am a politician here, and I make no apology for wanting to unite the people of this island in a new Ireland, but I will always be respectful of not just the unionist tradition, but of many unionist people's relationship with the royal family and the monarch. I would like them to be respectful of the fact that many of us would like to live in a republic. Many of us think that the true gold standard of citizenship is being able to choose your head of state. Many people in this part of Ireland, from unionist backgrounds, nationalist backgrounds, and somewhere in between, or simply not caring, would very much like to choose their president and choose a president of Ireland. This is an entirely sensible measure, and I support the motion.
Mr. O'Toole, your time's up. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today, and I sense that there is quite a bit of emotion and history tied up in this issue, and I want to acknowledge that because, as we know, in this little place that I call home, Northern Ireland, identity does matter, and people across these islands feel connected in many, many different ways. But what we have to be clear about at the start of this debate is that who votes for the President of Ireland is not a matter for this Assembly. That's first and foremost for the Irish voters in the Republic of Ireland, and therefore for their Parliament to decide. But to be fair, as has been recognised, this isn't a new debate. It's come up in the Dáil and the Senate several times over this past decade. There's even been draft legislation brought forward and a commitment to a referendum. But so far, no vote. Concerns have been raised by legislators and commentators in the Republic around the Constitution, around how you would register and verify voters abroad, and around what those political consequences would mean. So even in the Republic, the issue is far from one that is settled. Some have also questioned whether it makes sense to expand the vote for a role that holds what are limited powers. If you're not expanding what the President couldn't do, for instance, you've got to ask what you're really gaining by expanding who gets to choose them. It risks watering down the symbolism even further. And let's not pretend expanding the electorate wouldn't affect the kind of candidates that step forward. If you broaden the vote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you could also see pressure to rethink how candidates are nominated and what sort of names would end up on that ballot paper. And I'll say this with no cautionary sense of humour, Speaker. If the vote stretches far enough for someone, for instance, like Conor McGregor, who could find his name in a race to be president. Now, whatever your view of him is, he's hardly the kind of calm, unifying figure you'd associate with head of state responsibilities. And that idea may raise eyebrows, but that's the whole point. If the question is asked, the question is asked. When you change who votes, you can change what's possible. So let me be respectful but firm. This isn't a matter for us to decide. It's a matter for the voters in the Republic and their elected representatives. However, if they do proceed, I'd suggest that they think even more broadly, including the wider Irish diaspora. There are more than 100,000 Irish-born citizens in Australia alone, And if inclusion is the goal, let it include everyone, and let it be done through secure electronic voting without the need for polling stations. Speaker, our role is perhaps not to shape this debate, but to watch with interest. Thank you.
And I want to start the debate by addressing some mistruths. Firstly, from Matthew O'Toole. I would contend Mary McAleese is actually a County Down woman, as opposed to North Belfast, Rostrevor to be precise. And secondly, Philip Brett and the DUP, despite what you may want to believe, Irish citizens living in the North are part of the Irish nation, sharing its identity and culture. Yet we are denied a voice in choosing the President, a head of state who represents all Irish people, not just those in the South. Extending the presidential franchise to Irish citizens in the North would affirm their equal citizenship and reflect the all-island nature of the place that we all live, and demonstrate a meaningful commitment to inclusion, the principles enshrined in the Good Friday Agreement and supported broadly by people North and South. Irish citizens in the North are being denied a basic right, the right to vote in presidential elections, and yet these same citizens can stand for the office of President. What kind of democracy allows someone to run for the highest office in the land but denies them a vote in the process? This Assembly knows well the promise of the Good Friday Agreement, an international treaty voted on by the people of this island, North and South. It guarantees the right of all the people of the North to identify and be accepted as Irish, British or both. That right is not conditional, it's not partial, it is absolute. But recognition without rights is hollow. Today, in 2025, Irish citizens in the North, in places like Newry, Belfast and Derry, cannot vote for their own president. They can stand for election as president, but they cannot cast a vote. That is a democratic deficit. It is unacceptable and it needs to change. Now, let's be clear. What is proposed in this motion today isn't radical. This isn't unprecedented. This is normal in countries that respect their citizens wherever they live. The North of Ireland and Irish citizens in this part of our island have profoundly shaped Irish sporting and cultural identity, excelling in Gaelic games, boxing, music and literature. Former Irish President Mary McAleese, a fellow County Down woman, symbolises this influence. And how ironic and absurd then that someone from County Down can be the President but can't vote for the President. So much of what we know and what we recognise as Irish culture and identity hails from this part of our island. And it is long past time that those who have helped shape our identity in the past have a say in how we are represented in the future. In 2013, the Constitutional Convention recommended giving citizens living outside the state the right to vote in presidential elections. That includes Irish citizens in the North. But over a decade later, successive Irish governments in Dublin have failed to act, dragging their feet, making excuses, and treating people in the North like second-class citizens. Successive Irish governments have expressed support for Northern inclusion in the democratic process for electing the head of state. Now we need to see that commitment turned into action through the delivery of voting rights. We all share the goal of an inclusive Ireland, but it is time the Irish Government matched warm words with action by extending the voting franchise to citizens in the North. We want to work with the Government to make sure no Irish citizen is left voiceless when it comes to choosing their President.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of this debate, I need to make a declaration of interest. I am currently the Chair of the Council for Democratic Elections, which is a constituent body of the Venice Commission, the international organisation which, through its independent experts, vets and verifies electoral law and electoral law changes. Both the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland are signatories to this international treaty, and as such, Ireland will be required to submit any changes to electoral law in advance. One matter to take note of is that the Venice Commission has set a very clear standard for changes in electoral law, which states that no changes should be made in the year in which an election is in effect is scheduled, except in the most urgent of circumstances. Deputy Speaker, many states across Europe and around the world have arrangements in place for out-of-country voting, including the United Kingdom.
It's actually interesting that Ireland has some of the most restrictive out-of-country voting regulations in order to allow for example, Irish passport holders out of state to vote will require substantial amendment to the current Irish voting regulations, not to mention a change to the Irish Constitution by referendum. But, Deputy Speaker, let me turn to what this motion represents. It's about fixing what is a democratic anomaly, and that should have been resolved quite some time ago. When I met recently with some young people in my constituency, bright and politically engaged students, Carrickfergus Grammar School, and recently students from the University of Ulster, they look at situations like this and they ask the perfectly reasonable question: why can someone from Northern Ireland be President of Ireland but not be able to vote in that election? And you know what? They're right, because it doesn't make any sense. This motion isn't about proposing some radical change. It's about squaring a basic circle of democracy. The principle is simple. If you're eligible to hold an office, if you wish, as the Good Friday Agreement gives, a right to be recognised as a citizen of Ireland, then you should be eligible to vote for that office. That simply is democracy 101. The Good Friday Agreement wasn't just about ending our violence. It was about building a normal and shared functioning society where rights aren't just theoretical, but they are real and meaningful. And yet, Deputy Speaker, here we are, an entire generation nearly later, still having to point out those issues, which tells you all you need to know about how far we still have to go. I do understand, Deputy Speaker, that there are some in this chamber may have concerns, but let's be clear about what this motion is not. It's not about changing borders or sovereignty. It's not about diminishing anyone's identity. It's simply about making sure that when we talk about rights and identities in this place, we mean actual, tangible rights that people can exercise. The Irish Government's own Constitution Convention, made up of ordinary citizens experts, looked at this issue 12 years ago and said clearly they wanted to change. To those who might oppose this, I'd ask you to consider, if we truly believe in the principles of the 1998 agreement, if we genuinely want to build a society where all identities are respected equally, then we should have the confidence to support this small but important step forward to those who wish to participate in Irish presidential elections. Yes?
Would the member agree with me that if we're going to be respecting all our citizens, that actually those our citizens that are in Northern Ireland shouldn't be treated any differently? They aren't more Irish, for instance, than those Irish-born citizens in New York or in Sydney or in London, and actually Northern Ireland shouldn't be treated in a special case in this regard. If they're going to extend this franchise, they should do so internationally to the Irish diaspora.
There's an extra minute.
Thank you, Rich. Yep, and I wouldn't disagree, and that's a debate that not for this chamber. That's a debate for the Irish government and for that's a debate for a referendum going forward. At the end of the day, this isn't just about politics. It's about people. It's about every person, young or old, who wants an opportunity to participate in the democratic life of Ireland and on this island. It's about everyone who wants to see the promises of the Good Friday Agreement made real in their everyday lives. So today, if this motion passes, it sends a message that in Northern Ireland we take all identities and all democratic rights seriously. It's up to the government in Dublin. If you wish to hold a referendum and to change the electoral law to allow for those who wish to vote in presidential elections, then the right is yours to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Timothy Gossett.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In many ways, the motion before us on the order paper today sums up the problem with the wretched Belfast Agreement. The Belfast Agreement was sold to Unionists as a settlement. We were told if you swallow the pill of murderers being released from prison, if you accept that the IRA's political wing will have a place at the heart of government forever in Northern Ireland, if you tolerate us getting rid of the RUC after they sacrificed more than 300 officers, if you give the Irish Republic a say in how Northern Ireland is run through powerful cross-border bodies, but that will be all. After that, use Unionists. Well then, you can have peace. We'll have an agreed basis upon which Northern Ireland can move forward. And in case there be any doubt about the constitutional position, well, just look at Annex A, paragraph 1 of the agreement. It's there in black and white, and it states, "It is hereby declared that Northern Ireland in its entirety remains part of the United Kingdom and shall not cease to be so without the consent of the majority of the people of Northern Ireland." Members, thankfully, unionism is starting to waken up, and it's starting to waken up in increasing numbers, and worked out that the constitutional guarantee in the wretched Belfast Agreement was a con. Before Christmas, the Nationalist and Republican Alliance joined forces with Sinn Féin and the SDLP to support the union dismantling protocol. And I see here today from the contributions they're going to join forces again.
Mr. Gostin, could you, 1 minute, almost 2 minutes into your speech, start to address the motion that's on the order paper, please?
I'm just getting back to the Belfast Agreement. Is that
no? Could you go back, Mr. Gostin? Mr. Gostin, resume your seat. You've been asked clearly. I'll repeat it more slowly. Could you please address the context of the motion on the order paper?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, reading the motion, and except it's different than other people's order paper, it does note, and it talks about the Belfast Agreement, and it talks about elections in the South, and that is the basis of my take on the wretched Belfast Agreement. And just to reinforce the issue about the Belfast Agreement, what we have had last week is again the protocol and the noose tightening with the starting of the parcels border. But moving on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we today have a motion calling for the people of this part of the United Kingdom to be given the right to elect a foreign head of state. If voting rights for election for the President of the Irish Republic were involved in the Belfast Agreement, I certainly would like someone to spell that out to me here this afternoon. But of course, there isn't one, but I'll indulge the member.
I'm grateful the member gave me. Notwithstanding some of his remarks about us being a foreign head of state, he's entitled to make that statement. Obviously, I wouldn't agree with that. But could you just ask me, just for the purpose of information, can you tell me how I can go about voting for the head of the UK state? Because it's something that's not entirely clear to me. Could you advise me on how I can do that?
There's an extra minute.
Thank you very much. The member usually comes in and gives something valid to the cut and the thrust of the argument, but he's lost me on his intervention today. I see he's smiling. He thinks it was a good intervention. He's got it on the record for Hansard, but certainly moving back to the thrust of my speech. But the Belfast Agreement was never about a settlement. It was always about a process. Some sought to dress it up by calling it the peace process. But any process always has an end point. There's always an objective to the process. So what is it? Members, it's an all-Ireland. And all the Belfast Agreement is to do is to get unionists to the point where there is minimal fuss. TUV have always recognised that. Some who once said the same sold their principles for the bubbles of office. They jumped in the process train some years ago without any thought for the fact that it was a one-way trip to Dublin. But for me and my party, I certainly won't be supporting this motion before us this evening, nor the process which has led us to this place, and no doubt we'll hear more nationalist demands aided and abetted by their friends in the Alliance Party and these non-binding motions in the weeks and months ahead.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, it should be uncontroversial to say that everyone living in Ireland should have the right to vote for the Irish President, but it obviously isn't the case. 700,000 Irish citizens in Belfast, Derry and across the north are being denied their basic democratic rights in elections on this island. This shows flagrant disregard for the will of Irish citizens north and south. As we've heard, over 70% of members of the 2013 Convention on the Constitution believe residents in the north should have the right to vote in presidential elections, and the suggestion that people in the south don't care about the north, frankly, is nonsense.
People in the North, Deputy Speaker, watch and listen to presidential debates and programming on RTE and other channels if they're not geo-blocked. So it seems completely unfair and nonsensical that citizens aren't allowed to put that information to practical use at the ballot box. People before profit recognise that the powers of the Irish President are limited. They hold limited discretionary powers that act as a check on the power of Parliament, and in practice these powers are rarely used. In effect, the President of Ireland is a ceremonial head of state, but being above politics allows a head of state more political freedom of expression, and the current President, as has been said, Michael T. Higgins, has been a key voice in Ireland throughout his tenure. He's been an outspoken critic of the neoliberal economic hegemony of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. He's rightly characterised the housing crisis as state failure and a disaster. He vocally supports Irish neutrality, which is increasingly being eroded by those in power who want Ireland to abandon its anti-colonial history and align with NATO, an imperial military alliance responsible for the murder of millions of civilians. He also opposed a constitutional ban on abortion services decades before other politicians finally decided to get with the programme. Whilst recognising the limitations of the office of President, we should appreciate that Ireland isn't a monarchy. The Irish head of state is democratically elected and therefore accountable to the electorate, unlike the British royal family. Michael T. Higgins' popularity stands in stark contrast to the platform given to left parties in the Dáil and in the media. But this doesn't mean that people prefer their socialist politics in the form of abstract speeches delivered by a ceremonial head of state with little power. The popularity of Michael T. Higgins suggests that the people of Ireland have an appetite for left-wing and socialist ideas and politics that isn't being satisfied by the political establishment, both north and south. And on the point about Conor McGregor, his politics are extremely dangerous, to put it mildly, and worrying and damaging. But it's worth the member of Lagan Valley noting that a poll from the Sunday Independent, that radical newspaper, showed just 7% of people would vote for him in the presidential elections, even if he's eligible to stand.
Okay, members, thank you. And I call on Emma Sheeran to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion. You have up to 10 minutes, sorry, 10 minutes.
Last Concordia, I doubt that I'll need 10 minutes, but I want to thank all members for what was a lively and informative debate, and I think worthwhile. We brought this motion today to try and progress rights and equality and inclusion, and that's what the thrust of this motion about, and the objective of our motion is about. I am an Irish woman who lives in Ireland, and as others have stated, that right was formalised in the Good Friday Agreement, and 27 years later we can still see that Irish citizens in the north do not have the same rights as other people living just across the border, and that's something that we would like to correct. I suppose when I am correcting things, and like the member to my right, I'm not particularly bothered as to whose idea this was, but I think it is important to note that Sinn Féin brought legislation to the Oireachtas regarding the extension of voting rights to citizens in the north before Aontú were even established as a political party. So this is something that we have long felt was important. And it's something that I would like to see all parties supporting, because rights, when it comes to rights, rights are not exclusive, and increasing rights for one group does not mean that anybody else has less access to rights. And so even if it is something that you do not feel like you're going to have any interest in, even if you don't feel like you'll ever want to vote in an Irish presidential election, allowing others to do so doesn't affect you negatively. And you never know, we might see at some point a candidate that changes your mind and gives you an interest and makes you want to get involved. The head of state, as has been outlined by others at present, is somebody who gives voice to the Irish nation on an international stage, and we have seen, again, as others have referred to, very clearly the importance of that in the context of the genocide in Gaza, and the bravery and courage of our Irish President in putting words to the feelings of so many of us and articulating very clearly the views of the vast majority of Irish people in completely condemning the actions of the Israeli state and the murder of innocent civilians and the murder of children, and how much we stand with the Palestinian people and send our solidarity to them, and see our own struggle reflected in what is currently happening to those living in the Gaza Strip.
And we rely on our heads of state to do that for us. And as has previously been said, the Irish head of state is democratically elected. Some other people have a head of state who is not democratically elected, and that is totally fine. As has already been said, the Good Friday Agreement set very clearly a formalised arrangement whereby in the north of Ireland you can be Irish or British or both or neither, and all of those options are open to all of us, and all of those are totally acceptable. And I am Irish, and I would like to be able to elect my Irish president. I think this I'll take a point, yeah.
The member talks about the Good Friday Agreement and subsequent agreements. Does she accept, though, that they'd also make clear that Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom by the will of the people? So whatever the Republic of Ireland chooses to do regarding passports, the territory of Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom, and the territory cannot have two heads of state. Our head of state remains the King, and if the Republic chooses to give passports to people living outside the Republic of Ireland, those people don't necessarily have all the rights of residency, even if they are a passport holder. But Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom, and we can't have two heads of state.
For his intervention, and absolutely accept the Good Friday Agreement sets out very clearly that it is the will of the people should there be constitutional change. This motion is not about constitutional change, and the King is not my head of state. I would urge people to support this motion and remind people that this is not about the constitutional question. This is about extending voting rights for the Irish President to Irish people who live in the north. I will indeed.
Would the member agree with me that some of the interventions from other contributors have been unfortunate and the manner in which they've sought to deflect away from the actual character of this motion, and that there is in fact an opportunity for every member in this chamber today, including our colleagues from the DUP, to powerfully, along with the rest of us, affirm the principles of parity of esteem, mutual respect, equality towards members in this chamber and across this society who define as Irish citizens, and that rather than engaging in churlish remarks which deflect, there is an opportunity for you to stand with us today and indemnify the rights of Irish citizens across this state.
Absolutely. The member has very clearly articulated the point that I was trying to make in terms of the view of this motion and what endorsing it will say from this chamber. It's about an extension of rights, and that's something that we should all be in support of. Gurmila Magav.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Okay, members, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Order, members. Order, members. Members, the question is that the motion on voting rights for the election of the President of Ireland be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order, members. Thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Melissa McHugh and Linda Dillon. Tellers for the noes are Philip Brett and Brian Kingston. To the lobbies, the Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Members resume their seats. Members resume their seats. Thank you. Order. Clerk, please read the result.
71 members voted. 46 members voted aye. 25 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, the motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Point of order, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On a previous occasion where a motion was passed in this Assembly with a call for the Irish Government or for Dáil Éireann more broadly, I believe a letter went from the Speaker to the Irish Government. So I just wondered if the Speaker's office could advise on whether that precedent will be followed in this particular case.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. We'll take that request or query to the Speaker's office and ask that you be advised of the outcome. Concludes that matter. Could I ask members to take their ease before we move to the next item on the order paper?
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper. The Speaker has given leave to Mr Matthew O'Toole to raise a matter of the pedestrianisation of Hill Street in Belfast. Owing to the location of Hill Street, members from the North Belfast constituency will be given priority if they wish to speak in the debate, and of course I'll do my best to allow time for everyone who wants to make a contribution. We've even got people here from Lisburn who are interested in Hill Street. So anyway, the proposer of the Adjournment debate, Matthew, you'll have up to 15 minutes. So without further ado, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I hope I won't use all the 15 minutes, and I'd say everybody else hopes that I won't use all the 15 minutes either. Okay, thank you. I thought we'd find unanimity for once in the chamber on that matter, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to be able to bring this subject for debate here today in the Assembly chamber. Before and on the subject of a building consensus, can I acknowledge that we have representatives from both the Cathedral Quarter Business Improvement District, Damien Core, and indeed Belfast Night Czar, Michael Stewart, who have joined us in the gallery for today's debate. Can I also acknowledge, in the spirit of cross-party consensus, that Mr Philip Brett, who is a DUP MLA, has made lots of noise on this subject, and good noise as well. So hopefully there will be a degree of cross-party support on this, and hopefully we can make progress. But we do want to use our platform here today to advance the cause of what should be straightforward. It should be a small, straightforward thing to pedestrianise this one street in the Cathedral Quarter in Belfast. Before I go ever any further, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to say, for those who are watching this or might see this later on the media or social media, this Hill Street, people hear Hill Street, they want to know, what is this street? Hill Street is the street, and Gordon Street, which is perpendicular to it, or if you've been out in the Cathedral Quarter, and many of the people following this will have been out in the Cathedral Quarter, it's the cobblestone street and streets that play host to some of Belfast's most famous hospitality venues, world famous, in fact, pubs. The photo opportunities are well known, selfie opportunities and outside the Duke of York and Hill Street, but it also has amazing restaurants like the Waterman. It has amazing venues like the Black Box, and indeed on Gordon Street, the Oh Yeah Centre. It is not just an asset for North Belfast or even all of Belfast, but it's a regionally significant part of our central hospitality offer in the city of Belfast. So it's not just a small local issue about pedestrianising these streets. It's about maximising the benefit, economic, social and cultural, from this brilliant hub in the Cathedral Quarter in Belfast. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, lots of things in politics are really, really hard. They're complicated, they're difficult, they involve trade-offs, they involve vested interests, challenges that can be philosophical, bureaucratic, economic, and lots of other things are expensive, they cost money, and we live in a world of finite resources. We are a devolved administration that does not receive enough money. We're all agreed on that. But even if we raised all our own revenue, we would have a limited amount of money to spend on things. So lots of things are expensive and they're difficult to do for that reason. Lots of things are not just difficult or expensive, they're difficult and expensive. I say all that as preamble to this debate because pedestrianising Hill Street and Gordon Street are neither difficult nor expensive. There is literally no good reason why this has not been done already. A pilot was introduced, and as I'm sure we pointed out in the debate, was first introduced by Nicola Mallon, SDLP Minister at the time. She put down a pilot. There was, I think, some discussion or questions that were asked at that point about the pedestrianisation of Hill Street. But since then, we have heard subsequently from the Minister and her predecessor about subsequent objections to the pedestrianisation. So far as I am aware, there aren't any. I see the Ministers. So far as I'm aware, there are literally no live objections to the... I'm happy to give way, yeah.
I didn't say objections, I said concerns raised. There's a difference.
I'm glad she's offered that. I'm genuinely glad that clarification has been offered, because now that we have it on the record that there are no objections, and I don't think any of the concerns that I have heard should be insurmountable. I know that one of the previous questions was around the location of a car park right at the where Talbot Street meets Hill Street. That has now changed because I understand the scheme has been moved slightly further down. I don't think that fundamentally changes the core purpose of the scheme. But there literally is no good reason why this hasn't happened already. One argument that has been offered, and it was put on the record, so it's important to challenge and it's important to call it out, and I'm aware it'll annoy people, me calling it out, and that is the argument that austerity stopped, and that was placed in a written answer, that austerity stopped the pedestrianisation of Hill Street and Gordon Street. It's important to say austerity, meaning constraint on public spending as a decision by the UK government and other governments around the world, particularly in the wake of the global financial crisis in 2008, was a pernicious thing. It's a wrong economic and political judgment. It's led to all sorts of distorted outcomes. It's led to squeeze on welfare spending, hugely destructive outcomes for people and communities in the north and bluntly around the Western world. But it hasn't stopped £5 being spent on putting in a couple of bollards in the Cathedral Quarter, and it's absolute nonsense to say otherwise. We devalue the importance of the debate around austerity and the seriousness of that issue by saying that, oh, austerity has stopped us pedestrianising Hill Street, austerity has stopped us putting in a couple of bollards. Frankly, it insults the public's intelligence, and it insults the intelligence of the traders, the amazing hospitality businesses, the venues, the staff who have to come and go from those premises, and the people who use those amazing venues on Gordon Street and Hill Street, to say that austerity has stopped it. I'm tempted to say that if we really, really can't find £5 to simply close off a couple of streets in the middle of Belfast Cathedral Quarter, then I, at the end of this debate, will happily go and start a GoFundMe. I'm sure that the businesses in the area and others who use that would be more than happy to stick in a few bob for us to buy the bollards and do the requisite work. I don't mean to be facetious, but I do mean to say that at times we need to get real about how we use language. Whenever we bandy about terms like austerity, when it's in relation to putting in a couple of bollards, I think we need to get real. I will give way.
For giving way. Would the member agree with me that, particularly for people with disabilities and wheelchairs, have to pick their routes very carefully? And given that one of the reasons and challenges faced here is disadvantageous parking of traffic and deliveries and stuff at times, which for the traders is really important, that our disabled community are making choices not to utilise this area in the same manner as those who perhaps don't need walking aids or the wheelchairs to navigate them?
Well, certainly one reason to minimise road transit vehicles is to make it more accessible for people who are wheeling, whether they are people with disabilities or indeed people using prams or mobility devices of whatever kind. We want that area to be as accessible and to be as used as possible. I want to maximise the number of people who enjoy themselves in Hill Street and Gordon Street, not just on Friday and Saturday nights, but throughout the week. There are, frankly, amazing world-class pubs and venues in that area. I could list them all in order to curry favour with the businesses, but I won't. We all know what they are. They're places that we go to and enjoy at the weekends, and frankly, they deserve to have what they think will help make that even more of a beloved and successful part of this city. We do also have the context, Madam Principal Speaker. Happy to give way, yeah?
Just because the member said he wasn't being facetious. But I presume he is aware, because he's been following us, that the Minister has actually made it clear last week in a question in here that the scheme was not delayed because of cost.
I'm glad the members offered that clarification. It wasn't a written answer, and cost constraints were put in a written answer. So it's not. I'm not saying that. I didn't make it up. It was put in a written answer, I believe, to Mr. Brett. But we can move on from that point, because I think we've clarified it. As I say, I don't think it is. I think we can park that argument, but I don't think that argument should have been made in the first place, and I don't think there should have been any delay, whatever the reason for it. There are concerns, bluntly, about the ability of the Executive and specifically the Department of Infrastructure. And my colleague Nicola Mallon had to fight probably some of the same battles the Minister's now having to fight inside that department. It's not an easy department to operate, I recognise that. But we do need to, frankly, persuade the public out there that this place can deliver. And we can do lots of motions in this place that don't go anywhere, and they're important. And we can do lots of things where we publish promises, we make vague aspirations and programmes for government, but when it comes down to doing something as straightforward and as, frankly, easy as pedestrianising a street in the middle of Belfast, a beloved street that will increase its hospitality potential, make it safer, make it more attractive, and frankly protect some of the built heritage there, because there are cobblestones and flags, as was pointed out to me earlier on, there are cobblestones and flags that need to be protected there, and high volumes of road traffic, whether that's at high peak time or even vehicles using it as a rat run during the day, does not help protect the historic character of the area. This is something we can do. This is something that should be straightforward. Pedestrianising a street in the middle of Belfast. People love this part of Belfast, but it has challenges. We're not allowing it to meet its full potential. In a previous debate in this Assembly, we talked about the long-running farce, frankly, that is the Tribeca project. Now, in fairness, I'm not trying to pin that one on the Infrastructure Minister. That has nothing, as far as I'm aware, to do with her and her department. But it is true to say that in the Cathedral Quarter, we have this amazing potential. We already have a situation where an entire block in inner North Belfast is being left to rot. That is shameful. By the way, we've also been effectively subsidising it through rates reductions, whether that's in the reliefs that are offered for derelict properties, or whether it's through some of the exemptions that were being applied by the organisations that own that. It's ridiculous when we're giving a rates exemption to a derelict block that next door we're also not maximising the potential of Hill Street and Gordon Street. Let's get this done. I hope the Minister is able to give us a date, frankly, when this will be completed today. I assume this can be done fairly quickly. I don't think this involves massive amounts of infrastructure. I don't think there are new planning processes that need to be gone through. There may be some legislative device that's needed. I would imagine we can get unanimity in the Chamber today that if she needs to bring something in legislative terms, we can get it swept through the Assembly really, really quickly. But frankly, let's finally show the people out there that we can get something done, even if it's something that seems very small and very modest. Let's support our amazing hospitality offer in the Cathedral Quarter in Belfast. Let's shut it off to traffic. Let's prove to people when they go to, whether it's Shop Street in Galway or Grafton Street in Dublin, they walk down a pedestrianised street, they enjoy themselves, they enjoy that feeling of festivity, feeling of closed off the traffic. Why can't we get it done in Hill Street and Gordon Street in Belfast? Let's sort it out, let's get it done ASAP. And I welcome the fact that the Minister's here, and I hope she's able to give us some clarity on when we're going to have this project completed. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Matthew. Before I call our next speakers, we've got 6 altogether. Because 2 of you aren't from North Belfast, and giving you 5 minutes, and then giving 7 to the North Belfast ones. Have all the power today. It's class. Anyway, so and I might give an extra minute to somebody who mentions how hard it is to walk down Hill Street in high heels, but anyway, Jerry Kelly, you're next.
Thank you, Privilege Concordia, and I feel like calling for equality there between the 7 and 5 minutes, but I won't take up that long. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the debate on the pedestrianisation of Hill Street, and indeed you mentioned Gordon Street as well. I also welcome the clarity that Minister Kimmins provided in question time last week on this important issue. I believe we can all agree that any plans for pedestrianisation must take into account the views and needs of those who will be directly affected. The Minister outlined last week that concerns have been raised by businesses, and as she elaborated earlier, that concerns are different from objections, including in relation to access for people with disabilities, and I know the member will agree with that. And these are important considerations that can't be overlooked. While pedestrianisation can enhance the public realm, and that's the intention, improve safety and create more pleasant spaces, it's essential that any scheme works as far as possible for everyone. This also means recognising the needs of businesses on Hill Street, which rely on regular deliveries at different times, which will affect business, and ensuring that access remains available for people with disabilities and others who need it. I therefore support the pursuit of a workable and fair solution. It is important that the concerns of business on Hill Street, as well as other stakeholders, are fully listened to and addressed as plans develop. And I welcome the Minister's confirmation that further engagement with stakeholders will commence in the coming weeks. This was last week. This provides a valuable opportunity to ensure that everyone's views are heard and that the scheme, when it comes forward, works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Philip Brett, please.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I firstly start off by paying tribute to the Leader of the Opposition for bringing forward this important debate and discussion here today. As he rightly articulated, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is not just an issue of those of us that represent North Belfast, indeed those of us that have the privilege of representing Belfast, but across Northern Ireland, the importance of the Cathedral Quarter to the nighttime economy and indeed our events sector and indeed the daytime economy is vital and is recognised by that. I also want to pay tribute to the Minister for coming along here today. I think it shows important leadership, and I thank her for coming here this evening. And like the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do want to pay tribute to both Damien and to Michael, who are here today, who have for many years spearheaded this campaign before it was universally popular, and indeed helped ensure that some of the businesses who a number of years ago did have objections to this have been able to be managed and discussed. But Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it's important just to put on record why it is important that we do progress the pedestrianisation of Hill Street without delay. Firstly, and indeed most importantly from my perspective, is the issue of safety. For those of us who frequent Hill Street and Cathedral Quarter on a Friday, Saturday, or indeed a Thursday evening, if we have no constituency business on a Friday morning, it can be a very, very difficult place to get home from. People are literally spilling out onto the streets, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as cars are coming up, as taxis continue to use the street to pick up and drop off customers. And those people who do have disabilities trying to use their wheelchairs means it completely inaccessible. On Friday, before this debate, I did a walk around of Hill Street with the gentleman that I mentioned earlier, and the speed in which some of the cars travel down that road during the day is frankly dangerous. The police were even there on Friday trying to ensure that that did not take place. So safety needs to be paramount, and by pedestrianising Hill Street, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do think that we can make massive strides forward in terms of protecting the safety. Secondly is the expansion of the Cathedral Quarter and the importance of it to our economy. At the weekend, people will have seen the success of the Cathedral Arts Festival. In September, Belfast Culture Night will return, and again the Cathedral Quarter will be a vital part of the celebrations and of ensuring that the cultural heart of Belfast is recognised, and I would hope that we would have a pedestrianisation in place. Oh, sorry. Yeah, apologies. the Cathedral Quarter is vital to the success of Culture Night, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and with its return in September it would be vital that we have progressed that by then. But the importance of it has already been articulated to our visitors, in particular those who come and visit Belfast. Hill Street is somewhere where they want to be and somewhere where they want to spend time. That, of course, has not always been the case, and I want to pay tribute to those pioneers and those investors who have spent their money during Belfast's darkest days to ensure that the Cathedral Quarter is open and attractive to all. The investment that has taken place there in recent years has totally transformed that part of the city, and it would be remiss of me not to pay particular tribute to Willie Jack, who owns and operates half the bars and entertainment venues on that site. But there's also really rich cultural heritage sites. The Ulster Scots headquarters on Gordon Street, the OES Centre, where I had the privilege of visiting recently, the Black Box, which have showcased some of our greatest local talent, Belfast Circus School, not the Northern Ireland Assembly, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but a really important venue in which young people from across our city are able to come together and enjoy. The cost of this scheme I'm not going to focus on, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because I genuinely think that the Minister does want to deliver this scheme and try to do it as quickly as possible. I'm not going to take this opportunity to try and score party political points or to attack the Minister. She is relatively new to office, but in the answers that she has given to me, I do think there is a genuine commitment by the Minister to try and progress this as soon as possible. She has competing demands in terms of ensuring that the scheme is delivered as soon as possible and that those people who have concerns about it are rightly listened to through the process. But I think there is a clear consensus, both from the Minister and from political parties here in this chamber, that we try to progress this scheme as quickly and as successfully as possible. So I do look forward to hearing her remarks later today, and we send a strong message that all parties are committed to trying to deliver this as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Philip. I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my Alliance colleague, Neil McAllister MLA, who's unfortunately unwell, to respond to this motion, but I should caution I am originally from North Belfast as well. And I thank the proposer for having tabled it and also the Minister having attended today as well. Principal Deputy Speaker, 5 years ago during COVID, I found myself talking about the pedestrianisation of Hill Street and wider pedestrianisation of the city centre on a regular basis as a councillor in Belfast City Council. Like most, I saw COVID as an opportunity to take advantage of the reduction of cars and people on our streets to deliver the radical changes needed to reclaim and reanimate public spaces. I found myself regularly drawing a comparison between Belfast and Paris, where I used to live a number of years ago, in that the Mayor of Paris began to restructure and reclaim Paris to the envy of the world during COVID, whereas here in Belfast, I remember a few cones being put down on Hill Street, and sadly they're being driven over by cars. What a wonderful and poetic image for car dominance in Belfast, driving over cones which are there to keep people safe and to deter entry, only to be driven over for the convenience of a few. I also regularly find myself drawing comparison with the glider in East Belfast, which was opposed by a small minority at the time, but absolutely made sense and is now part of the furniture, bridging East and West Belfast and connecting people in ways never seen before. Principal Deputy Speaker, the pedestrianisation of Hill Street is a no-brainer in my view and will support the safety of pedestrians, but there's a wider piece here that I'm seeing as an Infrastructure Committee member, and that there's a lack of will for the quick wins for the benefit of the greater good, and I think that's what this adjournment debate is trying to achieve today. The computer says no approach, or everyone must agree, or let's consult again to get the answer we know we'll probably get, is something that I'm starting to see routinely. So let's reimagine our public spaces and deliver family-friendly, pedestrian-friendly public spaces that will reanimate Belfast and mirror what we see across so many major European cities. The pedestrianisation of Hill Street are minor works and minor costs, but will achieve major change for a small but well-used area in Belfast. And I know that we have Damien and Michael in the public gallery today, so can we please commit to getting this sorted urgently? And at worst, to quote Willie Jack recently, can we have this done before the flag gets here in 2026 and we miss out on another opportunity? Experimenting and reconsulting are no longer needed, but action is. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I call Robbie Butler, please.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, like the previous speaker, I'm speaking from Lagan Valley, but I'm speaking on behalf of John
Stewart, our infrastructure spokesperson. But what I will say is that Belfast is our capital city. It's a beautiful city. It's a city where I didn't really look up at the beautiful buildings, recognise the lovely streets until I was probably mid-30s or 40s. And Hill Street has now become pretty much an epicentre for that. It is well renowned, not just locally, but for our tourism offering as well. And there is much, much more that it could do. And I do welcome this debate by the leader, brought by the leader of the opposition. And you know, John is, in discussions internally, has just pointed to the fact that he believes this to be long overdue, but also desperately needed. And just want to thank the member from North Belfast, Philip Brett, for recognising in his experience the difficulties faced particularly by people with disabilities navigating the streets. So there are safety concerns, obviously, for most of us, but for some, having to choose whether they access the street or not due to those difficulties is something that needs to be addressed. What we're talking about is not just a matter of city planning, it's a matter of public safety and economic common sense as well as civic pride, because Hill Street does lie at the very heart of the Cathedral Quarter, which has become perhaps Belfast's most vibrant cultural and hospitality hub. And every week, thousands of pedestrians pour into this area, Mr Brett leading the charge by the sounds of it, to support local businesses, enjoy the arts and take part in the life of the city. Yet these are the same people who are forced to navigate the dangerous traffic, poor signage and unclear boundaries between pedestrians and vehicles. It's quite frankly a recipe for disaster. I do recognise that there are some difficulties because it is a historic quarter. It is something that needs to be planned sensitively and addressed sensitively, but to do nothing is not acceptable. The failure to pedestrianise Hill Street is not just disappointing, it's actually become indefensible. And the responsibility for this delay sits squarely with the Minister for Infrastructure and her department. We've had consultations, we've had pilot schemes, and we've had photo ops, but what we have not had is action. And whilst the department dithers, the public is left at risk and local businesses are left behind. But let's be clear, pedestrianisation works. Cities across the UK and Europe have proven that when you prioritise people over cars, the economy flourishes, footfall increases, cafes thrive, property values go up, public spaces become safer, cleaner, more welcoming, and more importantly, accessible. Hill Street should be the jewel in Belfast's crown. Instead, it's traffic clogged, it's a bottleneck, and we seem to be being held hostage to bureaucratic inertia. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we can't afford to wait any longer. How many more near misses, how many lost opportunities, how many frustrated business owners will it take for the department to act? So if the Minister is not going to move swiftly, then she should be held accountable for standing in the way of progress. Let's do what's right. Let's pedestrianise Hill Street. Not in a year, not after another consultation, but now, for the safety of our citizens, for the growth of the economy, and for the future of Belfast. Thank you.
Robbie, I call Brian Kingston.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm happy to rise following my colleague Philip Brett and speak in support of this proposal, and I thank Matthew O'Toole for bringing the matter to the Assembly floor, and indeed I would say, as Philip has done previously, raised this matter and spoken in support. Listen to Peter McReynolds, it reminds me of some of the debates we had in Belfast City Council days about traffic lanes, pedestrianisation, impact on congestion, and we didn't always agree on those matters. But here we have one where we do agree, and there seems to be cross-party agreement on the value of pedestrianising Hill Street. It is a special street in the Cathedral Quarter, and it should be valued as such. It has those cobbled streets, the narrow street, and the closeness of buildings around it. And also, as part of the Cathedral Quarter, it has the hospitality venues, as mentioned, Duke of York most prominently, and also the music venues, OEA Centre, the Black Box, and also the Ulster Scots Heritage Centre. So the lack of pedestrianisation, to use the music analogy, has been a cause of Hill Street Blues, if you remember that series. But I think it is one where we can now see progress made, and look forward to the Minister's comments regarding this. I don't dismiss that there needs to be consultation. We need to think about all the users of the street, the businesses there, deliveries which might have to happen to businesses. But I was once in a taxi which, not at my request, took a route down Hill Street, and I told the driver off, "Why are you going down this route? You know, it should not be used." And it saved maybe a tiny amount of time, and I was quite annoyed he went down Hill Street and then down Skipper Street to what was a shortcut. And as I say, I was annoyed that he did it, and I told him never to take me that route again. Yes, briefly.
Would you agree with me? I don't know where the concerns are, but it may be the case. There'll always be someone who uses a particular rat run in a city. That cannot be. It might be a taxi driver. It might be someone else. It might be someone who operates a business. You can't. The simple fact that someone uses a route does not mean, if there's an overwhelming public interest in that being pedestrianised, that's not a legitimate concern. That doesn't outweigh or even necessarily merit real attention at a certain point. Would you agree with that?
Happens, I think there was very little saving, in journey time, but it was obviously an inconvenience to the pedestrians who were on the street at the time. And it is a street where there's little demarcation between the road and the footpaths. But most importantly, it just has character. And sometimes we create areas to try and create an authentic character. But here we have one which exists for centuries, one of the older streets in Belfast, and it should be valued. It has the cobble streets. I'm thinking mightn't always be suitable to everyone. You mentioned earlier, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, depending on what footwear people are wearing, and I would recognise also for people with disabilities, the cobble streets mightn't be suitable. But again, they have that character, and that's what people want to see when they visit a city, especially cultural venues, music venues. So, and also recognising the increasing numbers of people we have living in the city centre, in particular in the northern sector of the city centre, and in particular students living in accommodation there, and again those nighttime venues which are attracting them. So happy to lend my support. Let's get this done. Let's iron out any difficulties, and I look forward to the Minister's comments. Thank
you. The Minister's next. Liz Kimmins to respond to the adjournment debate, and Minister, you have 10 minutes.
And I thank both Matthew O'Toole and the members for today's debate, because I, like everybody here, want to see this progress, and I hope most people were listening last week, because I actually gave the commitment that officials have already started the work to progress this in response to the member for North Belfast, Neil McAllister's question during question time, because I recognise the value of this scheme. And I'm not from Belfast, unlike most people in this chamber, but I am a frequent visitor to the Cathedral Quarter, and it's part of Belfast that I love to come to, like many others, not just from across Ireland but across the world. So I want to use my role to do what I can do to enhance that and to achieve everything that has been discussed here today. So I welcome the opportunity just to further confirm that commitment, and that work starts imminently, because it's something that hasn't been made very clear and has been misconstrued in recent weeks. And I just want to bring back to the point around some of the responses in relation to questions prior to this, and in terms of austerity. It was made very clear that the cost of the signage, which was estimated around £5,000, was not the blockage, and my colleague Jerry Kelly pointed that out. The blockage to this scheme progressing at the speed that both I and my predecessor, John O'Dowd, who was in post last year, was around staffing issues. And the reason for that, and I outlined it in the chamber here last week, was because as a result of austerity, that is where the pressures have come from, because we've had difficulties in filling staff vacancies, which is endemic across all departments. So other parties here who have ministers will know of that issue. So I just wanted to make that very clear, because a headline is very attractive when you're saying that austerity is preventing a £5,000 signage implementation, when that is actually not the case.
So progress has been slow, and I think we all recognise that, and we have, both I and John had indicated that we wanted to see this progressed. And those staff that are working in this area were taken away to other issues because we had a very busy winter, as many of the representatives for Belfast will be aware, in relation to Grand Central Station, and also in relation to the traffic congestion issues that Belfast City Centre has seen. However, we're now in a period where I have asked staff to be redirected now to see the delivery of this very important project. And I suppose going back then to the point of consultation and engagement, and it's been mentioned here around everybody wants a scheme and what could be the delays. That is true. Everybody does want to see the scheme, but we need to ensure that it's done right. So whilst everybody will have heard some of the views and what could possibly be the barriers to progress in this, the department has been having some of those engagements, and we mentioned earlier the informal consultation that had happened last March, and as part of that we had 9 responses, and within that some issues were raised. Members have alluded to it, some around deliveries and loading times and things like that, but also around one of the key things that has come out of it for me from some of the stakeholders in that area was the level of visitors who have disabilities and the problems that could pertain in terms of getting access to specific venues and to that area. So these are really, really critical issues that we need to have addressed. So I think it's important to make that point. This isn't something that is just being kicked down the road because 1 or 2 people may have a concern. These are important issues that we need to ensure that we deliver a scheme that is best for the local community, that is best for local businesses and best for all the visitors who come to that area. And I see this as a key part of my role as Infrastructure Minister, to provide the building blocks that support our businesses, that will attract investment to the region. This project ticks all of those boxes, and the case has been well made here today. In terms of the Cathedral Quarter itself, it's an area of conservation with its cobbled streets and historic buildings. It's a prime location for pedestrianisation, and we see all the Instagram pictures and the real attraction that it creates. So it's a very charming but traditional setting. It's rich in culture, and this plays a significant role both for attracting tourists but for providing a very vibrant social setting for the metropolitan area. So providing a scheme that maximises the potential of this setting and prioritises people is key. Officials have been exploring options that aim to minimise those impact on businesses in the area while still contributing to a more pleasant and enjoyable environment. Options that will facilitate a vibrant social space that can be safely enjoyed by all. And I'd encourage all of those involved to work with officials so that we can move quickly to complete the legislative process to make this scheme a reality. As I mentioned earlier, we have done an informal consultation, and again, most people were supportive of the scheme and the concept of pedestrianisation, but it is apparent that we do have some issues that we need to iron out, and that is certainly what I want to do, and try and do that as quickly as possible. And I do recognise, and despite we have said it's probably a relatively low traffic volume, but we do need to ensure there is some access, particularly for existing businesses. Some have maybe up on 650 events a year, so we need to find a space where we can ensure that loading and unloading times and access for people with disabilities and things like that are accommodated in any agreed scheme going forward. So that's why I've asked officials to undertake further engagement with those stakeholders in the next few weeks to determine a workable scheme and layout that will suit those needs.
And I do genuinely mean that the Minister coming and giving us a detailed update, and she's entirely within her rights to clarify and push back on certain what she sees as wrong statements. But can I ask, given it sounds like if there's consensus in terms of what is being delivered, this is questions about how it can be implemented. Can't you then, will you be looking to put a deadline on delivering this and then say to people who are interested, we'll engage with you on how we're going to deliver it, but it's happening by this date?
Raising that. So I suppose that was leading into my next point. As I mentioned in response to the questions last week, it's my intention then on the back of that kind of consultation engagement piece that we're currently doing or starting, that we will implement an experimental scheme, and that is to try and see what works best, because I think rather than us putting something in place that is
hard and fast, it's more difficult to change, it has gone through a legislative process, it gives that space for tweaks to ensure that we have a more an agile scheme that can be easily changed. And I don't think it will take a lot to do that, but I think it's important, given some of the concerns that have been raised, that we are serious about this, and that when we get that final scheme in place, that it's something that will work long term. I suppose just in relation to that, yes, I will.
Given way, could you just maybe give some detail on the proposed experimental scheme? So would that be the pedestrianisation starting at the corner of Gordon Street, traffic's then directed down into Gordon Street, or what is the detail of the experimental scheme?
So I have the map of it. I don't know how I explain that, but essentially, what we're looking at in terms of the proposal is a new one-way system then coming in from. I suppose I'm trying to think of how, because I'm not from Belfast, from Hill Street, so that's where Established Coffee is, down that way, and then across Gordon Street, and then meeting out onto the junction with Dunbar Street, and then where the junction with Gordon Street stops, and then so that'll be fully pedestrianised along with Exchange Place and Commercial Court. So does that make sense to everybody from the Belfast area? I know walking around it, but when you put me down the street names, it's a wee bit more difficult. But hopefully that's clear. And I think it's important as well to speak to the fact that members will be aware that we are currently working on the new suite of transport plans, one of which is the Eastern Transport Plan, and this plan will set the framework for making transport policy and investment decisions in Belfast and adjacent council areas for the next 10 years. This will be a very people-centred plan, and I think this scheme in itself speaks to that and how important that will be, but also how that can really enhance the heart of the city, along with other improvements to our walking and wheeling facilities and enhance connections to neighbouring communities. And these will help remove perceived and physical barriers that currently impact people's journeys. Together, these measures will improve the accessibility and inclusiveness of the city, making it a more welcoming place for all. And I want just to kind of pay tribute to the work of officials on this, because we recently had ministers as part of the British Irish Council engagement that I hosted in Belfast City Centre, and we did a tour of the transport plan and what it will potentially look like. And I have to say, I was blown away, but I was also very proud as a minister for the department, because it's really, really exciting. And the ministers from other areas were really impressed. So I think it's something we should be very proud of. And I look forward to seeing that developing further, not just in Belfast, but right across the north. So I hope that, the previous members had said around the importance of culture night and some of those big events. I hope that following the experimental scheme, we can have an agreed scheme in place and gone through the legislative processes by autumn time. So I hope that gives confidence and assurances of just how we are hoping to move this at pace and again work with people to find a scheme that works for everybody, because we recognise it's really important. We recognise there's a huge demand for this, but it is crucial that we get it right. So I do recognise the frustration, but I think I don't want to be here in 6 or 12 months' time when people are coming back and saying, you did it wrong, it's a mess, it's not working, but we have to then look at the legislative process again. So I think it's a relatively short period of time, but I'm confident that we can get it right, and I want to work with not just the wider public, but also members across this chamber. So I thank you all for bringing the debate here today, and I hope that we can continue on a positive note moving forward to see this delivered at the quickest time possible.
Thank you. That was a great debate. So the question is that the Assembly do adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.